Boys, good evening. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day. We have finally found our way to the dawn of the final day before playtesting. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Late streams these days? Nah, stay on stream late these days. Honestly. Ask your other streamers to stream every fucking day. Forgive me for going outside a little bit. Goddamn. Goddamn. My girlfriend had job interviews. Forgive me for driving her around and having a little day with her. I must remind you guys, despite being an absolute content machine, I am an animal. I am a human as well. I'm just saying, like, I am a human as well. And my hours streamed actually haven't dropped. Like, I know you guys like to fuck around and stuff, but my hours streamed haven't dropped at all. And if your guys' hours watched have dropped, then that's on you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. So moving on from that, believe you me, I make sure I'm streaming plenty. I make sure I'm streaming plenty. So, I hope you're all having a beautiful day. Mr. Leon, good morning. All of my lads out there, I hope you're having glorious days. It's been a busy past month or so, if I do say so myself. And I'm glad that it's finally settling down. Finally settling down. It's looking like it might actually just be normal gaming for just a little bit. I'm thinking you're actually a hologram. Bro, I wish I was. Did Curdle feed you well? We went to interviews for her, and we went to get some food, and we went for our like once every 6 months shopping trip that we sometimes take, because we don't really shop much. So we went out to eat because we don't really go out to eat much at all. Fucking chowed. I came home and I was so fucking tired. We had to get up early to go down to her interviews, and I woke up this morning just already dead. Like, I've been sleeping like shit the past like month. I'm not gonna lie. The whole like the house buying process and the transition from WoW over to a game that doesn't exist yet. Everything's been a little bit weird the past month or so. And I woke up this morning and I was fucking dead. So we drive down to her interview, and it's at some daycare, right? She was about to be like a teacher at a daycare or some shit. And we get there, and she goes in for her interview, and I'm just chilling in the car, right? And I'm like, well, nothing better to do but rip a bolski. So I take the furthest spot that I could. It had the most insane morning bolski and coffee session of my life. Gorgeous. Gorgeous view. Gorgeous view. We absolutely love to see that shit. So after that, came home. You know, it was a little day out. Grabbed myself an ouncington at the dispo. Came home, took a nap, and now we're here. So, hope you're all having blessed days. Also, forgive me and my dry sarcasm. I just woke up. When I woke up, when I first wake up, my sarcasm comes off a bit like not nice. Carla says the same thing. Carla tells me the same thing. She's like, when you wake up and you try to be funny, you're kind of a dick sometimes. And I'm like, that's my bad. That's my bad. I'm working on it. Sometimes I woke up like 15 minutes ago. Also, Duty, what I'm doing? Can you buy something to get a larger chance for invite to the playtest? No. So I mean, maybe if you find the right person that's gonna like sell you a key, but I don't necessarily know that people are going to sell keys. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody that's in here that does get keys. It's typically not a very good way to establish a, you know, working relationship with a content creator, right? Or with a business as a content creator. So, I mean, maybe you can find a content creator that gets keys that'll sell you them, but I wouldn't recommend it. Not only is it probably against a lot of TOS, like on Twitch and nationally, but it's just pretty unethical. So I'll be doing some giveaways for keys in the event that people, you know, do not get their keys. They want to get a key for their friend, whatever it may be. I'm sure we're all going to know somebody that doesn't get their immediate invite on day one. So I will be getting some keys. I don't really know how many keys that I'm gonna be given. We know that I'm gonna get some, but we're getting meds to help sleep. Someone told me lack of sleep is bad for blood pressure. I mean, lack of sleep is bad for a lot of shit. That's why I always try to get my 8 hours every single night. That's why, like, that's why my schedule tends to remain like what it is, and also why sometimes I'll be flexible on it and I'll push a stream start later if I need to. Because sleep to me is the most important thing. If I worked a job where I could just go in and, like, I'll be real, my sales job was easier than streaming. Y'all might say, Dusty, that's absolute cap. Bro, my sales job, I sat there, I got paid hourly to be on a laptop, and then if anybody walked in, I'd sell them something, and I would get paid even more. Sales is so much easier than streaming, especially when you do it this way. If you sit there and you just yap none, and you play your game exclusively and you just kind of vibe out, then I'll be real, streaming's easy as fuck. But there also aren't many streamers that just sit there and say nothing and make it. I mean, unless you're Doja Caddington. It's kind of a cheat code, I guess. But I don't know, dude. I gotta sleep up for this shit. I really gotta sleep up. This is why how I feel working at Amazon. 90% of the time I'm sitting around like, why am I getting paid for this? It's the best fucking job. I still don't know why I'm getting paid for this, but I will say maintaining yaps for 6, 8, 12 hours a day, that shit's a lot harder than when I sat there with my literal feet up at my last job, not saying anything. I'd go out to my car, I'd smoke a bowl, and then if somebody would pull up and look like they were coming in the store, I'd hop out the car and I'd walk back in the store smelling like weed, and I'd be like, hey, you guys looking for a bed? Bro, literally, that's why if you relate today was more during my lunch. Blame Carla for not having a well-paying job, so she has to apply for more. Actually, blame yourselves for not giving me enough money so Carla doesn't have to work a job. If you guys gave me more money, I would have been on time today because Carla wouldn't have needed to work a job, and we wouldn't have needed to go to interviews. I'm just saying, it all boils down to you guys not being good enough. Grenade.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Kroger.
S tier.
That man understands the mission. That man understands the mission. He's trying to help out. Freeze, what up, Doc? What class and race you going? I'm probably playing Dwarf Pally to start. We're gonna be going Sacred Order to start. We might do a playtest as Domination in the future based on how, you know, open world competition, who goes where, server structure, racial benefits, blah, 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 shapes up, right? There are a lot of question marks around what's going on with the progression. More or less, and like the link to racials and the power of racials and all that stuff. So gonna be a little bit interesting to see. But we'll probably take a domination playtest at some point. This one's gonna be a Sacred Order playtest for us. So I'm gonna be on a dwarf. When we go domination, I'll probably play Infernal Demon unless I have another reason to play something else. But Infernal Demon Paladin just kind of like sounds cool, canonically, if I'm being honest. So that's kind of lit. But other than that, myself, there's racial passives. Not for this playtest, and I believe there are going to be some form of racials in the future, but for right now, nothing. Nothing at all. Dwarf main all the way all the time. The thing about Dwarf is, like, sometimes armor and weapon skins don't get shown off properly on a Dwarf because you're so small. So you either have to have massively disproportionate weapons, or you have to have effectively nothing getting shown off whatsoever. And I'm like, bro, I need to have my big chunky weapons. I needs them. if my weapon isn't larger than my character to the point where swinging it would like throw my body like a person that holds onto a bowling ball in an old cartoon down the lane, then I don't want that shit. I don't want like a nimble looking sword that's going to hack and slash. Bro, Jesus Christ, talking as fast as you do on no sleep, you'd start casting spells. Yeah, bro, that's what I'm saying. I always just try to make sure I'm good for it. And like, the thing is, I'm also planning to have much longer streams for the next 12 days. So I'll be real, when I'm looking at 12 days of Dusty, you're going to be grinding this constantly, I'm not really looking to take much time off of the playtest, because then the playtest is going to go away and that's less content that I can make. So I've been trying to, like, yesterday I did a 6. Today I'm gonna probably do a 6 as well, stream until like 11 EST type shit, and then chill, get some sleep, wake up tomorrow, get on early. We don't know what time it's dropping at. It seems like 1 p.m. EST could be the earliest reasonable time frame for it. That's typically where they look to drop things. Did I hear SIGs? SIGs inside! Dust, you must. You must. Any house news? Oh yeah, we got declined. Banks don't like 1099 income, and our bank also kind of dropped the ball on properly directing us towards the loan that we should have had. So, hard saying what happened with it, but yeah, they sent it to underwriting, and then once it got to underwriting, they were effectively just like, yeah, so why did your, like, why'd your income go down last year? And I was like, what do you mean income went down last year? I was like, I made way more money last year than I did in 2024 from streaming. And our underwriter's like, deductions? And apparently our bank should have, knowing that I was a 1099, had many questions about the deductions that would have directed us in a different way. So you really hate to see that. Also, heard stuff about 12 p.m. CET, which is 6 a.m. our time. I have heard confirmed not in the morning from a developer or from a moderator in the Discord. And then the other one is a screenshot that's floating around that says, was for the Brazilian guy, plan it to be the earliest around your morning hours of 6 a.m. Not confirmed, just my guess. Quoted from a moderator. That's from the content creator Discord. A moderator also said that it's not going to be in the morning. Like, word for word. So, what is it? 1099, I'm 21 years old. I'm low-key cooked. Okay, so a 1099 effectively means you're self-employed. A W-2 means you're employed for somebody. It's like your tax forms. So I'm self-employed as a Twitch streamer. Twitch pays me as a non-employee, and I'm effectively like, you know, a subcontractor through Twitch. So with a 1099, it's very common to have deductions for your tax liability. So effectively with your tax, like your liability and your deductions, you're looking at things that are necessary to the business. So if I buy a PC, if I buy a mouse, if I buy a chair, if I buy something associated with the stream, right? Then there are certain things that are, you know, reciprocating, like, or that are ongoing and repeating, like rent, internet bills, stuff like that. So the thing with deductions is they're not just free money. Deductions effectively say, I spent this much money for this business, therefore I did not make this money, I lost the money. So it doesn't just make your taxes go away, it lowers your taxable income. So instead of making what I made last year, because of the deductions on tax papers, post deductions, I made not a lot of money, which was a large difference from where we told the bank we were during pre-qual and where the underwriter who reviews everything at the end saw. Because they look at 2 years and they want to see good credit, they want to see low debt, and they want to see consistent payments and like employment history for 2 full years. So if they see any red flags outside of that 2 years, they're like, ah, shit. So they saw that post deductions, I was super low comparatively to what we told them. And they were like, no. So our bank should have picked up on that I was self-employed, and they should have directed us to a certain type of loan, which would have during this process brought us on a different route, and also off of that led to, you know, a potential different outcome. So none of the morning is subjective to the person. They were talking about EU time. The exact question was, what time EU will it drop at? And they said they don't have an exact time, but they can say not in the morning, because the team is going to have to get in and work on things. I can say from my personal perspective, I was talking to Coco today, and they are working right up until like launch and past that. Like, they are pushing everybody to hit deadlines, and it's very, 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 very close. Very close. Hank, good day. Who's Coco? One of lead mods, class designer, a lot of that shit. Very, very, very intelligent lad that makes some crazy builds. So we can definitely know for sure that even up until the deadline, they're going to be working on everything, and they're probably not going to sleep tonight. So there's zero shot, I think, that it's up at like the start of their workday tomorrow. I think they're probably going to spend, and again, I don't have a sight inside of the stew to know what's going on, but I would have to guess that based on my conversations today, they're not really in a spot to drop it first thing in the morning. They're still working on some core stuff. Also, we might see the trees changes. You might see the trees change. So, they said in the content creator Discord that it'll 100% not be morning. Yeah, it's not in the morning at all. So, you said you had private convos. I'm just going off what I gathered. Well, yeah, that's why I was updating you. Because I was giving you the most current information. I wasn't calling you an idiot. I was just making sure you knew based on the same resources that I had. I don't know what the sideways is. You asked me what time, and I answered what time based on what I had. So there was a mod that said it wouldn't be in the morning EU time in the CC area previously. And then there was a newest screenshot where they said the absolute earliest that it may be is like 5 to 6 a.m. EST, but that's not confirmed, just a guess. And they said that's the absolute earliest that it could possibly be in that screenshot. So I'm just trying to give you perspective on like why I'm not planning around it at 5 to 6 a.m. Also, I wouldn't have other people plan around it. Realistically, I would feel really bad if I was like, guys, it might drop at 5 to 6 a.m. and then people got up for that time and then it didn't drop till noon. So I'm gonna just tell people what I have for the most recent sources and try to educate based on that. That's literally all. I don't think the experience with this for you will be different from Ashes in terms of gameplay. Oh, far different. I think the world structure and the open world incentivization is a lot different, if I'm being honest. I think the PvX structure is going to be severely different over here, and not necessarily in a bad way. Fierce Knight, what up, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Vita, hope you guys are having great days. I don't necessarily think it's going to be as built on the open world friction all the time, and more so like little bouts of open world friction here and there. But overall, I don't necessarily know that it's going to be this like, guilds declaring war upon each other in the open world and then just going at it type shit. I don't know that, the world bosses will be the big incentivized thing. Now, granted, even in Ashes, the world bosses weren't the big incentivized thing. They were great, but even then, just crafted everything. So, Ashes LMAO. Yeah, it's Ashes now. Speaking of Ashes, their website's for sale now, evidently. Probably just a domain renewal, if I had to guess. If somebody doesn't renew their domain, then people can snipe the domain and effectively hold the domain. So what would actually be kind of smart right now is for somebody to snipe the domain and then hold it. And then if Ashes was won by either side, then there would be an attempt to repurchase ashesofcreation.com from the domain holder. So the second a well-named domain goes into public purchase area, you will have a lot of people that try to buy it. Same thing with like a username on Twitter. There is an entire market, like a multi-million dollar market for Twitter usernames, Instagram usernames, Twitch usernames, like literally just usernames and domain names. It's actually crazy. So crazy. People will just hold the domains. So it's going on GoDaddy for $100 right now. $100 for what's the period? Like a month? Because $100 a month for ashesofcreation.com, $1,200 a year at that point. Hold it for 2 years, $2,500 we'll say, with a $100 tip at the end. And then if the court case ends one way or the other at the end of the 2 years and they try to sell it to somebody, then whoever buys it is going to have to buy the domain off you. You could probably get $25,000, $50,000 off of that like it's nothing, even if they're only buying the IP for like $1 million. Selling it on GoDaddy right now for $50. Whoa, wait, why don't you just pass it over to me? Or start making DustyWhy domains? I already own my domain. Get fucked. Yeah, y'all can email me. Y'all can shoot me a business email on my line. Or they do a different domain. I think we underestimate how much money businesses will pay for domain and brand recognizability, especially once it's already established and it's a lapsed domain. Like, if Nike lost Nike.com, they wouldn't change it to NikeSportswear.com. They would sue the fuck out of anybody that touched Nike.com until Nike.com was Nike.com again. If Blizzard lost any of their websites, that shit's cooked. That shit's cooked. You have on social medias the element of impersonation once you are a large enough entity to where you can claim impersonation through TOS if somebody has your name that you want, and then you can just rip your name away from them as well. Like, they will end up with that domain one way or the other, and the best way that you can do it is getting paid for it, and there are genuinely people that make fucking bank off that. But yeah, they could do a different domain, but they also won't. They simply won't. You add an underscore, you add an exclamation point, you add a 1 at the end, you add whatever, right? It's not the same. Completely different username. What up, Alchemist? How you doing, my boy? But again, Phil's Badman. Hey, I blame you guys. Carla had to apply for jobs. Well, technically had an interview for a job today. So, it was a tough day. Tough day for all of us. The mortality of her having to work her hands to the bones. So I am able to do this. No, she's trying to get a better job. Something like AOC.com, something they still do with the title. If I had to guess, I think AOC.com is already probably used for something else. Yep. So big problem. AOC.com is literally a brand. So, yeah, no, that's the thing. In today's world, you're not fine with that. Like ashes.com, they would have to rename the Ashes of Creation brand to just be Ashes for the game and then sell everything off of just Ashes. It'd be like when fucking Ron Artest switched his name to Meta World Peace. Like, yeah, it's still a name switch, but a lot of people are still gonna say Ron Artest and be like, you remember when Ron Artest punched the fuck out of that guy in the stands? Like, it's not gonna be Meta World Peace off of that. So, FWP.com, any Meta World Pieces in the chat? Why Carla leaving the phone store? Because she needs 40 hours a week. We, after this round of the housing stuff, are taking a different route, basically. So instead of trying to reapply and get a mortgage, we are going to try to save up for 2 years as much as we can and then try to build a house. And just try to save up like the liquid for that which is the largest thing typically, is the liquidity to get the initial cost taken care of, and then it's actually like easier, which is kind of nice. But yeah, from that standpoint, we're just kind of like redirecting goals. So she's trying to get something that she enjoys a little bit more. The phone store was great because it was an easy transfer. Like very easy transfer for her to just like pop up here and then start at the same place. But she also made a lot more money in the middle of a city doing it than she does up in Maine doing it. So she's like, okay, well, what if I just get something that's hourly that I'm not going to have to, you know, worry about hitting sales quotas or anything like that, because her corporate people are like, oh, you got to get, you know, this many sales per this many door pulls, blah, 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 blah. And a lot of that's kind of like out of the control when you're in a cell phone store where people are just going to come in and ask questions and shit. So commission jobs are frustrating. Yeah. So she's getting tired of like the KPI chase and everything, and wants to just have something where over the next couple of years, because she's going to lock down a job for, you know, foreseeable future, because we need 2 years of consecutive employment history for both of us for everything. So I got to stream for more than 2 years consecutively now, like in the future, can't stop now. And then she's trying to find a job that she's going to enjoy for more than 2 years. That's going to give her very solid, you know, very solid hourly and everything. So that's her big goal right now. And that's where we're trying to get her set up. So her interview today was at like a daycare type shit to do teaching stuff there, but she didn't have a good vibe from the place. So she was like, yeah, I'm gonna pass. Hank, my boy, I appreciate you. Thank you, my goat. They did some really scummy shit too. They told her before she got to the interview that her hourly would be like X amount of dollars. And then when she got to the interview, they were like, hey, so we talked to the people, by the way, and it turns out we can only pay you, you know, X minus 1, like $1 less per hour. Sorry. And dude, she told me that, and I was like, yeah, no, we're just gonna get you a different job somewhere else. You have more interviews tomorrow. Bro, that shit, they scamming? Bro, that shit immediately gave me bad vibes. Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. It's like you hit somebody up on Facebook Marketplace, right? And you're like, yo, I'll give you $100 for this. And then you pull up and you're like, oh, sorry, I only have $75. Oh, silly, I lost the other $25. Oh, gosh. Like, it's so scummy. So scummy. Plays that shit so much. Dude, I hate it. I hate it. I'd have accepted, then quit the day before I start. Yo, that would actually be fucking hilarious. Tell them you're accepting it and then just not show up to do any of the onboarding or anything. Like, that would be absolutely devious, but it might just work. It might just work. They should break down the gameplay showcase video from 4 months ago. The thing about breaking stuff down from 4 months ago is that everything's changed. Like, that's, in my opinion... How do we get on this screen? That's, in my opinion, one of the largest... Not problems, but one of the largest hurdles right now. I have put in over 100 hours at this point to covering scars. And I don't even know if there are 100 hours of dev streams out. Like, I don't know if there's 100 hours of Scars of Honor content between dev streams and YouTube videos. I don't get it. I don't know why I'm here. What's Stone? What up, my boys? It's called addiction. I mean, it's also quite literally my job. So some call it just being good at my job. Being able to educate the people like crazy on everything. I could be going over and playing anything else, but I'm blessed to be able to, you know, stream what I want to cover. And I don't really feel confined or shoehorned into any direction to be comfortable on stream, which is, I think, something I'm incredibly grateful for. The fact that I can put 2 weeks of, you know, most of my content over the course of those 2 weeks into yapping about something that we've covered every bit of that doesn't exist yet, that's just going into a playtest. It's kind of fucking sick when you really think about it. It's something where I've had multiple days, like I got a key for the new Diablo 4 expansion from Blizzard. Thank you, Blizzard. Appreciate that. Gastro, thank you for following. Much love. You know, so Blizzard hooked me up with a key for that. Very grateful. I haven't even gone over and played yet because I've been doing this. Blizzard hooked me up with a mount for the new patch with WoW, and they were like, hey, you want to show off the mount on stream a little bit? I haven't even gone over there and claimed my mount yet. I still got the key for that mount and the one I'm giving away sitting in my email. So I gotta do that shit as well. I'm pretty grateful for the spot that we're in at this point, where I can kind of just shoot the shit about games, which some would call it addiction. But when you get paid for your addiction, it's good work ethic. Now, I try to say the same thing around my bong rips to justify it to Carla. She argues that I'm not getting paid for bong rips, I'm getting paid to stream, and I take bong rips during stream. So technically it's like, it's gray area. I say the bong rips represent good work ethic. She says I'm hopeless and will probably die alone, sad and cold. I think it's a 50-50, if I'm being completely honest. I think it could go either way. Have you thought about making a Dusty website, linking your YouTube, Twitch videos too with SEO? I mean, I think stuff like that's great if you have like name recognizability and people are firing searches with your name in it in general. But like, I don't have a large enough platform to capitalize off of that stuff, and people aren't really dropping searches namesake wise for DustyWhy very much. I think the best thing for me would actually be like posting YouTube content in the first place. I think that'd be like my best start. I'm gonna be completely honest, bro. The fact that I have been a full-time streamer for multiple years and I don't post more than like 5 YouTube videos a year on average probably doesn't help. So relationship is either really weird or really healthy. Probably both. Jordan's gonna feel weird, gonna transform into a werebear, transform from a werebear into a pangolin. Wait, no, your werebear is your pangolin. I'm pretty sure your werebear is your pangolin. And then your other one is, I don't know what the other one is. I don't know if they got like a wolf or some bullshit. The Bearman race? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so go from a baron to a pangolin, potentially to your other shapeshift. Yeah, I forgot that you already had a fucking anthropomorphic body to play out of. Goddamn furry race. What time tomorrow? Hard telling. They haven't released a time. The closest time that we've been told is 2 different mods being like, one says it could be as soon as 6 a.m. EST and noon EU. And then the other mod is like, hey, it's definitely not going to be in the morning. And then a third source was like, hey, we're working like right up to fucking deadlines. We're trying our best. We're cooking. So I think it might be later in the day, probably post noon EST, maybe towards the end of their workday, rather than at the start. I think they could always shock the world, and my predictions can sometimes be ass. But I'm willing to put my eggs in the basket of noon or later EST. But I'm a third mod to say, I don't know. Yeah, that's literally it. Yeah, I have no fucking idea. It'll be morning because they're 9 hours out of me. Yeah, probably PST-wise, it'll be morning for you guys. Yeah, my guess, and again, this is just like my guess, is if everything goes well, noon to 1 EST. It's like 7 their time, and that would be finishing up one day of, you know, one last day of prep, one last day of wrapping up trees, ability interactions, all of that, and then launching at noon to 1 EST. Like, yes, technically that's late EU for a launch, but also without people taking a lot of time off work, that might work out perfectly for EU. Because I don't really think many people have taken time off of this without knowing that they have keys or anything like that. I feel like when you look at it from that standpoint, 9 to 11 a.m. PST. Why is it gotta be 9 to 11? Why can't it be like 9 to 10:59? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Venelin did it. Mage abilities can't melt steel beams, chat. Never forget. Never forget. How do I get in or not? They email you the key. Pizza! What am I doing? They will email you the key tomorrow if you get in. but also they will have multiple waves of keys that are going to be going out. So in terms of the keys, they will be sending out, from what we've gathered, each day, multiple waves of invites. And they will send out those invites each day after day. Now, at what point do they cut it off? We don't know. Is there a total target number of players that they're trying to accommodate? We don't know. We don't know. If I'm being honest, I genuinely have no goddamn clue. So, I'm hoping that, I mean, maybe an announcement goes out, but at this point in time, it's American just converted to C's EST times he was mentioning. Wait. Yeah, 9 to 11. Noon would be 9. And then 1 would be 10. But yeah, 9 to 11 PST type shit. I'm American. But again, that's just my guess. I'm just kind of taking a stab at the heart of the day. Now, again, my guess is effectively me going and just throwing a blindfolded dart at the board and hoping it sticks. I got no fucking clue in terms of a hard confirmation. What I've been told, again, the devs are working hard to try to get every bit of information that they can, you know, into the game, every update that they can into the game before the playtest begins. And they are trying their very, 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 very damnedest. Now, there will still be bugs. There will still be things that are not 100% ready. And they will be pushing updates each day of the playtest as well. Which leads me to a question. Will we get patch notes? I hope. I like patch note reviews. Especially if the game has to be taken down at any point in time. Really like the concept of patch note reviews. But it all depends. Do we know what time yet? No. Nope. No hard time yet. It's all just guesses. Literally all just guesses. Even if you ask the moderators themselves, they don't know. I don't know that there's a target for it. I don't know that there's even like a, hey, let's try to get it up by this point. From what we've gathered, it's literally just all hands on deck, pumping as much as possible, non-stop, just trying to get everything done. So, see the gameplay showcase video? Yeah, I've seen too many fucking videos from this game. I've seen too much at this point. It's like when somebody comes up to you and they're like, want to see a dead body? Then you open up your door and it's like Jeffrey Dahmer shit. It's like, Dusty, you seen the Scars video? And I'm like, I dreamt about this Scars video. Got this shit memorized like the lines in Step Brothers. It's fucking tragic. God damn shame. My ability to retain useless information is only bested by my ability to not retain any actually important information, if I'm being completely fucking real. It is it's a substantial change up. Substantial change up. Then you see AOC on the corner smoking. God fucking damn it, bro. I see Ashes in New World just smoking crack. They're just like huddled up under a tarp, just smoking crack together, and I'm like, what are you guys doing? You could have been something. They could have been the professional athletes from the neighborhood making it big. They could have been the ones that put Social Sandbox, the MMOs, on the map. But they discovered the fucking Fetty Wap. Jefferson, thank you for the hydrate, my boy. Honestly, you really do hate to see that shit too. It's like Johnny Football early in his career. Genuinely just an absolute fucking shame. Chat, before I try to tell myself that I might know any form of a launch date or a launch time, nobody's heard anything else, right? Because believe you me, I tried to pry for a more concise bit of information. And even I couldn't get anything. They're iron. They're literally, they are so locked down, bro. I don't know if it's like the European mindset, but they wouldn't squeal. I tried to do everything I could. I tried to slip it into like general questions. I tried to weasel my way in there. I haven't seen jack shit about even a target date. Sorry, a target time. They haven't been saying a single thing. Guessing it'll be around 3:30 p.m. dev time zone because nobody wants to release an hour before everybody's off work. You'd think they get off work at 5 in EU? I almost feel like EU, they'd be more susceptible to having to stay late. I don't know. Actually, how many hours a week they got to work in Bulgaria? They got a 40-hour week there? Because I know some places in EU are less than that, I think, right? EU have labor laws that protect them. Well, so do we, but we have what are called exemptions. So, you know, see, just finished farming up my epic. My epic greatsword and a longbow, and then boom, we quit. Nah, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, I was just farming, and then the news came across. I was on stream just farming, bro. I was chilling, smacking some mobs. So we're hoping that we don't run into something like that with scars as well on this end, where we're all just enjoying our time, and then Venny's like, "Hey guys, I fired everyone." And we're like, "What do you mean you fired everyone?" And he's like, "I fired everyone. We're closed." I'm really hoping that shit doesn't happen again. Because honestly, Amazon Games pulled that baby back bullshit. Ash 2.0. Ashes couldn't have been Ashes without New World. Shit, bro. Be real. If New World didn't drop the ball so hard on launch, then Ashes wouldn't have been able to be Ashes. Oh, hey, Venny. We were just talking about you. Don't fire everybody. We'd like to have a game to play for some time to come. We're all excited, and we're discussing how anytime we get excited about a game, it all blows up. Why should I? I don't know. Seems like what everybody else in game development's doing right now. I don't really think that anybody should be fired, but apparently every game developer in the world is just like, ah, fuck it, we don't need you. So, we're rooting for you guys. We're really excited for tomorrow. We hope you guys are as well. The largest question that people have had today. Do you know what time servers are coming up at? That is what we've been trying to theory craft. We have mods that are like, it might come out in the morning if it's ready. It might come out later in the day. We're ready for it, whatever. I'm gonna be here whenever. We don't know time to sleep. Around 12 Bulgarian time. Is that your target? Oh, wait a minute. It might actually happen early. Oh God, wait, that means it is targeted for 6 EST. Noon or midnight? I believe noon. 12 a.m. their time. I think 12 p.m. 12 p.m. is noon. I would have to assume noon. Noon? Thank you. Oh boy. Oh boy. Gonna have to be up early tomorrow. Goodness me. Oh, that's such an early day. Holy. So it's like 12 hours from now. I'm in danger. So 2 a.m. my time. Yeah. So I mean, hey, I will say, this is going to be the first MMO that we've played in a minute where EU isn't yelling that they have a terrible time slot for their launch. So, boss slaps, better gear up before going there. Yeah, but what if I have like 100 people? Like, it slaps if there are 5 people, but what if I just throw human life at it, pain and suffering until it dies? Like the pyramids. The pyramids were one of the most beautiful things created by man. And probably more people died than the number of blocks that are in those giant pyramids. Sometimes we just gotta throw bodies. Not gonna help any one-shots. Is there a cleave? That's not good. That's not good. Yeah, I'm assuming our starter gear. This is probably not going to be the most elite gear. We're gonna spawn in a loincloth. So that's 5 p.m. your time. No, that's 5 a.m. Well, no, is it 5 a.m. my time or is it 6 a.m. my time? Bulgaria's 6 or 7 hours ahead of me. Hear me out. What if I just fly to Bulgaria so then I can sleep in more and then I can play at noon instead of 6 a.m.? Chat, this is tech. It's actual tech. I just Googled. It says 2 p.m. PST. Wait, that's not true. That's... Bulgaria's ahead. Because CEST, is that the European one? Whatever the fuck the European one is. Europe's usually 6 hours ahead of us. So, like, Europe, it's like 11:35 p.m. for a lot of Europe right now. And then probably midnight 35 for some of Europe. I don't really know how much, like, it keeps going over there. But I'm pretty sure, we're looking at midnight, not noon. It's 2 a.m. PST, 5 a.m. Oh, they're 7 hours ahead. Oh, my God. Dude, I haven't woken up it's in years at 5 a.m. Oh, goodness gracious. Chat, I don't know if I'm going to make it at 5 a.m. I don't know if I'm going to make it at 5 a.m. I do that every day. I know. Bro, I started streaming so I wouldn't have to do that. I used to have to wake up at 3:30 for opening my Starbucks store when I was a store manager. And I do not have to pull off that baby back bullshit anymore. I get to sleep in. Brother, I took a nap today until like fucking 4 and then I woke up and got ready to stream. Oh, goodness gracious. Depends where you're from. Are you East or West US? Oh, I'm very East US. I'm up at 3 usually. Go to bed now. You go to bed now? Wait, what time is your usual, like... What time is your usual laydown time, Hoofsy? You excited for Scars? The build has been wild. I'm excited. I wouldn't be here if I wasn't excited, if I'm being honest. I am someone that values my, like... I don't want to say, like, my journalistic integrity, but I consider streaming and providing feedback on things that you stream to be, like, a sacred honor, where if you have any sort of a name for yourself and your community, your feedback holds much more weight than, you know, the word of just one person that plays a game going, yeah, because we speak as a community. And I feel like there is almost a... I don't want to word it like very cornball-y, but in my opinion, gaming journalism is dead, and streamers are the modern day gaming journalists, and I put a duty on myself to not just put fake excitement into games, because I can't do that with how much I stream. People see right through it. When I was playing WoW and I wasn't happy playing WoW, my community that's been here for a while knew, bro. People had come in and new players don't, or new viewers don't know what they don't know, but those that spend days, weeks, months in here. I've streamed over 1,030 days in a row at this point. Like, people know. People know when I'm enjoying something and when I'm not. So for me, the only reason why I'm here, the only reason why I've talked about Scars for 100+ hours before actually playing it is because the concept of this game, what I have seen, the class design, the system catalog that they're presenting, it interests me. Genuinely, I didn't go over to Quinfall because for me, it's more important to maintain what I genuinely want to do. Journalism's thriving, more content to write about than ever right now. Video game journalism? No, video game journalism is dead. Video game magazines are at the lowest value they've ever been. Fewer are being shipped now more than ever. Video game review websites are getting less traffic than ever, and Twitch streamers are being used more and more frequently as your guiding source for video games, and everybody is effectively shitting on all of the established game journalist reviews because all of them are paid promotions. Video game journalism has at this point in time never been more laughed and spit on. And if you think that compared to the days of Game Informer sitting in a basket beside every toilet while you took a shit, every single waiting room, every lobby of every place that you sat down, you're probably tripping, brother. Video game journalism has never been more washed out, never been more corporately sponsored, never been more paid out, never been more shilly than anything else. And yes, you do still have elements of that with content creation, and I'm not gonna say that you don't, because you let me tell you, you got a lot of bag chasers that will go anywhere that there's a sponsor and put a fake smile on their face just to make $500 or so. And I cannot bring myself to do that, because I consider, like, you know, my feedback to my community is game journalism. The reason you guys are here when the game's not up is because you'd rather be here learning about Scars of Honor than trying to Google Scars of Honor and looking at the Wikipedia or the resources. I am your game journalist. You're not going to Dexerto asking them to write an article about Scars. You're going to DustyWhy asking about Scars. Game journalism's not thriving, brother. It's dead. We're your new game journalists, and streamers and YouTubers have been for quite some time. And it might not be me for everybody, but the most cutting, up-to-date information about every video game always comes from seeing it played live. So streamers have a bigger influence than before for sure, but it's not the only beneficial advertisement or the best. It's not. I don't think game journalism is the best advertisement either. If I'm being honest, commercials are not the best advertisement. Game journalism is not the best advertisement. Word of mouth is your best advertisement, your best spread, which only comes from a successful game. But to say a streamer isn't the best advertisement for a game, especially on a massive level, my dog doesn't understand marketing spends and why companies literally pay millions upon millions of dollars to have streamers play their games. Now, viewbotting plagues a lot of it, but streamers, especially when you were on the mega streamer side of things with the tens of thousands of average viewers, yes. Yes, it is one of the best forms of direct advertisement that you can get, especially in terms of an engaged audience for a long time. You can pay a streamer to run a 5-hour sponsored stream, and if they're a 10,000 average viewer streamer over the course of that 5-hour sponsored stream and they're not viewbotting, that's going to bring in more meaningful impressions than running an ad on YouTube will, because that ad on YouTube is going to get scrolled by. People that are watching Jinxie stream League, they're probably going to pick up some League. It's literally, like, you can look at the Jinxie effect of games right now, and he's one streamer. Every single time that Jinxie goes to a game, tens of thousands of people follow, because an average viewership is also not a concurrent. A concurrent average is not your total viewership. It's not like your total active users, your, individuals or anything like that. So when you're looking at that, you got to realize, like, a 10,000 average viewer streamer on a 5-hour stream is probably bringing in 150 to 200,000 unique people that are all going to be like, oh, I wonder what Jinxie's streaming. I wonder what this person's streaming. It's going to be hundreds of thousands of actual impressions that are focused on that game, instead of just, like, tossing something out there and hoping somebody gets it. I don't think game journalism's ever been worse. And I think that, and again, this is just my personal stance on why I don't chase slop, more or less. So shoot me if you want to. But I don't chase slop because so much game journalism is slop. How many times have video games been initially reviewed by these curators as absolute dog shit and been a Game of the Year contender? How many times has a game been reviewed as an absolute Game of the Year contender and hyped up by corpos, only to come out and conquered? It's happening too much nowadays. So people are losing trust in the journalism side of things because it's not accurate. When you have journalism that starts out with, I spent 3 hours being flown out to the studio to test this upcoming title. And then you have a streamer that's like, yeah, I played 18 hours of this yesterday. There's a little bit of a difference in qualification level there. And I don't really think you have journalism that's really investigating on the level that streamers can at this point, if I'm being honest. But everything's all just paid. That's the shittiest thing about it. Also, Claire, hope you're having a beautiful day. I appreciate you coming through. Still got a stack of Game Informer sitting in the corner, but don't even touch them. Dude, I wish I could still get hype about Game Informer reviews and stuff. I remember every dump was magical because of the Game Informer sitting beside the toilet. That pee-splattered magazine brought me more joy than many people in my life did. And honestly, I don't even know if that was all just pee. Sometimes people were probably just excited about upcoming titles. But let me tell you, I spent a lot of time watching reading Game Informer to see if any upcoming titles were dropping. Nowadays, you know what I do? I load up Twitch. I load up YouTube. I look and see what the content creators that I follow are playing. The Prima Strategy Guide. What the fuck was a cheat code website I used to use? Was it like easycheatcodes.com or something like that? There was a cheat code website that I used to use as a kid for console games and shit. Cheat Planet? Cheat CC? Oh, hey, you cheating ass motherfuckers. It's me, the FBI. Freeze, bitch. God damn. God damn. Okay, so it turns out I wasn't the only one. We were all out here cheating shit. Those insurers are having the influence. That is supporting journalism, but since games are growing, the field of journalism does it too. I do agree there. I think journalism has never had less credibility than it does now, realistically. Like, yes, of course, there's a lot of opportunity to write about stuff, but it's almost like it's turning into the town crier, in my opinion, where it's like somebody's standing in the middle of the town and they're going, this game fucking sucks, but nobody's listening anymore because it's all just like somebody screaming at the top of their lungs about hoopla and hullabaloo that they haven't even researched as a game journo. It's really annoying as a streamer, honestly, too. Like, I'm gonna be completely real. I have played games that have been covered by enough resources to have information out about it, but not enough resources to have accurate information out about it. And even with, I try to stop saying the A word, but with the Ashes situation, right? I watched massive multi-million subscriber YouTubers and celebrity personalities make videos about the Ashes situation with completely inaccurate information. And even there, I'm like, brother, do some due diligence, please, for the love of God, do some due diligence. And everybody just, on a game journo standpoint, as the content catalog grows and there's more to cover from a journalism standpoint, from a YouTuber standpoint, you also aren't able to dedicate yourself to it as much. If I went undercover as a Bulgarian game developer for 2 weeks to tell you everything about Scars of Honor, I got hired at the studio and everything, I'd be able to gain a lot more information in 2 weeks than I would if I was like, I infiltrated, Beast Burst Studios for literally 24 hours. I'd learn some stuff, but I wouldn't learn what I'd learn in 2 weeks there. If every game journalist just put in 2 weeks to a game, they'd have a great take on it. However, they don't have the time to do that because the content catalog continues to grow. And instead of every platform, I don't know if platform's the right word, but every platform, instead of hiring more journalists to actually accommodate all the games, they say, we need you to up your number of pieces that are out. So it's really not even the game journalist's fault that they fucking suck. It's that the people that are paying them and driving them are like, I need you to review these 10 games by the end of the week and also write think pieces on them without using ChatGPT. And they're like, oh, without ChatGPT. Right. And then some of them forget that. Back in my day, I had books to cheat. Had to go to GameStop and look for a fucking cheat code book like a goddamn man. Has anyone gotten their invites? Are we getting them later and tomorrow? Later and tomorrow. Technically later tomorrow. Both are right, but it's going to be tomorrow. So we have heard... I don't want to say it's terrible news. I don't want to say it's terrible news. But if you don't like waking up early and you're in the US, it's terrible news. Apparently, they seem confident that they might be ready to launch around like noon Bulgarian time tomorrow for playtesting. Which would be approximately early as fuck EST. Now, those that know that when I first wake up, I'm typically a little like dry sarcasm and not as like haha quirky as I am after a few minutes of waking up. 5 a.m. me is a different beast. 5 a.m. me wants violence. 5 a.m. me wants vengeance. Suffering. 20-hour stream, go grab some Red Bulls. Brother, I'm about to Stone Cold Steve Austin some fucking Red Bulls. I'm about to just to start the stream. I swear to God, I've never been nervous for a stream because I'm a man and I live up to the occasion, the man in the arena type shit. But I am nervous for a 5 a.m. stream, 6 a.m. stream. That does not give me time to properly start my morning. The video of what the gameplay will look like on test. Like kind of relatively recent videos. They have a gameplay breakdown from 4 months ago that we can check out. We'll check that out here today, so people that haven't seen it can get a little refresher. Thinking of fucking rapier abilities. Get a little flash out there. Anyways, a little refresher on it. They did throw up a dev stream this last Sunday. Venny was out here cooking some absolutely heinous combos on the Mage and also got adorably distracted with the barrier. Coco was trying to tell him these crazy Mage combos and Venny was just hitting mobs going, look at how much barrier there is. It was so fucking adorable. It's so funny. My man just wants to tank. Coco was explaining like, oh, if you put this ability on yourself and then you teleport and then you do this, and Venny's just casting one ability, a full barrier with one skill. And then he puts the improved barrier points in and he's like, look at how much barrier there is now. Oh my God, I love this man. Dude, he's so funny. He gets so excited about video games, which to me is a very good sign. I would rather have somebody that is like childlike happy at the sight of their product coming together than just be like, yes indeed, tell me the next combo, sir. I loved that shit, dude. Seeing actual humans making the game. I think this might be overpowered. Okay, I noted that in my bugs. That might have been rooting every single time.
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni
Yo,
hao, ni hao.
gang, how are you, my boy? Corsav, what up, dude? I have a suggestion for when you give out codes. Is it to give you a code first? I've heard that suggestion from a few people, actually. I've heard that. Now, I'll consider. Just some codes for people who can answer questions correctly about Scars of Honor. Some people that are really excited about the game can get some. It's a good idea for like a future launch, I think. If I had more time to plan it out and I had a little bit more information myself, like when we know the lore, when we know systems and stuff like that, like a little Jeopardy type beat could be cool. Give out some keys on trivia questions. I just don't really have prep for that, honestly, but that is a good idea, I think. I typically do like marbles races. We do marbles on stream, so it keeps it like, you know, lighthearted, fun, a little bit of RNG there as well. So even if somebody like wants to come and play, but they might not have followed every dev stream or anything like that, then they still have a chance to participate and win. So I don't know how many keys I'm gonna get to give away, but my goal is definitely to get everybody involved as much as possible. Just watched a video from 2 days ago. Shit's looking fun. And it is. Not too armor focused, but combat focused, which is a big W. Yeah, and it seems like armor's still going to play some very important roles, but we're going to have a lot of mitigation options and a lot of different forms of gameplay coming out from this passive tree. So the passive tree is a very Path of Exile inspired tree. Here's a look at the most current Mage tree. And the build that I have right now in this is actually kind of like an AoE PvE tank build. So in terms of that, with this tree, these 6 in the middle are kind of like your keystones. So you're starting with 2 of these 6, and these can be anything from, you know, your Ring of Ice also slows for a little bit longer, which honestly, you could also take out Ring of Ice theoretically if you wanted to, and you could go here, and then you could go down to here, then down into, oh wait, what the fuck is that? That one's supposed to go that way. Go down here, then go down here, and then grab Lance and a few off of Lance. Anyways, there's a lot that you could change up simply off of this to have a very, very substantial change to the build. So the one I had previously was slowing Ring of Ice. Ring of Ice also slows for 6 seconds by 30%. I switched it over to bouncing elemental missiles because it's a little bit more AoE damage. However, Arcane Surge Barrier is what you're going to want to spam a lot of the time, so maybe Arcane Missiles or Elemental Missiles doesn't really go with it. This is why we're going to have to theorycraft a lot. You could hybridize your build effectively anyway. On the Mage side, they have a barrier side of the tree, or like a tank version of the Mage they have a pure elemental caster, or they have kind of like a cosmic big like nuki caster type shit. So it's going to be interesting to see what actually plays out. Black Hole up here, just an AoE grab type ability. Archon makes you an actual god for 5 seconds. So Airways, what up, dude? What time does playtest start? Yeah, as Kaiser said, it could be as early as 2 a.m. PST, 6 a.m. EST. Venny had said that their goal that they are targeting is noon Bulgarian, which is early as fuck. Now, I'm going to put the disclaimer out there. I'm going to be the one to say it. I mean this in no bad way. I have played too many MMOs and ARPGs and multiplayer launches to trust that. I have played far too many. Now, I don't know how many people they're letting in right off rip, how many people are going to have their keys immediately or not. But something tells me even if they try to put servers up at noon, there are going to be some issues with it. I'm just preparing. I hope it goes incredibly smooth. I hope. But I am prepared for the absolute worst case scenario of me sitting here just shooting the shit with y'all for a little bit. It's happened in many games before. And that was their full launches. No, it's for full launches. No pre-download? No pre-download, but also that's probably to stagger people actually getting in. If I had to guess. Just from a realistic standpoint, it doesn't seem the worst to stagger people in and out. Depending on, like, what they're trying to accommodate. Cumulative link for the build? Yes. Is it export? Is this one? Export. Generate link. Copied. Keep in mind, this is just a template that I threw together, but there we go. I would, ow, fuck, I just kicked my desk. The entire premise of this, like, you can switch over to ice if you want to, but the entire premise of this is just like an AoE PvE tank build. So Arcane Surge Barrier, just blasting your barrier up. Now, keep in mind, the tree isn't fully updated, so you will, when you get the full tree, want to reallocate some of your points. So I would recommend taking these, and then potentially, like, Phoenix Point and maybe even Iceland's Point and going into your improved barrier. I can't exactly remember where they were in the tree. I want to say somewhere over here, like south of Spectral Blade, just off of memory. But you'll definitely want that. It's going to improve your total barrier by a lot. A lot. Well, keys go out tonight. I believe it'll be tomorrow when they actually open up the servers. They'll start setting them out. This is a classical version of Flashing Lights. It may be. It may be. I might have the best music on Twitch. Maybe I did it myself. Imagine showing up to work 8 hours early only for the boss to be late. I mean, y'all do that every day. I'll be real. I got on at like 5 today because I said that I couldn't. I didn't want to stream too much because I expected a long stream tomorrow, and I had shit to do today. But I got on at like 5 today. Y'all were waiting for me. Y'all were here. I appreciate you guys and all of your patience. Genuinely couldn't do it without you. But y'all should be used to the boss not being on time. I'll always be looking at 2. Yeah, through playtesting, I'm gonna be better about the 2s. I'm not gonna lie. So with the housing stuff that we were trying to do the past couple of months, that shit was really busy. Really busy. A lot of the time. So that kind of cooked a lot of the 2 p.m. starts. The busyness was not good for it. So I'm gonna be a lot more tight to the 2 p.m. schedule. So appreciate you for how kind you are. Didn't see you a lot of times. Let me through rushes. Be a repulsive guy. Hence how you use the report. I appreciate that. Listen, I can be an asshole as well. I'm not gonna lie. I am not a perfect person, but I just really am passionate about what I do, and I'm thankful for my community that shows up. I'm very much a normal person. I can be rude, abrasive, and pretty much everything in between. But I also try to consider that I am in a very good spot. I'm blessed to be where I'm at and just chilling here. So together. So to get Prime. We'll work up to that T3. We'll work up to it.
Prime Kappa.
Yo, Tucktard, thank you for the 2 months, brother. Very rube. Very rube. Very rube. Man, also bad at predictions. Why is it that I can't get a prediction right ever? Whenever I predict something, just take the under, chat. Anti-Dusty that shit. If someone's like, hey, Dusty, I think it launches at 6, and I'm like, all of my sources tell me that it won't be in the morning, it's in the morning. I swear to God, at this point, all of my sources are just like, when I hit them up. Inverse Dusty, the Kramer of Gaming. Brother, it's miraculous. Actually fucking miraculous how bad I am at predicting anything. I could say that Scars of Honor is going to be great tomorrow, and like somebody from Beastburst would show up in a black SUV and kick the shit out of me and stop me from playing the game. I genuinely don't know. I like Death Note, the craziest scenarios. I literally said that Steven was going to go to Vegas, hit the Baccarat tables and gamble all our money, come back, fire everybody one day and say, fuck it, I'm retiring on a beach. And honestly, that scenario wasn't too far off. He did go to Vegas. I don't know if Baccarat was involved, but there might have been Baccarat. I wonder if Venny's ever played Baccarat or been to Vegas. Yo, we should bring Venel into Vegas and let him gamble. Oh shit, wait, if Scars goes well, we should bring Venel into Vegas and then let him rip some craps, play some Baccarat, get on the slots a little bit. You know you can smoke cigs inside there. It's kind of lit. Macaulay, what up, my boy? What time tomorrow? What time zone are you? It's looking a little rough. Looking a little rough. When you see the word Baccarat, we should all take a drink. I love the word Baccarat. I'm gonna be real. I think that Baccarat in itself is one of the coolest sounding games, gambling-wise. It's entertaining to say. So pretty much 12 hours from now. Effectively 12 hours from now is their goal. Hold on, I'm gonna change my title. Hold on. Servers up at 6 a.m. EST. Bop. All right. I've corrected it. When do we know that we got the access? You'll get an email, and you'll also get a Steam notification. So make sure you have your Steam notifications turned on. Make sure you have not turned those bad boys out. Turn those bad boys off. And then check your emails. Probably when you wake up in the morning. If you're waking up at 6, good luck. Or I guess it'd be like 3 your time, 2-3 your time. So check your emails, check your Steam. I believe. Now, I don't know because I haven't confirmed. But I don't know if they're doing like a key that you're actually getting to redeem like as a physical key, or if they're doing entitlements directly for people. I believe they're doing keys. So keep your eyes on your email, because if it's an actual key that you have to go in and you have to like redeem the key and then that gives you the game and it's not just an entitlement system, then that would require a little bit more physical input on our end. So just try to stay tuned there. Nothing like getting drops of games you don't play because you ended up in random streams after leaving Dusty's stream on the tablet at night. Bro, I swear to God, sometimes I come into the stream room when I don't close my OBS, and the next day I try to sit here and figure out whose chat I'm in based on the actual the chat on my end. Hello, noob. Hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What you getting up to on this fine one? Have you made all of your preparations? We've got meal prep done here on the Y household side. We went out and Carla had a job interview today, and she has more tomorrow, and I will be absolutely blasting the entire day. Try going back to WoW. It's just a husk of what it was to me. I don't think I can ever go back. I agree. WoW has felt like I played it for about 2 months, and WoW felt really empty. WoW felt very disconnected from the world, the character, my fellow players, my community members. Excuse me. And it didn't really leave the mark on me that I wanted it to leave on me. And I wish that it was a different story. I wish with every fiber of my being that I liked sitting there just blasting M pluses, not talking to chat at all because I have to focus on M plus content. And I just don't. When I look at all the systems from WoW as a player, like if I was sitting in a room just chilling by myself without a chat that I'm hanging out in, without stream that I'm talking to, without, friends or anything, I would enjoy WoW because it is so accessible. You know, it's WoW. It's so established. It's got a great story. It's got great world building. But it's also very soloable at this point in time. Isolating? Yeah. I mean, part of that is because of the solo ability of it, in my opinion. If people can isolate, they will isolate because it's the fewest moving pieces. And people will typically take the path of least resistance to their objective. And if the path of least resistance is just queuing pubs and shit like that, then unfortunately, people are going to take that. Soulless? Oh yeah, like a ginger in the sun. Yeah, I can say it. I have a ginger brother, by the way. So I can say it. It's not a slur when I say it. How can I play Scars? Request access on Steam, if you have not yet. So search up Scars of Honor on the Steam store, and then wishlist it, and then request access. And if you do both of those, then there is a chance that you will get your key. Not everybody is going to get their key immediately. So hope and pray that you do get your key. They have, last figure that we heard, over 110,000 requests for access. And I believe that number just keeps going up. I'd be willing to bet probably like 5 gifted that they're up over 125k requests now as it draws closer. And they're probably going to get more throughout the weekend once the game continues to get its, get its movement going. So, depending on how the first couple days go, you could very well see even more people coming in on top of that 100 and however many thousand requests for access. So may the odds be in your favor. Last we've heard, they're going to have 9 servers available to start, and they've already adjusted from 6 planned to 9 planned. Nice. So we do know that they have the capability to spin up more servers if they need it. However, I don't necessarily know what the threshold is that they're going to be wanting to spin up more servers, whether they're going to try to stress test and force everybody into the 9 that they have to keep those as populated as possible. Because I also think over the course of this playtest, we're going to see a lot of fall off. We're going to see a lot of players coming in, testing for a little bit and being like, all right, I'll be back next playtest, deuces. And then they just head out, right? So you'll see new players coming in, but you'll see a lot of players not staying the entire 12 days. It's perfectly okay. I just think it's important to keep the servers populated, and I also think that's part of what slow rolling the invites is going to do. Instead of everybody going on at once as soon as they have their invite and seeing, oh, well, everybody else is trying to get in, these servers appear full, me oh my goodness gracious, and going to a new server, they're going to slow roll it. And people that are only going to play a little bit will play a little bit, and then they'll log off. And that's going to open up room for the next wave of invites that want out. And the day after, you'll have people that don't log on each day because people aren't going to be taking time off work. I'm actually kind of confident because of their rollout strategy. It seemed peculiar at first to not like give any keys or preloading, but when you think about it, they're basically just making sure that all of those logs don't get jammed up. They're going to be putting a few logs down the river, and in an ideal scenario, yeah, they could probably get all the logs down the river smooth, but the odds of a jam happening are a lot higher the more logs they throw in. The Scars Canal, we gotta demine that shit. We gotta have it peaceful for everyone. But having fun on OSRS again, would love a new MMO like OSRS but WASDA. Yeah, that's an interesting prospect of it too, like a sorry, there's a fuzzy, like a WASDA OSRS type actiony combat would be an interesting vibe. Definitely. I just, the WASDA stuff is so important to me. I need a good movement system. I need a good combat system. I can't do it without that. Been replaying BG3. Well, that's cheating. That's not even taking a chance and doing anything that might not be good. That's just cheating. That's going back to something that's way too good. You're not allowed to do that. That's like, I swear to God, we don't have sun elves. Not this time. It's nighttime. So it's gonna be kind of dark out there, unfortunately. So maybe next time. What's the play though? Probably Dwarf. Dwarf. Is time confirmed? That is their target. So like, confirmed through Venelin, but also a target, and will probably go to shit. Just let me be the bearer of bad news, because Venny's got to remain optimistic and put on the we got this guys. I can happily be the unbiased side that's like, we're probably gonna see some stuff on fire tomorrow. there will probably be a lot of issues. There will probably be delays. Expect bad, but hope for good type shit. So, according to Venny, they would like to have servers up around noon Bulgarian time, which would be like 5 a.m. EST. I'm expecting some delays. Now, to what capacity? Who knows? I don't know. I literally have no fucking clue. But that is from the man himself. So we'll see if they actually hit that. Now, again, I'm not going to be upset and up in arms if they miss that. Like, that's not to me like a hard lock-in of I'm disappointed if they don't get this, but you slinging keys at 5 a.m., bro? I swear to God. I'm about to be slinging keys in the early morning like I am fucking running these streets. Let me tell you what, you about to see me posted up on the corner, hitting my fucking gun walk with some keys in my pocket, bro. I swear, come through, hit a little Dupinski, slip a 5 in my hand, get yourself... I'm kidding, by the way. Kidding. You cannot slip a 5 in my hand for a key. You have to win a marbles race. So, it's like playing Expedition 33 for the 4th time. Cliff C, what are you doing right now? Are you playing Expedition 33 for the 4th time? Is that what I'm gathering? Have you heard of or tried the playtest for Apogee? Do I say Apogee or Apogea? Is the A silent? Really fun MMO, super excited for its full release, end of this year, I think. I honestly did not have a ton of following of other MMOs when I was in my like New World and Ashes phase, because I was so unilaterally focused on putting every single second that I had into those games. I am such an obsessive person where it's like, if I, when I was playing basketball, it was basketball. I would get out of school. I would go play basketball. I'd go to practice. I'd get out of practice and I'd go play more basketball. Like, I'm very obsessive over one thing and trying to put in as much effort and time as I can to that one thing. So I've almost like cut myself off, unintentionally of course, of looking at a lot of other MMOs that had come out where, when I was streaming New World, people would be like, oh, Dusty, you should take a weekend and do this. And I'm like, fuck you. They're like, Dusty, you should maybe take a weekend. You're a little on edge. Maybe play something else. And I'm like, maybe you should play with my balls. So, I really like streaming one game at a time. People would come in and they'd be like, oh, Dusty, Ashes is down today. Maybe instead of yapping about Ashes, we go play something. And I'm like, maybe you go play something, bitch. So, I don't know. Like, I'm not inherently against playing other things, which is why I got here, right? But who's your favorite NCAA player? Like, of all time or active? Because honestly, active, it's hard to root for people because of the state of one and dones. I feel like the state of the NCAA has changed up a lot. I won't lie. But in terms of my favorite players, NCAA wise, to watch at any point in time, I have two that are at the absolute tippity top. JJ Redick and Jimmer Fredette. And then Kemba is my third in terms of NCAA players that were just exciting as fuck to watch. I could watch JJ Redick and Jimmer just toss shit up from 40 feet before it was meta for years and years and years. They were a large reason why I, as a taller person, learned how to shoot and play outside and not under the hoop, which is why I, translated pretty well to college and stuff. So that was a big thing for me. Ready for the Cosmic Mage? Ready to miss all your abilities on a Cosmic Mage? Bro, I think some of the abilities a mage has are kind of, how do I say this nicely? Stupid. OP. Dumb as fuck. Broken. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Battle Mage is going to be funny to look at. Battle Mage is going to be stupid. I have a PvE Battle Mage build here. Subject to change a lot of things, but I think PvE Battle Mage is going to be fucking stinky because the barrier side is just, it's too good. It's too good. No, Phil tank. Yeah, but the tank was in 1v1s in all fairness. Like, 1v1s I'm not worried about because 1v1s don't fucking matter. I'll still shit on a mage in 1v1. The only thing is that I worry about is in large scale, I can just do this. So effectively, with Telestomp, guaranteed stun, optional silence if you decide to take it, black hole, damage into the black hole, pop a 5-second immunity, have 3 teleports, and then pop Archon with your 5-second immunity. That gives you a bunch of new abilities, lasers that come out of your eyes, an arcane explosion that hits hard as fuck, 5 seconds of immunity, and a second black hole, just in case you lost your other one. Absolutely fucking stupid, if I do say so myself. Not to mention, black hole is an instant cast AoE that grabs everybody into the middle. It's not that I worry in like a 1v1 standpoint of like, this won't die. I worry more in a sense of like, this is such stinky, guaranteed, stupid initiate all the way across the board where there's like no real way to counter it or stop it. That is going to be a little tough. Because even here, you could Telestomp, guaranteed stun, skip your black hole, go directly into your Archon, and then when you pop your planar shift in your Archon, that's going to give you second black hole first, pop second black hole, and get everybody siphoned in, and then pop out of your Archon, and then pop another black hole, and then tele out. There's so many combos that work with that Telestomp itself. Dude, it's fucking stupid. Stupid, if I do say so myself. I just think that there's a little bit of interaction in there from a team side where I'm like, also, this is the SOH Builds website on Terry's. But there are some interactions there where I'm like, man, this is really, 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 really high reward without a lot of risk is the biggest thing. The risk is that you burn your cooldowns and don't die because those cooldowns are guaranteed to get you out and preserve your life. And I don't really see a whole lot of like, you know, putting something bad on the line. It's like when you look at some initiators, when they get in their in type shit. Mage, you got 3 blinks. You got your actual blink, and then you got 2 warp strikes. Because you can double cast a warp strike. So even if you get hella deep on the enemy backline, you warp strike to an enemy once, warp strike to an ally the second time, and then you're going all the way across the battlefield. Real strong. Real strong. Mage has a lot of everything right now. A lot of damage, a lot of movement, a lot of everything. So, like you said, we don't know the extent of the other 3. That's exactly valid. So it could very well be that everything has a couple of builds where you just look at the synergy of the builds and you're just like, oh fuck, this is not okay. This is insane. But it's also relative in terms of the balance of the game, right? Coming from the games that, you know, I've come from, a class that does all of this is effectively taking the roles of like 4 classes and combining them all into one. So for me, I'm like, oh shit, that is an absolute game changer. For someone that comes from something where you have more of a, you know, a hero scaling power fantasy, this is just going to be another build. And from a PvP standpoint, it's usually the side point of balance. If PvE balancing feels fun and feels playable for people, a lot of people are just going to enjoy that shit. A lot of people are going to enjoy it a lot. So I do agree. I think we very much need to see the remaining 3 classes, get our hands on them, see what's up. In terms of what we know about them, not much. Like, not much at all. So we'll see. We'll see. I am hoping to have plenty of time to theorycraft before we got to go into the world boss. But something tells me we're going to spawn in with 100 people and immediately go to the world boss. Venia Z is going to one-shot us, but we shall see. They're going to have a /bug report that takes a screenshot as well, or post email questionnaire. they're going to have a bug report form that you can fill out for bug reports. I don't know if it's going to be in-game functionality or if it's going to be on their actual website or Discord. From what I've heard, it's going to be more towards their like website Discord type thing. But also my predictions are like 0 for 72 recently. So take what I say with a grain of salt. I'm going to fill up my water and then we'll check out a video or two. I shall bear back. Chat. Twitch Prime. Or you were fake. Cats with abs is absolutely S tier. Everyone hold that breath and start your timers. Well, I don't want you guys to die. Don't do that. I just had to get some water. Maybe a slight little Rapinski. Maybe a slight Rapinski. You gotta have something to keep the vibes up, right? That's a very good point. Chair has the best talking points. I swear. Y'all are spoiled. Any time that I leave and Chair just comes in and keeps y'all company, I feel like it is genuinely just, it's a blessing for you guys. To the point where I've considered 2 days a week just having Chair here for 8 hours instead of me. Like, why am I fucking annoying ass yapping when you guys could have this straight from Hermie himself? Hermie fully loaded with great conversations. So boys, who prepped for this? I'm gonna be real. Because I can't be the only person that prepped for the playtest. Like, I'm talking, we meal prepped. We have a bunch of freshly prepared leftovers and fruit in the fridge. We have done everything we need. I have 5 2-liters of Dr. Pepper ready to go. 0 prep blinds the way to go. I don't mean like information. I mean like meal prepped and shit, brother. I plan to degen this. What the fuck you mean? I'm not talking about like information. I'm talking like cleaned your house so you wouldn't have to worry about any responsibilities going into it. I got an IV bag, as you should. As you should. And you know what you should fill that IV bag with? Caffeine. Monster. Red Bull. Shit, dissolve some caffeine pills. in your saline solution right into the vein, and you will be awake forever. Now, might be in the afterlife, but you will be awake forever. Hermes' name in the chair. You should just put up a stuffed animal while you're gone. Well, I have Plank in the back, but Plank can't get up here because of the balloons. The balloons from day 1000 haven't died yet, and these are like, I think they're 34 days old or some point, right? Because this is day 1034 right now, right? Something like that. So yeah, these are like 34-day-old balloons. Premium helium. Bro, this is the shit Elon trying to get from Mars or something. I don't really understand how the fuck it's holding up so well. I don't know if I'm living in like a helium chamber or something, so it's just sucking the helium out the air. But those bad boys are very much so still good to go. Very much so still good to go. Now, I will say a lot of the strings are twisted as fuck at this point in time. That's what I just realized. These guys have been like sitting here and turning and rotating for about 30 days. And I just looked and one of them was like 6 inches shorter than the other ones because it's in the middle. And its string was so fucking twisted, it's still untwisting. I've been holding it up this entire time. Bro, what the actual Heliante? I wonder how many times that's twisted. Because that just grew like 3 inches from me untwisting it. So, if we didn't get an email by now, probably didn't get access. Not true. Emails have not gone out yet, so don't fret. There is still a very good chance that, you know, you could get access. Nobody has their emails yet. And anybody that's telling you they have their emails yet, they're lying to you. I don't have my key yet. I don't have any keys to give away yet. I don't have anything on my end either. So, as long as, you know, I have any information coming my way, I will be sending that to you guys as well. So, thanks for the key. Yeah, I got you. Thanks for the 20, Doc. Much love. But, no, like, when I get any information, you guys will definitely get information. The latest that we have is still that they are going to be sending out keys tomorrow with the servers going up. Streamer doesn't have his key yet, so obviously nobody else does either. Yeah, pretty much correct. Pretty much correct. Realistically. Benefits of being a streamer. We love to see it. So, yeah, we have a pretty good bar of things for testing. So, we will have keys ASAP. Now, as soon as they go out, we'll probably be the first to know here, unless they go out literally when I'm asleep. Which is actually probably pretty reasonable. I would have to guess, from what we've gathered, they're going to be putting the servers up, and then they're going to be sending out keys once the servers are up. So they're going to warm up the car for us before we get in the car. They're going to start baking the apple pie before we get there. So hopefully, by the time we get there, everything is in place, everything's ready to go, everything's ready to be played. Because I'm going to want to get in and immediately start theory crafting, immediately start pumping. Gonna hit up Finney for a key. Bro, hit up DA. I heard he probably got some inside info on this shit. So where are we going first? I think I might gather and craft first to try to get some new gear. I think that's my immediate prio list, or maybe find like an open world POI to grind and level, because we're still gonna have to hit 20. We gotta go 16 to 20. The key is to be honest, but don't play yourself. Never ever play yourself. J-Chat, that's your key for the day, dog. How do I get a key? Request access on Steam. Excuse me. Request access on Steam. If you have not requested access, thank you, Dusty. It's a pleasure to have you, brother. If you haven't requested access, then there's no chance that you'll get a key. If you have requested access, then I would recommend, Amy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. If you have requested access, I would recommend praying to any deities that you already worship and also doing some research on some other deities. I have actually been praying in 6 languages ever since everything started. So at this point in time, I can basically lead us through whatever we may need. I could probably do confessional for some of y'all. So who the fuck knows, but We're working our way through trying to find a key on the way there, man. Is arena balance like no gear? You just want to get naked with me, don't you? You just want to run twos with me without gear so we can be naked together, don't you, Eddie? I know you. I fucking know you. I'm in. So, with their arena system, it seems like the arenas will also be within their skill-based. So, they have had two different types of PvP that they have described to us. Step one, skill-based PvP, which is the gear equalized in various forms. We'll get into that in a sec. Then they have their progression PvP, which is advertised as carrying over the gear. These are both labeled as skill-based, so these should be gear equalized forms of PvP. I do not know currently how they plan to do the gear equalization for arena. However, the battleground I can give a little insight to. The battleground itself is actually based off of Fortnite. So it's got a little bit of a battle royale feel to it. 5v5, and you're going around this battleground trying to collect chests, trying to loot armor racks and weapon racks that will have items in them, and the chests will have basically like souls that complete the score. So you get points for killing people, you get points for looting the chests and securing objectives around the map. So it's almost like this multi-objective thing where you're going to be roaming around with your group of 5 or split separately. So kind of a cool concept for the battleground itself. I think from just a baseline standpoint, it's going to be fresh and fun for a little bit. It might still have flaws within the design of it, but I do think it's actually going to be a fresh take on a battleground that we haven't really had in an MMO in a while. Almost gives me like Hunger Games type vibes, which I always thought would be really cool. Maybe the arena gear just has gear area before the fight starts or something. Yeah, I'm not quite certain with it because in terms of the gearing, what they've shown from the crafting UI, I do not think I have the crafting video pulled up right now. Yeah, no, I don't have the crafting video pulled up right now. What we've seen in the crafting UI, when they go to craft something, I can actually find it, hold on. When they go to craft something, effectively, there's an RNG-like stat bank of gear. Of attributes that you can roll onto the gear itself. So even if you hit like masterwork on a craft, so to say, you may still get bad rolls on it and have to re-roll it. So I'm not quite certain what to think in terms of, you know, equalization, whether it's going to be a specific stat. Let's see. All right, so character UI. This is a character sheet as of 3 weeks ago was this stream. So as of 3 weeks ago, this is what main stats were looking like on a baseline level 16. Note that there is not a lot of gear equipped whatsoever. So this is probably a brand new baseline level 16 with almost no gear whatsoever. So stats are going to go up exponentially, you know, presumably as a result of that. So when they go into the crafting system itself, here, you'll see it's split up on class-based shit. So Ranger leggings, Ranger, this is the word for boots, I think it's behind camera, but it's like solarettes or something like that. So it's effectively each like class having their own shit. Now, when you craft, you're gonna have the minigame where you have 3 attempts and you have to get the timing on it as close to perfect as you can. If you get perfect timing on it, you get more quality on the craft than you would if you got bad timing on it. So quality impacts the numeric stat rolls, as well as from what we've gathered, if you get a masterwork bonus or not. I think a masterwork bonus is if you complete it perfectly. From there, you can roll this just as a result. So these Ranger pants come with 19 to 20 armor. And then your base stat, magic defense, there's only 1 in here, so you're guaranteed to get that base stat. Primary stats, you can get 4 of these. So you RNG 4 of these on a craft in these ranges, and then your masterwork bonus, if you hit, I believe, either above the threshold or perfect on the masterwork, like on the craft minigame itself, you get a masterwork bonus, which can then give you, you know, an additional magic defense, whatever, one of these rolls. So that's there's a 1 down here. So you can get up to 1 of the masterwork bonus as well. Do you think they should make those extra points allocatable with the amount of points based on the outcome of the minigame? So get rid of like 15 in all stats, then you perfect the game, you can allocate a few points where you want them. Depends. I think with controllability, I don't think either way would be bad. I just think it depends on how they want to do it. With controllability over the outcome of crafts, you have to up the material cost. And with RNG, you can keep the material cost low because not every piece of gear is guaranteed to come out as best in slot. So your economy isn't just going to have an inherent, you know, flood of bits for everybody, even though it might be lower cost. So I think if they were to do controllability, they'd have to increase this. And then new players coming in who don't necessarily care about chasing the best stats, they just want to fill out their pieces, right? Say you spawn and you don't have a cloak. And you're just like, oh, well, I'd like to make myself a cloak so I have something, right? That, in my opinion, is going to be really, 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 really easy for your first cloak. But as you look into a best in slot cloak, you might end up rolling, like Bussy said, 50 to 100 type shit. So everyone have access to the beta. As far as we know, they're going to be doing rolling invites to the playtest each day. So even if you don't get access immediately, there is a good chance that if you have requested access, you will get it over the course of the playtest. They do only have capacity for 18,000 players at once with the 9 servers they have, roughly. We don't know if it's a hard cutoff at 2,000 per server or what, but we've been told servers will hold roughly 2,000. There'll be 9 servers as of last update. That number could always change as it has in the past as well. But all things considered, it seems like there'll be a lot of room for everybody, but only 18,000. Well, only 18,000 at once. So, kind of important to note there, 18,000 concurrent does not mean 18,000 invites. So, the servers themselves can hold 18,000 all at the same time, but over the course of that, it's not like you're going to send out 18,000 keys and then everybody logs in all at once. It's more like you send out 50,000 keys and you might have 10,000 logins, especially without people taking time off work and shit like that. Weekend, we're probably going to see some queues, if I had to guess. Maybe some new servers started up if the playtest is going well and it's not just completely flopping. Then we'll probably see a lot of players request access, so I'd assume around 50k invites max. I don't really think it'll be that bad, all things considered. I think they'll be able to do a lot of invites because with a playtest, you typically have a lot of people that are coming in and then leaving quickly as well. So looking at the ratios of it, right, with 18k concurrent, you can probably send out 100,000 keys and maybe go on queues across all of your servers at peak time. So not only are some people not going to like it, but there are also going to be a lot of people that say, oh, this is from the 30th to the 11th. I'm not going to go absolutely crazy 24 hours a day. I myself, you know, I am. But some people aren't going to want to go absolutely crazy on it. And some people will just want to come in, get a feel for the game because it's free to play and it's accessible. And they'll want to, you know, they'll want to participate for a little bit. And then they'll want to go do something else. Not everybody's going to be degenning this, especially the first playtest. So I expect a very high fall off of players, like a very quick turnover of players, where the average player is going to come in, they're going to hit some stuff, they're going to level a little bit, and they're probably not going to log in more than once. So that's why they need us retired personnel. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All of us stay-at-home dads of various things. Yep, I got my flock of pigeons. Carla and I watched a YouTube documentary about pigeons and how, like, racing pigeons, there's an entire mafia that's going around abducting like prized racing pigeons in multiple countries, and these pigeons can be worth like hundreds of thousands of dollars per bird. So yeah, there's a whole thing. It's like literal pigeon mafia. But anyways, little side tangent. See, maybe starting at 6 a.m. Are we talking possible 24-hour stream? Y'all want to push up to 2,500 subs? Listen, if we hit 2,500 subs today, I will do a 24-hour stream. But I don't think we're ready to take the task on. I would lose my voice immediately henceforth. Listen, we wake up in time for an 11 a.m. stream. I wake up in time for an 11 a.m. PST stream. I just sit there and feed my pigeons and smoke bowls. You know? Is DustyWhy, the Twitch streamer, credible for MMORPG information? Ontario, thank you for the follow. DustyWhy is a mid to high profile. Mid to high! Let's go, baby. We're moving up. MMORPG streamer who often covers patches, class changes, and hot topics. Credibility varies. Fuck off. He's insightful and mirrors patch notes, but like any streamer, check with official notes and cross references. Use as a guide, verify. Actually, base Nightbot. Wait, actually, base Nightbot. That's what I. Oh, fuck me. Kicked my desk again. I need to get a new desk, dude. I kick this shit way too much. Dusty is a mid and high MMORPG streamer. Not wrong. Not wrong. I do embody both of those things. And high off mid. The way we treat pigeons compared to doves is just racist. Nah, my pigeons eat good. My pigeons eat good. Although we did have a couple of mourning doves that were coming by and were hanging out with the pigeons. But yeah, our pigeon flock is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Dusty is high sometimes, verify. Dusty is always high, verify. I'm just saying. Always trust. What class you gonna play? Paladin. In terms of tank or DPS, I actually have my concerns about tanking. So I'll probably make a tank build, but my priority is gonna be DPSing for like PvP stuff. Honestly, I don't think that tanking is gonna be Paladin based. I think it's probably gonna be like Mage tank meta, like crazy. Barrier, I think, is just so strong. I think the barrier generation is absolutely insane. I think the amount of barrier that you can have and you can pre-stack for fights is wild as well. So, just depends. Mage tank with the on-hit weapon, with the on-weapon hit meta barrier. Yeah, effectively, you made the aggro prediction earlier. Yeah, that was yesterday where I was talking about aggro. So, with the mage build, I've drawn up a mage build, and realistically, you can switch this to either bouncing LE missiles or slowing Ring of Ice, depending on what you want to be. But from a tank standpoint, it's effectively get Arcane Surge Barrier, and then wherever the additional barrier talents are, I want to say they're like over here or something, make sure you have those whenever we figure out where those bad boys are. But just as a general baseline build, you have 4 extra points. You can like throw into rules breaking Warp Strike. And then wherever the additional barrier points are, I don't remember where those are. I don't remember if they're here or if they're elsewhere. But there are additional barrier nodes that will just give you more total barrier to play off of. Absolutely massive with the tank build. Go into those, make it work. You can reduce points literally however you need to make that happen. But all in all, this is such a large facilitator. There are other abilities that do give barrier too. But the fact that barrier is 100% mitigation, I almost think that we'll see barrier changed in the long term to be a percentage mitigation while it's active instead of 100% mitigation. I think 100% and just chunking all of the damage that's coming in every single time you're using an ability and stacking that up. If there's a good mage barrier build that's, you know, figured out and some good items and, you know, a lot of stuff that helps that, you're going to be looking at no healer dependency because a mage shouldn't take any damage whatsoever playing around cooldowns, kiting, and barriers, because then with Frost Novas, with the ability to move while you're tanking, I feel like a lot of people assume that as a tank you just sit there and face tank everything. But all you're gonna do as a mage is Frost Nova shit and slow it and kite it around, and then you're gonna cast Arcane Surge like crazy on whatever's in range, and you're gonna stack up your barrier until it's full, and then you'll go into melee range and dump a big combo with a black hole and CC it, and then you'll go back out and you'll stack up your barrier again. I feel like Mage Tank is going to be fucking stinky. Now, part of what I'm a little bit worried about on the tank side as well is the threat gen. From what we've seen, there's no active threat modifier. So it's not like I put on an ability and I generate double or triple threat, anything like that. It's just damage to threat. The same way that, you know, a baseline threat algorithm works, which is fine and dandy. But from what we've gathered, we also don't have an AoE taunt in either of the tank kits from Mage or Paladin, which we've seen revealed so far, at least pseudo-revealed some of the things. We haven't seen an AoE taunt come up or be showcased or talked about at all, just a single target taunt on a cooldown. So AoE threat's probably going to be a very large issue if you're a traditional tank build, especially one that's not doing a lot of damage. Because if you're tanking and your only way to generate threat is off of doing more damage or taunting a singular mob, then when you pull more than one mob, your DPS will do more damage than you. Otherwise, they would be bad DPS. Or you just run 4 tanks if the tanks were all doing enough damage. So there's this balance where usually you see some form of like a tank ability, a tank aura, a tank modifier. It's like, well, this is up. You generate X amount increased threat, but do and take reduced damage as well. So you effectively become tankier, do less damage so you hit less hard, but all of your abilities generate more threat as a result in PvE, which is going to keep things stuck onto you a lot easier. So I'm not quite sure how I feel about the tanking side of things. I'll definitely have to figure it out. Like, I'm going to play test a tank. I'm probably going to play more than just Paladin over the course of this, although maybe not. Who am I kidding? I'm probably not going to play more than just Paladin over the course of this. I'm probably just going to play Paladin as much as I can. But I worry a little when pursuing the tank side of Paladin that there's not really much of a reason to go onto that side of the tree at all. I've worked out a ton of fucking Paladin builds at this point. Like, unfortunately, more than I am proud of. Like, far more than I am proud of. I'm like Doctor Strange levels of calculating different Paladin build scenarios right now. And anytime I look at the tank side of the tree, it's like, all right, well, I have Bulwark Crash, slam your shield, dealing damage to all enemies around you. Which, again, this is an old tree, so this could very well be inaccurate. But, like, with Bulwark Crash, is that just on repeat? Do I just pop, and then keep doing AoE pops around me? Because then that's going to be absolutely insane on a PvP build and probably gonna be imba. So I'm not sure. Can you go Battle Mage Bruiser with some damage and not purely tank? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be imperative to have some damage in there as well, in my opinion. But you can hybridize it as much as you want. So one thing that you could always do, like on the Paladin side, for example, you could cut out some of these additional points that I have. We don't even know what that's going to be. We could cut out some of the additional points that I have in just general accessories, right? And with this build, if I wanted to, I could cut one more out, which would likely be extended Sunbreaker range. And then I grab Holy Defiance. So this alone just changed my build a lot. So I dropped Final Verdict, which is punishing enemies with Holy Judgment. Presumably another AoE, haven't really seen much. And then I dropped Extended Sunbreaker, which Sunbreaker is a big AoE nuke. They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. It's coming. Ni hao, Mr. Wrath. How are you, brother? What you getting up to today? Dusty sandbagging Paladin tanks to get them buffed. I just don't think there's a lot of validity to them right now. I'm being completely a Buckington. Now, I'm going to be sandbagging Paladin in general against mages to get it buffed. But I won't sandbag the Paladin tank tree. I'd make a tank build if there was a build to be made. I just don't think there's a tank build to be made right now. I haven't been really drawn to the tank side. I wish I was. But realistically, I think tank probably needs like an AoE grapple type shit. Something to control the AoE threat a little bit more. So somewhere in the tree, give tank an AoE where it's like draws enemies into you. A little vacuum, something. And generates a high amount of threat in PvE. So that way it has PvP validity as a, you know, a battlefield positioner. And then brings in on the PvE side the ability to, I don't know, tank. Just food for thought. Because I damn well know that a tank isn't going to be out DPSing raw DPS classes that are fully geared out. And if they are, that's less than ideal. So, been chilling on my day off, hanging with the kiddos and wife. Life is good today. Yo, I hope you got some beautiful weather for that. Cordelia and I went and took a little drive because she had a job interview earlier today. So we woke up super early, went to that, made a little day out of it because I didn't want to stream too much today. Like I'll probably stream like 6-ish hours, maybe a little over depending on how late in the night we go. But like I did a 6-hour stream yesterday. I was thinking to do a 6-hour stream today. Save my voice because I'm gonna be doing long streams for the next however many days after this. To where I'm not gonna want to be dying, and probably the last time I'm gonna have significant time to spend with Carla for a couple of weeks. So I went with her to the job interview, chilled out in the car, and smoked some Bolskis while she was in the job interview. And then we went and got some food. Delicious food. Oh my god, delicious food. Went shopping, and I think like I'm not gonna lie, the food put me in an absolute coma, dude. I got home and I was so tired. How do you think she got it? She doesn't want that one. And I agree. So she put in a lot of applications just trying to find something that's like, you know, going to be a better fit for the long term while we save up for building a house and shit. So effectively, they offered her an hourly, and then when she got to the interview, they were like, hey, after talking with management, we can only offer you like $1 less than what the original hourly was, which was immediately like a red flag and alarms going off and lasers and like, and then she was also like, yeah, some of the people in there seemed kind of mean and it seemed kind of cliquey. And I was like, all right, yeah, maybe not force yourself to work there for a couple of years minimum. So kind of work. Does she like, I mean, she's open to whatever, honestly. She's trying to maybe do something like reception-y, but that one was at like a daycare type shit as one of their teachers. So, you know, she's kind of trying to figure out, because in order to get any mortgage or anything, whether we buy a house or apply for long-term loans, they're going to look for 2 solid years of employment history. So effectively, where our housing stuff like fell through this time around because of, you know, our lack of education, partly, but also the bank side of it, where they didn't necessarily guide us in the best direction and get us set up with the loan type that we would have needed. We now are just like, all right, 2 years, hard reset. We know what we know. We know what we have to do to have 100% guaranteed, you know, acceptance next time, because we saw the entire process to underwriting. And now we're like, okay, we reset for 2 years. In those 2 years, you know, she gets a job that's going to pay her more, that she's going to enjoy more, because she works in sales, like cell phone sales right now, and it's boring as fuck for her. She doesn't really like interacting with some of the people she interacts with on a daily, because people are not always happy over there. So she's trying to get out of that a little bit, but we shall see. Hopefully they have set items and special proc effects in this test like they showed in earlier vids. ARPG type gearing is going to be huge. Yeah, I 1000% agree. Set items and activations of different builds off of set items and unique weapons, whatever they may have, like world boss weapons having impacts, would be so huge. It'd just be so beautiful. Feel like adulting things like that should just be taught in schools. I mean, yeah, I think a lot of it too, though. Our first time going through it, obviously you're not going to know like every single type of loan type that there is. That's what the loan processors are there for, right? And our loan processor really dropped the ball and like didn't think that a self-employed person would have deductions. So we got through the entire time and they had only asked for like pre-deduction, like how much did you make? I told them how much I made. They looked at my tax papers. They saw all of the numbers on my tax papers and they kept just, you know, pushing the process through. And then it got to underwriting and it turns out the underwriter takes post-deduction income because deductions reduce your taxable income. So the entire time we're like, oh, this is going to be pre-deduction and we're fine. We're putting it into DTI calcs and everything and we're golden. Like, and we got no debt. We were ready to go. We were within we're actually under the golden zone in terms of debt to income. Like, we were basically a shoe-in to get it. And then we get an email that's like, hey, what's up with Dusty's income for 2025? And we're like, what do you mean? What's up with my income? They're like, it's way lower than you told us. I was like, no, it's not. Here are my tax papers. Turns out it was the deductions. Now, they could have, on their end at the bank, when we told them, like, I'm self-employed, 1099, they should have pointed us in the direction of that, you know, that proper channel. But they just didn't. So, you know, a little bit of A, a little bit of B type shit. Knowing what we know now, we could definitely advocate for more of a specific scenario. But also, you don't know without going into it. So, kind of an expensive lesson learned. But honestly, with the amount of time we spent on it, we got our appraisal back. We got earnest money back. So, we're chilling. We only had to spend like $700. So, cheaper than a college course. Kind of nice. Actually, work at a local Walmart. That'd be awful. Be awful. Fuck that. You're gonna be streaming at 6 a.m. tomorrow? To be determined. Like, to be determined. They recommend going through the bank, go through an actual loan agency. The bank treats you like a number, and they'll take that shit back if you don't pay. You're a number to everybody, and if you don't pay your mortgage, yeah, you're gonna get repossessed. You're gonna get foreclosed. Yeah, that's why you have to pay your mortgage. That's why you don't buy a house without being able to pay the mortgage. What do you mean? You, like, we looked at going through multiple areas, and the bank for us was the most advantageous. The accessibility that they have to different loans and everything like that is great. Credit unions up here can also be good. But, like, loan agencies up here kind of, like, I don't know, they have a worse reputation than a lot of credit unions and banks do. I don't know if it's just because we don't have large enough loan agencies because Maine's real estate is smaller or what. But a lot of them up here kind of like sharky. They're like the last resort that you want to go to in terms of like an actual like direct loan broker. But a lot of the banks also just reach out to different brokers and work the loans through them. So it's a little bit of a back and forth. But in terms of am I going to be streaming at 6 a.m. tomorrow? I am questionable for 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'm showing up on the injury report and it's like questionable tummy ache type shit, right? 6 a.m. is really fucking early. Like really fucking early. And the thing about it is if I get on stream at noon and it gets pushed back, I'm 0%. Oh my God, excuse me. I'm 0% upset if it gets pushed back. If I'm on at noon. If I'm on at 6 a.m. and it gets pushed back, holy cannoli. Oh my God, I'll turn into a gremlin. Someone was telling me Maine was too cold to be a good time. Is this real? I don't know. Are they a pussy? Carla lived in Arizona for the last 10 years of her life and then moved up here and is now adjusted to it. You just have to not be a bitch. Yo, 66, what up, dog? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What time's beta coming out? You cannot preload. There is no preloading, and they are trying to have their servers up at 5 or 6 a.m. EST tomorrow. Super, super, super early. No one's going to be on at 6 a.m. Server's going to be cooked like every other MMO. You know more than NA East exists, right? Like, the developers are European. Just for perspective, like... Cap, you're right, it's all NA. It's all NA, baby. America on top. Woo! East Coast is the only coast that matters. Hell yeah! Freedom and Eagles, brother! But that's also kind of the... It's also kind of the point, I think. So they're an EU developer, right? So it's going to go around their work schedule, which is good for us because patches are always going to be while we're asleep for the most part. That's actually a huge W. But overall, like, we're going to be on their schedule. So that to me is perfectly fine. And I also like that they are slow rolling population into the servers. I would rather have the servers slowly work up to peak capacity and, you know, have the problems be clearly marked out as when we hit this many people, there were the problems, instead of having the servers open and it being like a Travis Scott concert, right? That's the biggest thing that I worry about in terms of their data. Because if they open the doors and then it's this big crush, then it's not going to be valid data because it's just like, oh, yeah, it turns out the servers can't hold 100,000 people. Wow. What a surprise. I literally put 50x the capacity into the server. It died. Crazy. So now they're stopping that initial logjam. So by slow rolling the keys. Oh my God, what is that? Oh my God, what is that?
Sheesh.
Sheesh! Oh my God, that's huge. Oh my God, it's so fucking girthy. So girthy. Ty, you want to go to a Ren Fair? UNC want to go to a Ren Fair this year? I don't know what you got for animals, but you could bring like one of the horses or some shit. Like small one that we could ride around at the Ren Fair. Carla and I might be going to a Ren Fair this year. Eat some fucking like lamb shanks and shit. I'm not even bullshitting you, by the way. Like, I'm actually not even capping. If you guys want to go to a Ren Fair and bring an animal, hit me up. We can throw them in the back of the Civic type shit. Let them ride in the hatchback. I miss your New World streams. Yeah, I miss New World. I miss New World. Certain elements of it. I will say, I only have a horse now. All the cattle are finally gone. Big horse, small horse. What size horse? Is it full size horse? Didn't you have like a mini donkey or some bullshit like that at some point? Like just a little tiny thing? Pound down some IPAs. Ugh, gross. Gross. Quest like 5 days ago. I don't expect to even get in after hearing how many people applied. I do not believe it's based on anything like, you know, anything time-based. She's a full size? I don't think you should fit in the Civic then. All right, you want to bring the horse to a Ren fair? Yo, the Ren fair is gonna be so fucking lit, by the way. I don't know when it is, but Carla's been telling me we're going to a Ren fair. So I gotta find like some armor and shit. She was a show horse, over 40k career winnings. A horse has more fucking credentials to her name than we do. Goddamn. Goddamn. I guarantee I got my army of pigeons that I feed every morning, dog. I swear to God, one of those pigeons probably has a racing history and he's retired now with more career earnings than I have ever seen in my fucking life. I watched a YouTube documentary on like pigeons in Europe that are used for this like blue chip pigeon racing, basically. Where like the top pigeons are worth hundreds of thousands of dollars and they get studded out for their bloodline. And they're on like specific training regimens, nutrition regimens, like everything. So they'll be brought out to an area a few months before a big race. So they can basically acclimate to that area. And then they get put into a truck and released from the truck like a few hundred miles away. So effectively, they fly back and the first one to get into the coop is the one that wins. So that's just fucking sick. I kind of want to get into some pigeon racing type shit. I feel like it'd be fun. If it's not time-based, it might have a chance. I believe it's all RNG. I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure it's RNG. New World's still around. New World is still around in the same way that like Michael Jackson is still around. Like, yes, you could technically go to a show and see someone hit the Shimona, but like, it's an impersonator. It's not the same thing. This isn't New World. This is the remnants of New World in a skin suit, right? It's not New World. If it was, I probably would have played it by now. Probably would have hopped over for some wars and shit. But I'm not like, I don't know. I don't see it as what it used to be. Who's excited for the derby on Saturday? What, horse racing? I bet I could beat all the horses. I could outrun every single one of them. Tall enough to RP dunk for the Ren Fair? I might just go as like generic tall guy with sword. I don't know, because I have a sword. I don't know if you're allowed to bring like actual swords to a Ren Fair or not, but I have like a legitimate blade that I can bring. It's got like a leather sheath and everything. So like I can make that work. That'd be easy as shit. And it has like a belt loop holster, so that'd be fine. That's a weapon. Yeah, it's literally a weapon, yes. Like it's a legitimate sword. Like, hold on, you hear this shit? Hold on. You hear that? That's actually like movie level. Hold on. Hold on, listen. Hold on. Y'all hear that? That shit's actually like movie quality. Anime level, brother. It's actually like a shing. That shit's so cool. You imagine what this sound like in a fight? Brother, oh my God, if the Ren Fair pops off this year, holy, yeah, that's satisfying as fuck. Sometimes I just be doing that to do it. But it's got like a little belt loop over here. So it clips in, and then this is the belt loop. So then I could just like, I could wear it on my hip type shit. Only problem is, bro, I'm gonna be real, I don't think I could like, I don't think I'd put this on my pants, it's heavy. If I have 2 cell phones in my pants start falling. So I'm not really sure, like, how I'm about to do that. I was gonna rob you, but I think I'm headed next door. Oh yeah, I would not recommend pulling up. Belt? I don't think the belt would be enough. Backstrap? Ooh, wait. Like this type shit? Oh, that'd go hard as fuck, actually. A little scabbard on the back, and then I can hit the shing, and then like, decapitate myself, so I don't have to be here anymore. Anyways. axe too. I just almost popped one of my balloons with this. But I have an axe too. This doesn't have a convenient carrying case though. So I have to be a little more cautious with this. This is much less safe, if I do say so myself. And then this also has the added benefit of smaller blade. Baby stab do 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 do. So we have smaller blade up in the handle of that axe. So for whatever reason, if the axe ever breaks, I can still stab a motherfucker. And that also, I'm pretty sure at that point, I could throw the axe at somebody and then have the blade still. Hold on, let me not pop my balloons. Having weaponry around balloons is not safe. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Not safe at all. Alright, anyways. But I know there was undead invasion in Dusty had a farm in real life. Don't rule it out, bro. You remember bath salts? When motherfuckers were eating people's faces in Florida and shit? They tried to shoot him. And they just kept going, bro, like actual zombies. I swear, you keep a sword on you. One swift shink. You ain't gotta worry about it. Sword's more effective. I'm just saying. Self. Good day, brother. I hope you're having a beautiful one. Smoking on the crocodile. Isn't that the thing that made your penar fall off? The crocodilius or whatever the hell it was? Could just hold the sheath all the time for aura, just ready to draw on the dime. Yeah, I feel like if I had it on my back and I try to like draw a sword out, I'd probably hit myself on the back of the head. I'd be the most annoying mage. I mean, you're already kind of there just by existing as a mage. I don't necessarily think that any mage is inherently more or less annoying than the others. They are all just simply annoying. Yes, that's the stuff that made people like zombies. Interesting. Interesting. I'm bringing that TFR fire staff energy. So you're just padding with worthless damage? Cause like... seen a lot of that shit in my life. Seen a whole lot of that. Dusty, look at my numbers. Motherfucker, look at your kill participation. So I don't think I'm gonna get into the playtest. Still haven't been accepted. Nobody has. Nobody has been accepted yet. They are rolling invites out tomorrow when servers go up. They will start rolling invites. And it's also going to be invites every single day. So you will not, even if you miss the first wave, right? You're not immediately out. There will be multiple invite waves that go out. Every single day, they will have at least one invite wave, and you will have multiple chances to get in. Yeah. So it's not the end of the world at all. And if you don't have invites now, that's perfectly normal. Nobody has their invites at this point in time. Everybody's waiting on it. One comes out 5 to 6 a.m. EST tomorrow. So less than 12 hours. I should get a timer up. Hold on. Hold on. How can I get a timer up? Text, image, not that. Countdown? Do I have a countdown already? Nope. Nope. I'll have to get a timer up at some point in time. Don't have your invite code, then you need to join a better guild. If you don't have your invite code yet, then everybody needs to pay just a little bit more to the developers. Need to get on their good side just a smidge more. And then you're good to go. But yeah, nobody will have invites yet. Nobody can tangibly produce any evidence that they have invites. Therefore, nobody has invites. I can like 99.999% confidence say that. 10 hours ago, Bro, it's real close. I'm not even gonna be able to get 8 hours of sleep tonight. 24-hour stream, by the way. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. That is a lot. A lot. The thing with a 24-hour stream as well is it fucks the remainder of like my stream schedule for that, like the next 5 days. It's a lot of gaming. But I mean, I personally, I can go like 16 hours a day. That's fine. I can do 12, 14, 16 hours. That's probably what I'm gonna do, right? Realistically, I'm gonna probably be grinding like crazy. I just can't do the 24. I need to sleep and make sure that I can like put out good enough content in the first place to keep people here. Excuse me. And then I stream differently than some other people do. Where if I do a 24-hour stream, I'm not sleeping on stream. I'm not taking time off and running videos and like going to do something for an hour. I'm streaming for 24 hours nonstop. Like nonstop. I'm yapping for 24 hours nonstop. My 24-hour streams are like LeBron in the playoffs when he realizes he's about to lose type shit. Your voice will be dead as fuck. My voice is always dead as fuck after 24 hours. Yes. I did many. I don't want to say many. But I did multiple 24-hour streams. And, you know, longer than 16-hour streams when I was in Ashes and when I was in New World. That shit cooks my voice more than anything else. I could sit here and stream and yap for 24 hours. I mean, that's effectively what I do anyways. Like, this is the easiest shit in the world to me. If I have a game to play, I can just run around and do something in the game and yap all day with you guys, have people come in and asking questions. That's great. But, like, I don't know. I very much prefer to keep the, you know, keep the schedule right, keep the mental right, all that shit. I just, dude, it fries my voice so much. I can't do it. And when my voice goes too, it's not like it goes until I sleep and reset and I just respawn. Like, that's just cooked for a few days. So then the next few streams after a 24-hour are also worse because I can't talk as much. And sometimes when it gets real bad, I literally, like, my voice will cut out, dude. It's bad. And that's honestly the most stress that I get at this point, other than that whole house buying process. Glad that shit's done one way or the other. But, like, the most stress that I could possibly get is, like, I lose my voice. I can work sick. I could, you know, heaven forbid, trip and fall and bump my knee and still work. I can show up pretty much rain, shine, anything in between. But when I start to lose my voice, I sound like that diner waitress that knows your order as soon as you walk in the door, where she greets you with the, "Hey, hon." Like, it's really fucking bad. Really fucking bad. It just doesn't work out, dog. So, I try to be a little cautious of it. I feel like Rapinskis are required for very long streams. I feel like frequent visits to Dr. Bong or Pinsky are required for pretty much any stream, I'm not gonna lie. I do not know how people in their right mind, especially larger streamers, sit and interact with as many people as we do on a daily basis and are just like completely sound of mind, not drinking, not smoking, not doing anything during their stream to deal with motherfuckers. Bro, sometimes you gotta, like, I will literally get up sometimes after people come in and say some fuck shit, and I'll do high knees out to take a bong rip, and I'll get a little blood pumping. I don't know how people just sit there and, like, raw dog it. I respect it, but I deal with too many hoodlums on a daily basis. Too many chat bandits. Caffeine. I mean, I drink a lot of caffeine. I love my coffee and everything. And that helps, but, like, I'll be real, it's more the... I don't know, it's more the ability to take things in stride and getting yourself, as a streamer, I feel like one of the largest things is getting yourself used to, if a chat could be taken multiple different ways, like this chat could be taken as somebody coming at me, or this chat could be taken as a bad joke, taking it as a bad joke and just laughing it off instead of being like, oh, this person's coming at me. That shit took so long for like myself when I was a fledgling streamer fucking 10 years back, and even sometimes now, to actually get used to, especially for other streamers as well. And I can only imagine, like, I'm not a very controversial streamer. I'm not one that's bringing a lot of hoopla and hullabaloo where I go. We're just kind of chill. We just sit here and yab all day. But bro, if I was one of the streamers that had a lot of like controversy following me and a lot of people that were coming to my chat just spreading like hate and vitriol all the time, oh my god, that should be so stressful, bro. Like, the most unfun part of my stream so far to date has been the post Ash's death. Not because of like the money that I lost or anything, but because I would wake up and I'd be like, oh, I got a DM. Maybe it's somebody like shooting me a message asking about Ashes, and it'd just be like, kill yourself. Be like, all right, appreciate you, thank you. And that was like every day for a while. So, you know, kind of went through that. That was my first time having a lot of people very, very mad at me directly. So, you know, is what it is. But yeah, I'd wake up and I'd be, because sometimes it'd be like, I would get heartfelt messages from people that were like, hey Dusty, just want to say thank you so much for like, you know, putting in the effort and the time that you did for streaming Ashes for so long, you know, through the ups and downs. And I'd be getting these like really sentimental messages from people that were like, you know, I lurked in the community, I was an active part of the community did a lot for me during a dark time. And I had some messages that genuinely like hit home for me. And then some days I'd wake up and I'd be like, oh, new message. Just look at it and I'm like, oh, all right, my bad, dude. I see you did not get a refund. Wish you the best on that. So, you know, it is what it is. Had a few comments on YouTube that were rather rude, to say the very least. But you know, we roll with those. Howdy, Nin. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Dusty ruined New World, then ruined Ashes. Controversial streamer. Christoph Fartman ruined New World, and private equity ruined Ashes. I blame the true monsters here. Sorry about sending you those DMs. No, it's okay. I need people to keep me grounded. I need many people to keep me grounded. Apparently all of those people. Nin, what you getting up to, brother? I'll never be big enough to be told to kill myself, Sag. Yeah, we hate it here. We hate it here. That was one of my like, man, wish I was a little more relevant type phases. I was like, damn, maybe I have actually made it as a streamer. Cause like, it wasn't one of those things where it was like, oh man, somebody's gonna come hurt me. Like, I wasn't looking at it like that. I was just like, god damn, bro, I didn't do it. I was like, I'm not the one that cooked the game. I had more riding on it than you did, motherfucker. Why would I want that shit to fail? I was doing well. I'd rather try 2 accounts. Steam one had almost 1,000 by itself. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's a little investment. I did not try to refund mine either. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, I had 3,500 hours. I kind of got my money's worth. Finished dog poop pickup and raking. Gross. Gross. Hopefully it doesn't snow again. If you have to do dog poop pickup, you want to have snow. Like, you want it to freeze. Then I feel like your hours inflate every single time you talk about Ashes. I think they go up 50. Tutsky, thank you for following. Much love. I feel like they go up 50 every time we talk about Ashes. One day you started at 4,500 after Ashes died, and then you were like 5,500, and then you were like 6,500. I swear to God, I'm gonna hear 8K from you soon. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. My main was 5K-ish. Uncle Cap. First time someone got the name right, first shot. Wait, what? What do people call you, Tootski? Like a fart? Because that's what I call my farts. People usually Tootski. No, that's reserved for my farts, not you. That's a very important word to me. A good old Tootski is always comedic relief, always perfectly timed. It's never invasive, but Tutskis, that's what I get from the U and the double T. I don't know how people get Tootski out of that. But I will say, if you're not calling your farts tootskis, you're probably going to start doing them now. It's just an S-tier way to describe it. I don't have 5K on New World. I hate the fact that all of my hours are verifiable. Like now especially, all of my Ashes hours were completely verifiable because it's just on Twitch tracker. I can't hide from that shit. Like, people can look at my Twitch tracker and be like, Dusty, you streamed 1,800 hours of Fortnite? And I'm like, yeah, imagine all the time I wasn't streaming back then because I wasn't full-time. How we've grown. How we've grown. We've all made bad decisions in life. Some people choose to do Fent. I streamed a couple years of Fortnite. We all make bad choices. Overall thoughts going in tomorrow? I mean, you know, I've been through a lot of MMO launches in my life, a lot of ARPG launches in my life. I started gaming when I was 4, so I've been through everything from Diablo 2 ladder launches to WoW expansions to, you know, midnight releases and lining up outside of the GameStop type shit and still having stuff go wrong. Diablo 3 launch. Played New World, played Ashes, so I've seen pretty much every form of apocalypse that you could imagine at this point in gaming. So it can't get worse than what I've seen. Can't really go much further south than all of that. All things considered, though, they're slow rolling invites. So the slow rolling of the invites, I think, will help alleviate some of the initial stress that the servers will be under, rather than just having everybody flood in the doors at once. Hopefully the slow rolling and the, you know, the timing of the server deployment is going to help mitigate some of that. They'll actually get some good data on, you know, inevitably the servers are going to crash. The servers are going to be jank and beat to shit, right? But at a certain point, getting the data around, you know, we had 1,500 players on this server and it was smooth. We went up to 1,750 and then it crashed. So let's find where in the actual, like, you know, where in that it went wrong. What's max level? Going to be 20. We spawn in at 16 and then we can level to 20. So just want the endless dungeons to be good. Yeah, they moved those off of this playtest, unfortunately, but they did say that they wanted to do another fully established playtest for them in the future, like just one built entirely around dungeons, which does make me think that they have something large planned there. Of course, like procedurally generated dungeons and infinite repeatability is always something that's really appealing on a, you know, doing it on paper level, but trying to make that truly impactful the 40th time that you've run it and not just have it be good layout, bad layout farming is, I think, also very imperative. Something as small as, you know, if people see that it's a procedurally generated dungeon every time, you get a bad layout because they give us a dungeon map, hypothetically. And you're just like, ah, fuck this, let's run out and reset. So then it's like, okay, do the devs limit the amount of dungeons that we can run in a day and gate that so we can't reset it? Do they add a, you know, an hourly lock on resets, or how do they play around that? Do they make it so we can't reset the dungeon until it's completed and we're stuck with that layout? So, you know, it's a little intriguing how it's gonna go. Going with the Diablo PoE mentality, just rip it for the gear, small increases. Fuck yeah. The ARPG gearing is really intriguing to me. Like I said, I started playing, you know, Diablo 2 when I was 4 years old, and then went into WoW when I was 8. So I always had that like ARPG background myself as well. Many Diablo launches, many PoE launches, you know, just all across the board. Small incremental upgrades and the verticality of ARPGs, especially with the crafting systems that were presented in like PoE, in the depth of that. Oh, it's so nice. So nice. One thing I'm also intrigued by is their claim that they're going to have meaningful gear for builds, like build defining items as a part of their actual progression. Set bonus items, items with potential unique modifiers. It seems really interesting to me, the level that they're going with it, and I've got a lot of like head scratchers at this point in a good way, which I think is great. I think it's very rare nowadays that you go into an MMO and you're like, these systems, I don't have a reference for them in my head. I usually can go into a game and I can just immediately be like, oh, this system's from here. I know how this is going to play out. I played this MMO with this system and this MMO with this system and this MMO with that system. But here it's like you're combining ARPG systems, Battle Royale inspiration, as well as multiple MMOs along the way. So we had a chance to ask Venelin what his like inspirations for the game were, and he gave us 5 games: Diablo, PoE, go figure, World of Warcraft. What a shocker, right? It's pretty much the big 3 of gaming, honestly, for a lot of people. Vampire Survivors and Fortnite as the last 2 for the top 5. which for me, the only one of those that I haven't played extensively is Vampire Survivors. So I had to do a little bit of research on Vampire Survivors and honestly might give it a try at some point when the playtest goes down and check it out to see the inspo that they got from there. But 4 out of 5 of those are like immediate close to my heart games where Venny said those and I was like, oh, shit. Oh, this is so good. I think that's where the scars came from. Vampire Survivors. Oh, okay. I was wondering where the inspo for that came from. That's very interesting. That's really, really interesting. Yeah, that's one thing that I think in today's day and age of gaming, right? It is truly difficult to have something that has never been done before on a baseline system across all of gaming, you know? Somewhere along the line, somebody's had an RNG crafting system, someone's had a specific crafting system, someone's had an expensive one, a cheap one, a player-driven one, a solo-driven one where you can craft everything, one where you have restrictions, one where there's a minigame, one where there's not a minigame, one where it's item-based, like, everything's been done. Hundreds of thousands of games have existed, if not millions of games over the course of time, and everything's been pretty much done. It's incredibly hard to actually innovate something brand new. I think it's jumbling around the pieces to the puzzle and trying to assemble those in a new, meaningful way where that puzzle can be made in a million different ways, right? Million different combos. And as a game developer, they get to pick and choose the pieces that they want to put around their puzzle, right? Put in their art piece. And they can just combine those however they want and hope that it appeals to people. I like the combination that they have so far, and I'm hoping the Battleground is a fresh take as well. The Battleground is something I've been a little bit intrigued by. 5v5s, which I'm a little bit disappointed by in terms of the smaller size, hope that expands, but it's inspired directly from Fortnite, where it's like a Battle Royale-esque Battleground, where you're going in, baseline gear, and throughout the Battleground, you're finding chests, which give your team points, also give you loot and shit throughout the Battlegrounds. There are weapon racks, item racks, the big chests that you can fight over, and player kills also give you points, and holding objectives also give you points. So the Battleground is going to be like a multi-win case scenario, and also taking in some of that direct inspiration from Fortnite, for me, is like, bro, I fucking love that shit. I love that shit. I can play that all day. Just a little bit of variance in there. I'm so down. How to get invited to play? Steam. It is completely free to request access. Invites have not gone out yet. Invites are going to be going out tomorrow when the servers actually go up. Until servers go up, you will not hear anything. Every dev is pretty much like head down grinding right now from what we've gathered. Venny popped in for like 30 seconds earlier, and I'm pretty sure Coco got him with the shepherd hook back to the desk so he'd sit down. So I don't think anybody over there is having any free time right now, nor do I think anybody's going to be sleeping tonight on their side. So servers up at 6 a.m. EST. Is this true, my good sir? I ain't lying to you. Now, they may miss that target time, but per Venelin, that's their target time. So invites will start going out after they put the servers up. The servers are supposed to be up by 5 or 6 EST, AM EST tomorrow. Noon Bulgarian time. It's also really cool to see a CEO be actually excited about something and not fake excited. I think it's something that you don't really get in the corporate world of gaming. It's like the way that I talk about it, I live in Maine. And in Maine, you can go into big corporate restaurant chains like an Applebee's where people have to be trained to be excited. Or you can go into the mom and pop place where there's going to be somebody that's just chilling, working 2 tables, and they're genuinely excited somebody else came in, and they'll sit at the table and talk to you and spend some time with you. And not to say that every server at Applebee's isn't actually excited, but a lot of the CEOs, a lot of the people that are at these massive corporations, a lot of the excitement has gone to the wayside because it's not a passion project that everybody fully believes in. It's what the studio tells you that you're supposed to believe in and what the studio tells you you're going to work on. If I work for Riot and Daddy Tencent comes down and says, hey, Dusty, you're working on a survival multiplayer, and I say I'm an MMO developer, they're going to say you're fired. Fuck you. I'm a survival multiplayer developer now. That's how large scale works. And if you get moved to another project, fuck you. If you don't want to be there, you don't get paid. So on the large scale side of things, you've got a little bit of this. Yes, teams are still organized and assembled in a certain way, but you have had too many cases where people are moved around, teams are moved around, and after everything settles, the dust settles, and the game eventually dies, teams come out and they're like, yeah, everything was just really creatively handcuffed there. What I think you get with small-scale games that are newer, that are from development studios that aren't the Leviathans and the Megalodons of gaming, is the passion. You get the person who is at the top of it, who's like, yes, this is my startup business. I made this. Me and 5 friends started this in my bedroom 3 years ago, and now we have big studio. That shit's cool to me. I started this streaming to my IRL friends many years ago, and it's grown. It's a passion project for me. So I'm not somebody that got into it with a massive following that's like, you know, multi-millionaire, super rich streamer or anything. Just a small streamer, dog. I just be living my life as much as I can, trying to provide for a community that wants to be here as well. And I feel like I see that reciprocated in a lot of smaller titles. And frequently when I go to larger titles where they are making tens of hundreds of millions of dollars annually, there's nowhere near that level of involvement with the community, that level of passion, because it is so franchised out. It's almost like the feeling of going to an indie studio. When I was at TwitchCon last year, I had a chance to attend an event that Devolver put on. Devolver publishes for a ton of indies. And with Devolver, it was this level of like, you know, they invited some content creators out and they had some game demos and they were just talking about the games in general. And it was a great opportunity to like meet the people, but you could tell the Devolver people that were there were incredibly passionate about like talking about the games that they had published, everything that they had put out. It was a really fun event. And then you go to some booths at TwitchCon and you're talking about, you know, some of the largest industry, or some of the largest businesses in the industry, and people are just going through the motions and they're giving you like a, you know, a played out presentation and shit. It's just different. It's a little more cookie cutter. We just need a big indie MMO win to make changes happen across the board. Yeah, and I don't even necessarily know that it's got to be a zeitgeist level win. I think when we're looking at a win for an indie MMO, we're looking at like 50k concurrent sustained. We're looking at like maybe Albion levels type shit. I think if an indie MMO or even a smaller scale MMO gets into 30 to 75k concurrent, sorry, I have hiccups, it should be regarded as an overall screaming success. I don't think in my personal mind there's a way that shouldn't be. However, we've seen games at 50k get nuked. So, yo, Byakuya? Did I say that right? Byakuya? When the game starts, 5 to 6 a.m. EST. So about 9 to 10 hours is when it's planned. But it could be longer than that. It could get delayed. So I'd be prepared for delays, but it might be very early tomorrow. Do we know if we're only allowed one character and if we're faction locked with those slots? The character creator screen that they've shown us has multiple character slots. Byakuya. Okay, cool. We're lit. We're lit. Byakuya. Got it. In terms of the character slots, the login screen that they've showed us and the account screen that they've showed us has multiple character slots. I do not believe those are all faction locked if you make one. However, we haven't been in there to actually see. So, you know, when the emails go out, as soon as they put servers up, they'll be sending out emails. So we haven't heard anything yet, presumably to stop people from like, you know, pre-planning and loading into the servers and shit like that. Try to lower some of the server stresses. So tomorrow morning is when I would really pay attention. Yeah, of course. Let me know if you have any questions. You playing Paladin? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Wouldn't play anything else. I mean, actually, there's a chance I'd play a couple other things, realistically. I'm interested in the Pirate when Pirate comes out. The conceptuality of something that's a range melee hybrid and a burst DPS on both sides of that, it's kind of interesting to me. I'm not much of a range player, but the prospect of being melee emphasized, but you movement ability away from me and I blast you with a pistol, like I fucking Glock you in the back, and then I movement gap close to you and then pull out a sword and start shing-shinging your shit. oh my god, it'd be crazy. I'm gonna hit you with the American Cop Classic as soon as you try to run away from me. So I hope the game's good, looks promising, but so did Ashes. Yeah, I mean the thing about this side of things, on the Beast Burst side, the studio that's putting out Scars, they're spending because of labor costs and server costs and just general business expenses much lower than Intrepid. Now, it's not necessarily to say that it's going to be successful or not off of that, but just from a standpoint of Intrepid was burning $4 million a month, you know, in terms of just labor, and based on metrics and statistics that we've gathered, I don't know that Beast Burst is spending that in like a year. I'm pretty sure that is like multiple months, probably like 6-ish months plus bare minimum of labor for Beast Burst at $4 million, which means that their burn is going to be way lower. We can actually figure it out right now because we know roughly the average cost of a developer in Bulgaria. So if we go, we'll say 30,000 a year times, we'll say they have 125 employees. So that's at 125 employees at 30,000 a year, 3.75 million a year. Which again, does not necessarily mean that it's immediately going to be a success, but it does mean that they are going to be able to have a much lower overhead operating cost. And if I were watching Shark Tank, because I'm not an investor, but I watch Shark Tank. If I were watching Shark Tank and I saw one game development studio that had a smaller community, but also much smaller spend to this extent, and I saw a studio that had extremely ambitious goals and this grandiose, like, this is my 1.0 launch with families and religions and the 4 different settlement types and all that stuff, like, I would look at that as an element of, okay, you're burning how much money to make this happen? And if it was flipped, right, say Intrepid had the spend of Beast Burst, but the scope of Ashes, then that would probably be the best case scenario, because then you can afford it, right? But the burn of Intrepid at Ashes was a lot. Now, of course, still smaller than many studios, still smaller than your Riots and your Blizzards and shit like that. But on the indie scene scale, I mean, even if you're looking at yourself as a AAA indie, it's still just, it's so much more expensive than anything overseas. It's so much more expensive than anything that we're seeing, like, as a prospect to make it out of the indie world, you know? And no personal chef so far? Listen, I'd take a private chef. That'd be kind of sick. The issue was server cost alone would be more than Scars' budget. Yeah, and Scars is saving a lot, not only on the labor side, but also on the server side, because they have their own server software on the back end that they have developed, so they don't have to pay for any software rentals at all. It is only the server hardware infrastructure, literally the server rack. It's like you giving me $5 to put your name on a board in the back of the room. Like, you don't have to pay anything else. It's just for that board space. Do you know if there's life skills? They are going to have fishing, mining, and lumberjacking on the gathering side, and then they will have cooking, blacksmithing, and alchemy. Is there alchemy for a third one? I'll say it's alchemy for the third one for crafting. I think it's 3 and 3 right off rip, because blacksmithing I know covers like just most general crafting, but they are gonna have consumables. I want to say it's cooking and alch, if I'm not tripping. Chat, can anybody confirm that for me, or tell me if I'm 100% wrong on the alch side of things? What crafting skills are coming in? Blacksmithing, I know. Cooking, I know. No, you shut up, short man. I won't do your job for you. I won't do your job for you. What do you even do? You just yell at people, right? Maybe I will do that. Sounds kind of fun. You just yell at people all day? You don't yell so well? I could. Like, I probably could, but I don't have the aggression to it. Like, You're hitting him with like the move, move, move. I'd be like, hey, brother, can you get it going, please? You are looking a little slow in the back. Sir, can you please move your feet? Not enough hate in your heart. Come on, buddy, I believe in you. I'd be out there running with him type shit. I'm like, if I can do it, you can do it, my man. There's no crafting in the playtest is what it says. Wait, what? Where? Because it says gathering and crafting. That says and crafting. Only mining, lumberjacking, and spearfishing. When's that from? Because this has the anvil right here. Interesting. Interesting. Haven't looked much at builds. Will you be able to play Paladin as Brawler? And do you think it'll be worth it in your opinion? Yeah, I plan to try it. I'm trying to put together a really big cooldown oriented build where we have a big wombo combo that we pop, brings everybody in, and then we do big damage once they're actually in. So, to be determined on how it will actually work out, but this is roughly what I'm looking at right now before changes. So, Frost Mage Tank. Oh, dude, I think Mage Tank's gonna be silly. Rocks. Happy birthday, Mr. Cody. All right, boys, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water, and then I shall return. Good momentum. Good day. Hiya. Nilvarka's video and Google both say that. Wait, who? Not in like a mean way. Do they cite anything, or is it just a trust me, bro? Because it sounds like it might be a trust me, bro. Unless they have an actual source. But our graphic shows crafting. And also, they put out a developer stream a few weeks ago around the crafting system, which leads me to believe we'd be looking at crafting. Let's see. Scars of Honor. Yeah, it literally shows crafting. Like, whoever made a video about it had to watch 13 seconds of the trailer to see crafting. Did somebody actually make a video saying that it wasn't gonna be included? Because there's surely no way. Yo, Brain Purge. What up, my dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Koala, I hope you're having a good day as well. The access isn't out yet. Tomorrow is when it starts out. So when the servers go up, it's gonna be 5 or 6 a.m. EST from what we've heard, because the developers are Bulgarian. So that's going to be a little bit of a time difference if you're on the NA side, roughly 6 hours, I believe 7 hours if you're NA East. So, you know, is what it is there. I might try to wake up early. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but it could also just be delayed. Very simply put, could always be delayed at any point in time. We never really know. So if you are trying to pop over to that side at 5 a.m., good luck, dog. I don't even know if I'm gonna be awake at that time. But go on to Steam if you haven't yet, and make sure you search up Scars of Honor and wishlist, and then also request access, or there's 0% chance you'll get in. If you don't get in with the first wave of keys, I should have keys tomorrow to give away. I should have keys to hook everybody up with. So as long as those come through, I'll be able to get some people in. Beatron, thank you for 7 months, my boy. I appreciate you. Much love. Appreciate you. For the playtest, he says they didn't disclose which crafting, if any, are being tested, but the 3 gathering are. They literally show crafting here. Wait.
Everything waiting for you in the first test, and today I'll guide you through everything waiting.
Everything waiting for you. So that's blacksmithing. And then I'm pretty sure in this they also showed cooking. 100% showed crafting on the live stream and video because you even went over how it rolled. Yeah, he cooked, he fished. Yo, Slime, what up, dog? Hate to break it to you, but we got AI watching AI. I don't think anyone actually watches anyone anymore. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is valid. Iso, what up, brother? I appreciate the raid, my boy. Much love to the Esoterium. Hope you're all having a beautiful day now that you're no longer with Mr. Derek over there. Happy to have you here. Happy to give you some respite from that that chaos, whatever we want to call that fucking spaceship over there. But you know, it is what it is. Got to clean that. Getting a little dusty. No pun intended. Scars of Honor hype at an all-time high, brother. At an all-time high. I got a new ounce from the dispensary today. Carla and I went out to eat. It's like our once every 6 month actual go out and get food type day. And dude, we got Scars tomorrow. It's a beautiful, beautiful set of circumstances here. Beautiful set of circumstances, if I do say so myself. Mr. Beatron. Thank you for the 60-day, dog. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. What did you get to eat? We went to a place in southern Maine, very much known for some delicious burgers and fries and stuff. They had a buffalo chicken pizza on special. Carla got a fried chicken Sammy with a Caesar salad, and I got a steak tip Sammy that had like an aioli on it, blue cheese crumble, arugula mix, and then steak tips on a focaccia bread. It's fucking delicious. Some fries with it. Oh, aioli so fire. Dude, so good. So good. It's amazing how garlic makes everything better. Like, genuinely just everything. You could literally put garlic on a pile of shit and it would make it better. It's crazy. And that's not a joke. You could actually improve a pile of poop with garlic. It's insane. Emails go out yet? Nope. Not until tomorrow. Not until tomorrow. Moist Waffle Eater. Huge friend of your brother, Critical. Or huge fan of your brother, Critical. Waffle Eater, never been appointed to you before. It's a pleasure. Oh, thank you. Yeah, of course. Of course. Do you actually eat moist waffles? Or are you just so good at eating waffles that you've been signed to the Moist Esports brand as their first waffle eater? Because now I feel like there's an entire, like, backstory here. That's got to be an inspired name from something. And I'm not sure if I want to know. Based on the history of, like, waffle adjacency in the Google realm, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Aren't all waffles moist, though? Not really. Like, good ones, probably, to a certain extent. But I've had some dry-ass, like, crunchy-ass Eggos. Like, when they say Lego my Eggo, bro, honestly, you can keep mine. That shit's ass. Shit's absolute buns. Code for getting head back in the day was making waffles. Why? What? What the fuck do you mean? That doesn't even make sense. That literally doesn't even make sense. Hello, Corla. Risen from the dead for the 310-day streak. It's almost as big as Leon's. Leon shared a large one today, too. Excited for the game, but not getting my hopes up, especially after Ashes. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable take. I don't think people should necessarily force their hopes up too early about anything gaming related at this point in time, whether it's an established title or not. And this is always why, keep in mind, despite our community's involvement with Ashes and our excitement of Ashes, pretty much all... What is this? Am I getting, like, Carnival Cruise ads? Brother, I'm chilling. I can't afford a fucking cruise right now. You think I can afford a fucking cruise? I wouldn't want to go on a cruise anyways. Fucking vermin-ridden, infested, diseased ships. Jesus Christ. Anyways, even with our involvement in Ashes, I was very, very, very outwardly, like, begging people to retain some form of reasonable mind frame. Like, some intermediary between the two, right? Of loving the game and hating the game. I think it's important to be realistic about things, and I don't think saying I have concerns about this game is hating on the game. I think that's just pointing out things that could be, you know, that could be very valid concerns. Like, if your concern is the, you know, the monetization of the game, the fact that it's a free-to-play, and it's probably going to have trouble sustaining off of that, that's not made up. That's a valid concern that, you know, people that have played a lot of video games are going to share, in my opinion. Like, anybody that actually, like, knows about gaming would have questions about a free-to-play live service MMO. So, you know, it's what it is. But I think it's very important to maintain a relatively reasonable... how do I say this? Like, judgment? I don't want to say a judgment. But, like, somewhere in the middle. You've got to acknowledge the goods and the bads, and you've got to be willing to see both sides of it. And I feel like with many games right now, people are so quick to hop on one side or the other. Honestly, it's so many things right now outside of gaming, too. But people are just so quick to hop on one team or the other team. Team I love everything or team I hate everything. And it's never just like, okay, maybe there's some good to be found in here. Booty, thank you for following myself. Maybe there are some problems like day one, day two, going into the first weekend. If you don't think servers are going to be absolutely cooked, then brother, I got a bridge to sell you or something like that. I don't really know how that saying goes. It's something about a bridge and selling it to you and then no water or some bullshit, but just sounds very mean to say. But either way, I would prepare every single person in here for a lot of server stability issues. They are taking many people and they are inviting them into servers that are pretty much not prepared for this. From what we gathered from Venelin, their expected server capacity was about 2,000 peak concurrent players per server, which, if you've, you know, done any math, the 110,000 requests for access that Venelin said as the last dev streams figure, compared to 18,000 peak concurrency. It's a lot of people, a small amount of space to put them. It's going to cause some problems if more people get their keys and simultaneously try to log in. Now, all 110,000 plus keys don't simultaneously log in. It's just not how it works. So we could very well see with the slow roll, 18K being more than enough to accommodate the players as they're coming in, as they're filtering out, the people that are grinding over the course of the entire playtest, the people that are more coming in, hanging their hat for a little bit, and then turning back around and leaving, picking up their hat type shit. There are going to be a lot of people that just filter in and out. So, but I got an email. I had that playtest about like a month and a half ago. Listen, for anybody that doesn't get an email, I will have keys available. I will. Now, will I be live at 5 a.m.? Brother, I don't fucking know. I considered doing a sub goal to try to, you know, incentivize the people and incentivize me to get on at 5, but if the wording of the CEO in the interview is right, it might be 12 a.m. EST, TBH. So, Venelin came by chat earlier today and said that their goal for having servers up is noon Bulgarian time, which I believe is 7 hours ahead of EST. Now, that's goal, and that was just like a time frame, right? So don't hard expect that or anything. It could be earlier if they decide to throw it up earlier. It could be later if they decide to throw it up later, or if there are any difficulties with it, right? So it's been very, like, up in the air. Now, the most recent word that we have is from Venelin himself. Like I said, he came by chat, and I just figured I'd ask him. And he was like, noon Bulgarian. We'll try to shoot for that. So, if it doesn't work out that way, don't hold it too against him. But we should see keys going out shortly after they actually put the servers up. To my knowledge, they don't want a bunch of people just waiting at the door, basically, as servers go up, because that's going to make it more likely that servers crash and have a lot of issues. So, I hope you're having a good day, my friend. This is Mickey now. I'm signed up. Yeah, hold on. Let me send you your key real quick. Okay, that should be in your email, brother. Imagine if I was like the one sending out keys and I just didn't. Honestly, that's what I'd do. If I was the one in charge of sending out all the keys, I'd give myself one and then nobody else, so everybody'd have to watch me. I, too, am familiar with strategic marketing. Servers are up in the morning. Way too early in the morning if it goes well. I have never said this before, but I'm praying on their downfall. Come on, baby. Server issues. Let me sleep. Oh, God. I am not looking forward to it, dude. I'm not looking forward to it. I, more than ever, am really hoping they have like 7 hours of delay or something like that. I might have to call off work. Well, keep in mind, it's not even a guarantee that people get their keys. So, I will have keys. We will be doing marble shoutcasts. People will get their keys. I don't know how many I'll have. But as soon as I get keys, those bad boys are going to be going out to anybody that doesn't have one. So, if you get a key, then call off. Yeah, honestly, I'd wait to see if you get the first wave of keys before calling off. Or, honestly, worst case scenario, you just call off, and if you don't get a key, you just watch stream all day. So, yeah, Jesus, thank you for all my stuff. Is that really am I going to sleep joint? About to wake up around 12 to 1 tomorrow. Goodness gracious me, oh my. See, my issue is that I didn't expect it to be that early. So, I was tired as shit when I got home. I woke up early today. My girlfriend had a job interview, so I went to her job interview with her. And I expected the servers to be later in the day tomorrow. So my plan was to hop on around 4, stream 6-ish hours, chill for a little bit, yap for a little bit. And then from there, like, just go to sleep, wake up like a normal human being. So I came home and we had food, we had shopped. I was up early today. I napped. I got a great nap in. I feel incredibly refreshed. That is a problem with our latest development. That is the absolute worst case scenario, and I'd like to go back to how I was feeling before the nap because I was tired as fuck. I had just eaten a ton of food. I was at my point of beyond full. I was driving home and I had the cruise control on and like the lane assist on. And Carla was talking to me about some like travel plans. And I was so fucking zoned out. At one point she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was just like, "It's bright as fuck and I'm full as fuck." It's a terrible combination. Took the time off 3 weeks ago. Yeah, I will not be taking time off for the launch. So, get some melatonin gummies. You don't fuck with this, it'll help you sleep. No, I smoke sativa. I don't really like indica. I don't like smoking before bed either. My thoughts on smoking before bed is it's like, if I smoke indica, right? And I am smoking before sleep, I'm ripping a Bolski to have 90% of the effect of my product just be while I'm sleeping. And me to not actually feel it at all. I'm wasting 90% of that product. So I usually just smoke sativa during the day. And then cut off usually around like 9 before the end of stream. Give myself a little chill window. And then, you know, wake up in the morning, rinse and repeat. Also, pain management and sleep quality. I feel like I sleep worse when I smoke before bed. I'm not gonna lie. I always feel like I sleep worse and I have fucked up dreams. Granted, I don't necessarily think there's much of a difference between smoking before bed and then also smoking 3 hours before bed. Just taking fucking fat bong rips, like that's not much of a difference. But you're one of those youngins that doesn't have a fucked back. I sleep on a Tempur-Pedic with an adjustable base. Yeah, no, my back's good, dog. My back's good. The worst problem that I have is that I ripped my Tempur-Pedic sheets because my bracelet snagged it one night. So we have poor people sheets on the bed right now. So, it's, you know, we're working on that side. Must be nice. Oh, it is. It is. I sold beds for a while. When I went full-time on stream, that's what I was doing for work. So I've been full-time for about 3 years. And I was selling beds, and where I worked, they had a twice-a-year event where they let us basically talk to the manufacturers, or the manufacturers went to the company and offered X% discounts. Usually 80 to 90%. So I ended up getting like god tier sleep setup for about 85% off with pillows, sheets, mattress, adjustable base, all that shit. I paid like $2,500, $3K for a bed set that I'm never gonna fucking replace. I got incredibly lucky. My best piece of advice, if you want to save a shitload of money on a sleep setup, work at Mattress Firm for 1 year, and then when Mattress Madness rolls around, just buy yourself a bed. Save so much. So much. A broken down pull-out bed can feel all the bars on your back. How long you been in for? What do you do? Brother, I pray for the come up. I would definitely consider working like a day a week at Mattress Firm for Mattress Madness. That shit'll save you some money. Because all of the beds are discounted too. So even if you're not trying to get a fucking Tempur-Pedic, you can even get like a mid-tier bed. Like, after I got my Tempur-Pedic, I was looking at getting my parents an entire bed set up as well, but not a Tempur-Pedic, like a little bit cheaper one. But I just ended up getting them some other shit as well, heavily discounted. But it rolls around twice a year. So even if you work there for like 6 months, you can just get yourself a mattress and then just be like, deuces. Because they're not going to come repo the mattress. So just food for thought. Saves you a lot of money. Like, if you're buying a Tempur-Pedic, it's legitimately saving you like almost 10 grand just to work there. It's like a $10,000 bonus to have Mattress Madness exist. But I digress. Yo, Cloudface, what up, dog? That sounds mean to say. Sounds like I'm bullying you. I think your face is cool, dude. It's really 6 a.m. EST. Supposedly, yes. According to Venolent, Their goal is 5 to 6 a.m. EST. So that is going to be an experience. Purple Mattress top tier. My top 3, just not to put any sidetracks out there or anything. My top 3. Tempur-Pedic. I will not guide you in one way or the other, but Lux Breeze Medium Hybrid, the goat of all goats to have ever been goated. Number 2 is a Stearns & Foster Reserve. It's a pillow top mattress. Incredibly nice. Thick as fuck, though. It's like a 200-pound mattress. Actually insane. Stearns & Foster Reserve. That is the one that I would always chill on during, like, my work hours. One of the stores that I worked at had it, and I had my Tempur-Pedic at home, so I didn't want to lay on the Tempur-Pedics during work, because I was just boring. So I'd hang out on the Stearns & Foster Reserve. And then number 3 for me is purple mattresses. But it has to be the higher end purple mattresses because lower end purple mattresses are too thin. So you get a lot of motion transfer and you get down to the coils really quickly. So on the purple side, you want to make sure that you're in like the higher end purple mattresses that are more of the grid before the coil type shit. But yeah, that's my top 3. Then for my pillows, I have 2 Tempur-Pedic pillows and 2 purple pillows on the bed. My favorite pillow is a purple Harmony pillow. So is fucking nice. I have very much enjoyment of that. But a purple hybrid mattress and best purchase I've ever made. Oh, dude, so good. Because with a mattress as well. This is such a sidetrack. With a mattress, you are effectively like cords cooked. You're having something when you move up in price that's going to maintain its feel for longer. So you'll have something more comfortable for longer without having to replace it. Cheaper materials break down faster. You have less padding in between you and your coils. You have fewer coils to disperse your weight. And those coils are made out of worse material. Not even a sales pitch. It's just how it works. So when I bought this mattress, I was like, okay, I'm never going to have to buy a mattress again. Like 20 plus years, I'm still going to be on my Tempe. So that's the biggest thing. Why do mattresses have the little button divots on top? Well, like the little tufting, typically to hold a pillow top mattress or any of the padding layers together without them moving. So usually it'll just be like a little tuft on top of it. There are some that are tuftless, but those are typically not going to be like a full coil. The tuftless ones are typically going to be more of a hybrid mattress. So when you look at, this is education you didn't ask for, but when you look at a Tempur-Pedic and you look at the top of it, open image and new tab. When you look at this doesn't have any tufting on the top of it, right? So this is basically an indicator that it's a foam or a hybrid, right? And then if you have like a Stearns and Foster Reserve images, hold on, we're doing science here. Pillow top. Oh my god.
Together.
Oh my god, Hussy, you scared me. Thank you for the 16 months, brother. I appreciate you.
Best bed you can.
Yeah, we gonna make it rock.
Your life. Like Mayo,
so
you don't go light.
This is like the Stearns and Foster. So this has the tufting, and the tufting basically holds all the layers of the material in, depending on the materials, connects to the coils, all that bullshit. So, anyways, your Tanthos, what up, dude? No bullshit. I've been shopping for a mattress, but didn't know what to buy. Super clutch. I tuned in when I did. That's actually fucking crazy. Okay, if you need recommendations, I have recommendations. The number one thing about buying a mattress is do not buy at full price. There are always sales all the time. President's Day is one of the largest mattress sale periods of the year, but you can also typically get your salesperson to go lower on anything that's not Tempur-Pedic because we work in margin brackets. So if I have like somebody that comes in, or if I had somebody that came in and they were buying pillows and stuff, then I could work the cost of their mattress down based on margin. I could make less, commission based on margin if I really wanted to help somebody out type shit. So President's Day, just other holiday sales. Next one that's coming up that's large is probably the 4th of July sale. So 4th of July will be a banger. Usually was anyways. But in terms of preference, like, I'm gonna give you this, and then I'm gonna get back to scars. The big three, in terms of my personal preference, Tempur-Pedic is a proprietary foam type material that's temperature respondent. So almost like a Scrub Daddy, where it's like, you know, hard if it's cold water, but soft if it's warm water. It's the same thing with the Tempur-Pedic. So it softens when you lay on it and your body heat works into it. So the entire mattress will effectively conform to your body. I have a hybrid, so it's a layer, like multiple layers of their foam material, or they call it Tempur material, but that material up top and then coils underneath. It's just more of a 50-50 type beat. Then you have your coil mattresses, which you're sleeping more directly on the coil. You're gonna get more of a bouncy, springy type support, if you like that. It's less conforming, older tech, but still really good. I recommend a pillow top if you're looking at coil mattresses. And then with Purple, you're getting a gel polymer grid. Is it true Purple was originally designed for NASA? Yes. Gel polymer grid meant to hold its structure all the time. And effectively, if you... This is gonna be fucking crazy, right? It's gonna be fucking crazy. It's a little purple mattress. So effectively, with a purple bed, if you have somebody that is putting a pressure point on it, the grid collapses because it's more of a focused pressure point, right? So you can see if I do this and then I press here, then the grid collapses. Very easy. However, if I do this, grid strong. Grid very strong. Because you're stabilizing everything with this grid. So it effectively drops down and becomes softer if you have a pressure point that collapses the grid. And then if you have like long flats on it, like you're laying on your back, you're laying on your side, it's gonna be firm on your long flats, and then it'll be like soft on your elbows. What are we talking about? Mattresses. Purple. So anyways, back to it. Anyways, I had questions that I had to answer. I'm here for my community. I'd been considering a Purple. Purple came out with a new line, relatively close to the time that I finished up at Mattress Firm and went full-time on stream. So I don't know the most about their new line. I do know, like, the higher you go up in number, the better it is. I tried out the new ones. The one that I liked the most, personally, I believe it was... Oh, excuse me. Purple Restore Premier. Cool Touch 13-inch. Yeah, it was this one. Hold on. Mattress Firm, I don't want to buy a bed. Please. Please. Open image in new tab. Oh. No, was it supposed to go that way? Hold on. It does not want me to show you this. It was... The old one was the Purple Hybrid 3. The new one, I believe, is the Purple Restore Premier. Is the one that I fucked with. I do believe. It's like their 13-inch one. That is your mattress tech. That's what I recommend on the Purple side. Alright, we're back. Audio clipped. We don't need to do that. I sold massage chairs for a bit. Those things make your bed look cheap. Yeah, I would assume massage chair tech because the automation gets into it like mad. Although, like, we have my base massages, so that's cool. But also, Seven, good day, bro. Good day, my friends. How are you? Is it confirmed 6 a.m.? Their target is 5 to 6 a.m. EST. Their target is 5 to 6 EST. So, confirmed, never, but that's from Venelin. So, I mean, as confirmed as realistically a time frame can be. Now, you know my takes on time frames. 9 to 10K was a top model, if I remember correctly. Oh, and you think that's more than bed setups? Oh, Stomps, I have terrible news for you. I have terrible news for you. A split king for a chair? Oh, yeah. For a chair is crazy. But a split king Tempur-Pedic with, like, if I got sheets, if I got both on adjustable bases, the highest adjustable base, like pillows and everything like that, looking at an 18K ticket. And off of that ticket, your salesperson is making 2,000. Stupid money in mattresses, bro. I'm not gonna lie. There is always money in mattresses. These chairs in full body and had Bluetooth. Oh yeah. So the adjustable base that I have under my mattress, Bluetooth has a sound bar. That sound bar can sync up to vibrations to give you an immersive viewing experience because it can be synced up to your TV, your phone, anything like that. You can listen to music through it. There is an app that you can pair up with it, and it uses sonar, so it's 90, I believe the statistic was like 98% as accurate as actual sleep studies. Uses sonar to detect all of your sleep habits, so it can detect your heart rate, your breaths per hour. It can detect if you were snoring, if your breathing was impeded at all, if you were tossing and turning, rolling around. It can detect where you were sleeping on the mattress. If you got up at any point, when you were awake during the night, when you hit REM sleep, which phase of sleep you were in for how long, and break all that down, catalog all of it for you. Yeah, it's insane the technology that's actually out there now. Like, actually insane. We're gonna get your feedback, Chessfest. Bro, honestly, shit's kind of lit. Although, be kind of sad. 2 down on TBC is playing scores tomorrow. We just linked up. I have no idea who that is, but I'm glad. I'm glad. Bro, I'm kind of the worst when it comes to knowing other, like, content creators. I'm not gonna lie. Or, like, other people in general. Or are you talking from cats? Because they're from cats, it's gonna be everybody. Already received emailers that open everyone. No emails have gone out at this point in time. They're gonna be sending emails out tomorrow. But when servers go up, they'll start sending those out in waves. So not everybody will get them like first wave or anything like that guaranteed. So I'd just say stay checking your email. Servers are supposed to go up early tomorrow morning. So thoughts and prayers there. 6 a.m. EST is like waking up for normal work. I know, which would be fine if I didn't take a nap until 4 p.m. That's the problem. I came home and I was tired, and if I knew that it was going to be early, I would have stayed up, and I would have just thugged it out. But now, I gotta get my minimum 6 hours in, right? So I'm gonna be streaming till like 11ish. Then I'm gonna hop off. Probably try to crash immediately after that. Like, eat something and then go to bed. Sleep at like midnight, maybe 12:30 type shit. And then see how waking up at 5 feels. Now, realistically, what I'm gonna try to do is probably wake up and see if the servers are up yet. And then if they're not, then I'm gonna just go the fuck back to bed instead of hopping on stream super early and waiting. Like, I don't really care about being the first one in. I just want to make sure that, you know, my entire stream is in and I'm not a grumpy bitch because I didn't sleep enough. I got 9 hours. You ever tried 9 hours of sleep? Yeah, I mean, poisonally. Just a person and cats? Yeah, I mean, in terms of the TBC lads, they've been recruiting like crazy. A lot of the WoW guys over there are new. They've been running like very autonomously since I left. So, you know. Not since I left, but since I stopped playing WoW type shit. I'm trying to set the community up to be like a multi-game community, even if I'm bouncing around making content around other things. I want all of the, you know, all of the guilds within the titles to be autonomous and to function. So that's the entire goal. Do we get any open world PvP this test? Hold on. I'm over here. Oh, wrong street. This was a supposed alleged update. Now, the source for this was a trainee mod in the Discord So the validity of this, I would say, is an 8 out of 10. I don't know if this is hard confirmed. I did not ask Fenny about it when he came through stream. So I don't, he's probably asleep at this point if I had to guess. I did not have a chance to confirm this directly through him. I just asked him about the time for everything starting. But according to this, which again was posted by a trainee mod, updated test info as of yesterday at this point. PvP, open world massacre between the factions, duels between two members of the same faction, battlegrounds and arenas. Proximity chat, voice chat should be in, not sure about proximity though. Max level wise, you start at level 16 and level until 20. Invites will not be sent out until after the server starts on the 30th. So that is the important thing to note there. After servers go up, we will see invites out. I don't know which order they're sending them out. I don't know anything about that. I have not received my key yet. When I do, you guys will know. When I have keys to give away, you guys will also know because I will be giving them away to you all. So, race class combos. This is our best guess for what they will be for the playtest, but may change for the test and will definitely change for the final product. Once again, everything is subject to change. So a little bit of a look at what your race class combos are going to be. Gronthar only having options of Ranger and Druid at this time, but what we have gathered about the classes so far. Mage has either the tank, the elementalist, or the cosmic build. Paladin seemingly has a tanky supporty type beat, a big cooldown oriented build, or just a more persistent damage type build. Druid has been very cryptic, but received an update around that today where supposedly the Druid could come in with 3 builds. I believe it was a DPS, tank, or buffer that were said today. Let me verify real quick just so I don't misspeak. Caster, healer, buff class. In terms of the first iteration of it, maybe what Druid's looking like. So, Druid may not have the melee side of things, and they may even be getting reworked to be more of a caster side. So everything is subject to change at all points in time, of course, but who's to say? Ranger, that's Ranger. Ranger's available for literally all 6 of the races as well. Paladin available for 5, so super easy. Zop, what up, brother? How's the golf? How do you shoot? Mr. Restrepo, hope you're having a good day as well, brother. How's Dotkatuski? I'm sorry that you are still over there. I'm sorry that greener pastures have not pulled you in quite yet, my boy. And I pray that someday they do. What do you think about joining your paw for some MMOs? It's free to play. You don't have to pay anything. Goes away soon. So 80-day course was in. Put a video in the community chat. I saw. It looked beautiful. It looked beautiful. The course maintenance was what I was marveling at. We got mountains and shit in Maine, but like the course maintenance looked wonderful. Those sand traps looked playable. Up here, they're just kind of like, you know, if you go to most of the courses around here, it's just like, it's hard. It's awful. You don't actually get any sand. Look like a beautiful fucking course. Dota kind of tight though. Never played, but seems cool. The best advice that I can give regarding Dota 2 is that if you don't hate yourself, you will. You will lose many games to your team off of your misplays. You will throw so much time away. You will have many games that go to an hour plus where you will fuck up. Your team will say you fucked up, and then you try to combat it, and they will break you down systemically and prove to you that you fucked up, and you'll have to wear that with a badge of pride. And then you improve off of it. The first guide that many players should read before playing Dota 2 is called Welcome to Dota, You Suck. It's been relevant for years and will remain relevant forever. Genuinely one of the greatest guides ever written. And I feel like more games need an introduction like that. Welcome to Scars of Honor. You suck. I might do one for Scars of Honor, literally titled that, as soon as we get into build customization. Sounds like a fun idea. Today was like playing golf in a dream. 10 out of 10. Would do every day. Did you shoot well enough for it to be a dream? Does Carlin not try to get you to play League? Oh yeah, she tries. I'm stronger. So like, I win that battle. That's fucking nothing. Honestly. Like, I need 3 Carlas to get me to play League minimum. Started the back 9 with a quadruple bogey into an eagle and ended 2 over. Well, an eagle's kind of lit. Did you cheat? Because like a quad bogey into an eagle, that's either like a lock-in or a foot wedge. Either way, that's pretty fucking sick. People need to be okay at being bad at a game. I don't think people are. I think everybody is so worried about playing on a level that is way higher than... Not everybody. I think too many people are worried about playing on a level where other people would think that they're sick at the game, and not just being happy playing on a level that brings them joy. And for some people, their level is that top level that they want to get to. But I feel like MMOs right now have a plague of people feeling forced to play out of their desired goals. You'll have dad gamers that want to come home and they really just want to vibe out and gather for a couple of hours, but they feel as though they like need to grind, they need to be on the top end, they need to be doing a lot that they honestly just don't, which is really big. Showbox's doing amazing things around MMO community. If you don't watch what he's doing on hardcore, it's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I also think a lot of people should credit the creators of Skull Rock as well. Skull Rock was something that was, I think it's called Skull Rock, that was presented to me a while back as well. And I was like, honestly, I don't really have the passion for WoW to follow up on that shit, so I'm glad that somebody did, because it's a really cool concept. The fight over that has been going on for quite some time now, which is quite cool if I do say so myself. So, yeah, I do like seeing shit like that. I also think that there is a lot of potential for that in many other MMOs as well, where people just overlook it. They very much overlook it. Did a battle over the castle next to Ratchet with level 20s? Yeah, absolutely. Besides the phasing, layering kills everything in WoW. That's also part of it. Yep. Layering cooks so much, dude. When I understood more of like layering and the actual implications of it, in terms of like, you know, how it impacted WoW's open world and devalued so much of it. They had a bunch of RP set up and layering root at all. Yeah, I really hope that Scars doesn't have to go to any form of layering. If layering is within their world structure, I immediately feel like it devalues the open world. Not only from reducing friction, right? But if you have one world boss, but 3 layers, 3 world bosses. 3 world bosses. So, when you look at it there, you're immediately seeing 3x the availability of every world boss kill, every world boss drop, every world boss material, whatever it may be. Every gatherable is 3x'd. So the friction around gatherables, the economy around gatherables, fundamentally different. It just, I don't know. Layering killed so much for me. Would you stop playing Scars if they implemented pay to win? Yeah, I don't like pay to win. Personally, I think pay to win at an MMO standpoint is a fundamental flaw. And is one of the reasons why so many MMOs that are in testing right now, or so many MMOs that are established, I kind of struggle to get into. Anything that has, for me, a prospect of pay to win, I feel like devalues the grind a lot. And I myself, like, I'm not going to be paying to win regardless of what I play. Yeah, it's a tax write-off, but I'm not that rich. So, for me, I don't really have a desire to pay to win either, because when I'm playing video games, like, I want to actually play the video game. That's an unpopular take to some, but I don't really find skipping most of the content of the video game to be holistically enjoying the game as it was intended to be. If I was playing an RPG, I wouldn't want to pay, you know, $10 to skip to the end of Dragon Age just so I could say just so I can say that I did it. I want to play through the game. So, should I go to 150 in packs today? Got pretty much nothing out of rewind chat. It was 150 tax write-off. Well, 150 in like Pokemon? Or what? But yeah, it's all a tax write-off. Yeah, that's why when whichever Paul experiment, I call them the Paul experiments, but whichever Paul experiment sold their Pokemon card, their Pikachu Illustrator, they immediately were like, hey, I'm opening $1 million in Pokemon cards on stream, come through stream. So they made money off the stream, and then they also got rid of so much of their taxable income because of the $1 million pack opening after selling their thing. Pay for PoE-esque MTX if the game has earned my dollars. I agree. And I think cosmetics are the, I don't want to say like the philanthropic monetization, but truly the closest thing that we have to a zero impact form of monetization in the current day and age, where it is truly optional for players. And the benefit of a free-to-play with cosmetic incentivization, and Venelin has said that he expects 70 to 80% of their monetization to come from cosmetics. The other 30 to 20% that they need to get by to come from their pay for convenience, which he's being very cautious about not incorporating pay to win, right? But in terms of like the PoE-esque cosmetics, bringing that side in, or, you know, Fortnite-esque, however we want to talk about that, that's proven again and again to be relatively successful for other genres. However, in the MMO world, it hasn't always been as successful or as maintainable. Live service, where you have so many developers employed and costs can typically be high, can necessitate some other means. So, as good as it's going to get until a game comes along good enough to bring back the sub model. I agree. And I think that's a core of it, right? Is good enough to bring back the sub model. But also, when you're looking at a sub model, you're instantly, for a lot of players, even though many people can afford another $15 a month, 50 cents a day, a lot of people can afford that, whether they want to say they can or they can't, if they want to play the game. But if you have a subscription to one game, then logically you won't get a subscription to 2 games, or at least most people won't, because you can't put in enough time to get the maximum value out of that subscription, even though it's 50 cents a day. If you're running a light in your bathroom, that's probably costing you 50 cents a day. But people will look at that second sub and they'll be like, oh my god, this is the end of the world. I'm not paying this unless I cancel my WoW sub. And then they'll pay it. Now, you will have some people in the Venn diagram that are just like, I'll sub to everything, fuck it. And then they hop around, but overall, I think it's tough to get people to leave those established sub games for a newer game that has a sub model that's way less established from a less established developer. I think Riot could pull off the sub model for an MMO with their MMO and still have people checking it out, but also that's against the Riot monetization, where it's typically free to play with cosmetics. So it's an interesting debacle. It's like the sub model is kind of, you know, WoW and others, but it's also on the prospect of WoW and Blizzard. Like, they're probably just going to draw WoW 2.0 or Classic Plus. What's the best healer? For this playtest, it looks like it's going to be Druid. And then moving forward, Priest looks real special as well. It'll have to be something real special, but the free-to-play model is the devil, and the only real fix is subs. Yeah, I think free-to-play, when the monetization encroaches on the actual gameplay side of it, instead of just being cosmetic and complimentary, is a different level. Ashes news? Alright, I'm going to take a bong rip. Hold on, somebody send me it. Sub mode, sub better for players that can play more than 2 hours a day. Yeah, I mean, I do agree there. The sub mode can definitely make people feel like it loses, that there's lost value, and it's less of an optional and more of an opt-in. But I mean, it is, honestly, in my opinion, the most consistent and best form of monetization. Now, that's also if you can provide the worth for the players with that sub, right? You will lose some players that are just like, I don't want to pay a sub game, you know, I don't want to do that. And that's perfectly fair. No one's, you know, wrong for thinking that way. I'm saving some clams. But I do think with the subscription model, you do have money coming in every month consistently. And if you have good content, you have more people to subscribe, which brings in more money, which then allows you to hire more people to put out more good content. Caveat, if you're putting out good content and then you hit a dry patch and the subs cancel, unless you have a large nest egg and you're in the green for so long, gonna have trouble maintaining through that. You're probably gonna have to cut. So, nothing should be free. Always sub. I'd actually say a lot of the most successful games have shown that free-to-play works really well. Now, I do also think it's maintaining the ethicality of gaming, honestly. I think the ethicality of monetization is a big thing where it's not, again, encroaching on the actual gameplay and it's more of a cosmetic, complementary type thing. So overall, like, I personally do like the fundamental standpoint of a free-to-play. Lowering the barrier of entry for players can lead to players wanting to check it out a lot quicker than somebody needing to be convinced, with Ashes, for example, to spend $100 before Phase 3. $42.50 during the Steam launch, and then $50 when the sale was done. So instead of people being on the border of like, do I want to check this out? Do I not want to? And also if something goes wrong, having that, well, I wasted my money on this, rah. Then free-to-play can be a good barrier of entry. Free-to-play works problems pumping the updates and funding. I like subs, I understand free-to-play, but there's a reason why WoW's continue to live while every other MMO dies. Not necessarily every other MMO, but I also think part of the reason why WoW has continued to live while many MMOs die is because many MMOs are coming out not as original and new ideas and concepts. Rather, they're trying to compete in WoW's space, doing the things that WoW is doing worse than WoW. And as WoW's catalog expands, you have to have something incredibly niche to get under or out of that WoW umbrella. It's like, if I'm trying to play basketball the same way LeBron does, but I'm worse than LeBron, then people are going to want to see LeBron and not me instead, because I'm just worse LeBron. Most MMOs that are coming out are just worse LeBron, right? When people think of a social sandbox, everybody's like, oh, well, why don't you play Eve? Or why don't you go play Albion or something like that? Everybody always has those established things in their head. Cozy games. You've got Guild Wars 2 and 14. You've got, Guild Wars 1 still has a niche scene. And then outside of that, you've still got so many smaller MMOs all along the ways, the ESOs, the BDOs, the OSRSs, which again, OSRS was just a browser game. So Guild Wars 1 got a new hero today. Jesus, did they really? Holy, that's insanity. That's insanity. 25-year-old game getting updates. That's love from that development team, genuinely. But yeah, I do agree. The free-to-play monetization is not guaranteed. You are much more dependent on people actively taking part in, like, optional monetization. It's like me, right? If I ran a sub-only stream and people really wanted to come through the stream and they had to make sure that they subbed, yes, every single person that comes to the stream would be paying me, but I would have far fewer people who just dip their toes and come by the stream for the first time. Now, out of that, I would have the consistency of, yes, everybody that comes through would pay a T1 sub, bare minimum, but if you have a lot of people that come by, statistically, you're more likely to eventually have somebody that's going to come through that is going to give you much more than one subscription to watch your channel one time. They may gift a subscription, they may tier 3 sub, they may follow as Case has done. Thank you, Case, I appreciate you, dog. EverQuest 1 is getting its 32nd expansion this year. 32nd expansion. Holy shit. What the fuck, dude? That makes me wonder, is Ron Jeremy still fucking? Because that is crazy longevity. Like, EverQuest 1 and Guild Wars 1 are getting updates, and I guarantee out there somewhere Ron Jeremy's clapping cheeks. Is Ron Jeremy dead? Or is he alive? Chat, I can't Google that while I'm streaming. Is Ron Jeremy still alive? I don't want to know. Ron Jeremy is in jail. Oh! Oh! Oh, for what? Actually, I don't think I want to know. Somebody with that history is probably not in jail for something that would be like a haha laugh. Pretty sure you had some PDF stuff happening. Why can't people just be normal? The R word. Yep, that's not good. That's not good. Well, he's still fucking, just not in the way that he was before. Can confirm that. SA, and he's in a mental institute. I mean, him and Nina Lynn could make a twos team of dreams, if I'm being completely honest. Just go around essaying people. Sorry, I'll be right back. I'm smoking a bowl. One sec. One sec. Severe mental decline followed by essay. All right, hear me out. Not to assume anybody's position, right? But do you think it all went downhill if, like, he couldn't get hard anymore? Because then, like, it would just be such a core element of, like, if LeBron just didn't have legs anymore, he would probably decline a lot. Just food for thought. Like, if you're used to clapping every day and then one day you just wake up and you can't get a boner, I feel like that's going to be a neural. But I'll be right back.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Chad, I'm not about to lie to you. I'm not about to lie to you. This is... Oh, yeah. Yo, Sleazy. What up, my boy? Hope you have a beautiful day, brother. Zephyr, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Okay. Anyways. Who, what, and why? It was Ron Jeremy. We were talking about Ron Jeremy. No, everybody's being good. Everybody's being good. I did that. That was my bad. That was my bad. We were wondering if Ron Jeremy was still fucking. I was double fisting Guinness boxes. Ron Jeremy may also be getting double fisted right now. Just by all we know. All things considered, it seems as though there has been a severe decline over on that end of things. So anyways, why Guinness? Does every can of Guinness actually have a ping pong ball in the bottom of it? And is it like a usable ping pong ball? Because realistically, if you get like a rack of Guinnesses and you also are playing ping pong that night, that's a really high value investment. But I'm not much of a drinker. Are you talking about TBC? It's a French-Canadian guild now. Wait. We got Cats Quebecois? Because that's fucking huge. We truly love to see that. It's a paintball, like what they put in a paint can, but for food. Oh, weird. What's that do? Hey, Kristen. Thank you for the 1 year. Oh my goodness gracious. How crazy is it that we're getting like 10 months, 16 months, 12 months. Ty came through with a 79 months. That's cheating though. We grew up together, so that's kind of cheating. But golly, we got some long resubs today, guys. Holy shit. Actually insane. Actually insane. Phoenix, what up, dog? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm at 16. Bro, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, to think that it has already been over a year, like well over a year, since I started making Ashes content, right? And left New World. Wild. Time fucking flew by. It's completely different taste, but you need to pour half, 2.5 minutes, then pour other half, then another 2.5 minutes for proper Guinness. Wait, so like wait for it? Yeah, that's cap. Not cap, but like that's stupid. I'm sure, I don't doubt you. I don't doubt you, but that's stupid. If I want something, I'm gonna drink it. Like if I crack a Dr. Peppy, I want to drink that Dr. Peppy. It has to settle for good taste. Oh, that's so stupid. Oh, that is way too airy. What does airy do to a beer? I don't mind Guinness. I don't like drinking. Feels like you're drinking cream beer. Wouldn't that be good? Because all beer sucks? I feel like Guinness tastes like butt anyways, but I also feel like all beer tastes like butt. That's my unpopular take. Like cream soda. Cream soda's good. I use Guinness in my chili. I used Dr. Pepper in a chili that I did one time, and that shit was really good. I didn't expect a wall of text from Steven when I read this document a few days ago. Wait, what was... Okay, hold on. Can you send it to me, Lash? Can you send it to me as a picture? Because I'm kind of curious. I'm very, very intrigued. It's in the Discord. Wait. Oh, Jesus. Oh. Oh, 4 new messages. Oh, golly. All right, boys, we're going deep, I guess. We're going deep. Oh, wrong one. God damn it. Stupid fucking scene. Hold on. This way. All right. Good evening. I'd like to think that he hit that shit like Dracula at the start. Last week. How'd that sound on your guys' end, by the way? Was that bassy? I don't really know what the mic sounds like when I do that. Because, like, I don't really, like, listen to myself. I don't have, like, an IEM or anything. Was that bassy? That was sick. Dope. We're fucking idiots, bro. How is this my job? What does mine say? Anyways. Yo, RuneScape, what up, dog? You see what Steven just dropped? Absolute bombshell drop. I did not. I just did, actually. Hold on. Spotify trying to get into that. Okay. Good evening. Last week, the court ordered both sides. Sorry, for those that don't follow Ashes or haven't followed Ashes, I have no idea what the fuck this is. Real quick, we're going to take a detour to read this. Ashes of Creation was a game that I streamed before this for well over a year. It's currently in like the legal battle of all legal battles, revolving around the IP. Basically had these mysterious investors all along the way after saying that they didn't have investors and all that shit. So it's been a whole legal battle that's fighting over the IP and who gets control of what at this point in time. So came here after reading. I hope you've been well. Living the dream, brother. Living the dream. You know, living well enough to apply for a home and get declined, but hey, living well enough to at least apply, right? Saw some beautiful homes, and now we get a nice 2-year plan type shit. So you guys will be seeing a familiar stream room, but we'll maybe bring some life to it type shit. I like a good nitro. I like nitro cold brew. That's just good. Okay. Last week, the court ordered both sides to meet and confer regarding our pending motion to appoint a neutral third-party receiver over Intrepid Studios. What this effectively means, chat, to catch you guys up, one side was allegedly trying to sell the IP, Ashes and Intrepid Studios, so they're trying to bring in a neutral person to oversee any sales that would have the right to double check anything, make sure it's all valid before it actually gets shipped off. That receiver would not be my agent. It would not be the board's agent. It would be a neutral officer of the court. Someone empowered to preserve Intrepid's assets, protect Ashes of Creation, inspect the relevant books and records, review the loan documents, examine the claimed foreclosure rights, and report to the court on whether any future sale or foreclosure is actually lawful. That should not be controversial unless there's something to hide. As reflected in the attached joint status report, the board is willing to accept a receiver, but only if the receiver is stripped of the power that matters most, the power to inspect the books and records of whether Rob Dawson and TFE actually has the right to foreclose at all. Read that again. They're willing to let someone monitor a foreclosure, but not inspect the documents, debt history, amendments, board approvals, and records supposedly giving them the rights to conduct that foreclosure. That tells you everything you need to know. In our public filings earlier this month, we showed that after Rob Dawson and Jason Karametis... Hold on. Steven, you in here? I've noticed sometimes after a post goes out, sometimes we can go fishing and we can catch a big fish for comment. So sometimes I just like to throw a little cast out there and see who's actually out there. Anyways, Upscars as well, but if there's drama, I will be tuning in. I just like to follow this. I've learned a lot about the legal system from this. If I ever start a game and somebody tries to like coerce me into signing over percentage equity and stuff, bro, I've learned so much. Not that I really have the capability or desire to start a game development studio, but I feel like I could at least maybe, I don't know, consult pretty well at this point. Like, maybe there's a board meeting and somebody allegedly threatens to punch somebody else in the face. And I'm like, hey guys, what if we just don't do that? What if we just sort this out like normal people and we just kind of sit at the table and we all talk? You do Margaret's job? Fuck that. Fuck that bullshit. Margaret did a lot of like back-end data gathering and reporting and stuff like that. Infrequently was doing a lot of, you know, analytics and data shit. But on top of that, had to directly deal with probably an absurd amount of people reaching out all the time, being bothersome as shit. I, despite being a community-facing person, would hate being a community manager because, like, I can just ban somebody if they're a nuisance and it doesn't really bother me much. Like, obviously, I don't want to ban people because it sucks not having people able to talk. It kind of makes me feel bad when people can't control themselves and they end up getting fucking banned here. But from a community standpoint, bro, I would hate being a community manager. Somebody would ping me and they'd be like, hey, when's the update dropping? And I'd be like, when you go fuck yourself and shut up, pussy. And then I just wouldn't reply anymore and then I get fired. Be awful. It's the 30th in Scars of Honor playtest online yet? Oh, you're European, aren't you? It's the 30th in Europe, but it's still the 29th in America. So it's going to be noon for you all. Noon Bulgarian time. I don't know where you are relative to Bulgaria, but noon your time-ish is when they expect servers to possibly come up. It could be longer than that, though. Like 12 p.m.? 12 p.m. Bulgarian. But like 5 to 6 p.m. our time. Like EST, I should say. 5 to 6 p.m. Or sorry, AM. Not p.m. AM. My bad. AM. My brain even wants to say p.m. normally, bro. My brain wants to process it as a normal drop for me. Oh no, 5 to 6 a.m. So like 8 hours from now, maybe, in an ideal scenario for them, which kind of is a concern to me because, like, that means that I gotta make sure that I'm sleeping if I'm trying to get up super early tomorrow and be here early on and check shit out, because that's a large commitment. Now, even dude, if I get up like at 5 and get ready for stream, and then it's delayed, I'm gonna be so salty. Ended up being a 35-hour shift yesterday. About to sleep 6 hours and do another 16-hour day. God damn. God damn, but that OT be hitting, huh? I bet that shit's hitting. Mr. Master Chief. Stay on the grind. Stay on the grind. Somebody's got to pay these bills out here, brother, and it ain't got to be me.
Cat with abs is
John,
absolutely S tier.
thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Much love, dude. Welcome in. All right, so Bro, I swear to God, if I get on at 5 a.m. for testing, I'm gonna be so salty. Bro, I'm gonna look like Summit in that one picture. Jesus fucking Christ, chat. Who has that picture of Summit where he just looks like a zombie? Can I claim you on my taxes? I think Hoofsy's got you beat there. I won't lie. I think one person only would be allowed to do that legally, and I think it's a battle for majority ownership of Dusty Corp at that point. And like, I think Hoofsy got a pretty solid head start on everybody. That'd be, you'd have to take on a few sub goals yourself. So I joked earlier about how like if I hit 2,500 subs today, which that's the sub goal, or that's the sub count down there, then I'll do a 24-hour stream for launch. You'd have to hit that and then some. Hit like 2K or something. Yeah, he hit 2K or something at some point. Yeah, he hit 2K. Anyways. Yeah, Jose's a majority shareholder of Dusty Corp. Good, thoroughly. In our public filings earlier this month, we showed that after Rob Dawson and Jason Karamanis coerced, I don't know if I'm supposed to yell those or not, control of Intrepid in 2024 through threats of physical harm and financial ruin, Dawson and the board used that control to place nearly $100 million of debt back onto the company in 2025. Right. That's been the allegation. So technically, we're only $73 million in debt, which, hear me out, does bring the Magic the Gathering and DoorDash spending to a higher percent. Neither here nor there, though. Neither here nor there. But technically, the Magic the Gathering spending in DoorDash is more of a problem if they're less in debt, because then it's a higher percentage of the debt. I don't mean to nitpick. Let's work through this. Hoofsy also fed you expensive steak. Oh my God, Hoofsy treated me like a king. Holy shit, dude. It was his insistence, by the way, to get the A5 Wagyu. I was not about to get the A5 Wagyu, and he was like, do you want to get another A5 Wagyu? And I was like, no, brother, that's too much. I got like soy marinated tuna because it was like $10, and I was happy with just that. And then we got Otoro, which is like the fatty cut of a tuna sashimi. It was so good. And we got sake and so much more. So much more, dude. It was unreal. It was one of my favorite meals that I've ever had. That and Carla and I, when we were in Iceland, tried to convince all of her friends to come with us to a place called Skal, which is, oh my God, it was voted the best restaurant in Iceland many years, had a Michelin star. And we got in like right at the start of lunch service. None of their friends wanted to go because they were like, oh, it just looks like food that's served on seashells and shit. We're like, you're misunderstanding this entirely. But we ended up going, just the two of us, spent less than 100 USD, got multiple courses of food, and we were right at the start of lunch service. So the head chef was coming out, bringing the food to the table, explaining all the dishes to us. We were just shooting the shit with the bartenders. Like, we weren't even sitting at the bar, but they came out because we were Americans. So they came over to just talk to us and shoot the shit. Incredibly cool experience. Those have probably been like my two favorite dining experiences that I have ever in my life had. And then it's like, we ate at the Sinatra in Vegas. That was a really cool experience because they like pamper you there. Solid food. They pamper you there though. But Fogo de Chão is more of like a bloodbath than anything else. But I think Fogo is the most fun experience because you are just chowing. Steez, what am I go? Honestly, not bad at all. 73 million? Yeah, really not that bad. Really not that bad. 73 million is, that is not how you say that. I don't fucking know how to say it. I don't know how to say that shit. I'll be completely honest. That's my bad. But it is what it is. Is that cheese and honey? Mike, is that cheese and honey? Yes. What about cheese and honey? I'm somewhat bilingual myself. I'm actually not, by the way. I took 2 years of Spanish and 2 years of French in high school, skipped most of the classes. But my girlfriend is Mexican. So my English isn't good. No, your English is good. My Spanish isn't good. Or any other language. Nothing I have is good. So we're in the same place. We're in the same place. Get the black honey made from tree pollen. Brother, I don't care what color the honey is. It's 2026. I do not care. Honey is honey to me, man. Be less that way. 73 million isn't so bad. You'd only need 73 million to pay it off. Fuck, wait, is that tech? Wait. Holy shit, instead of 173 million to pay it off? You're right, I forgot about that. Fuck me, that's a complete game changer. Oh my god, that means they saved that money. I hate you, RuneScape. Ay, ay, ay. But table syrup isn't maple? I have real maple syrup at the cribbo right now. I got that good shit. Now, I do also have some log cabin table, but I do have that good shit. It's like, Strag, you know how old people would be like, I'm gonna break out the fine china. Right? That's what we do with our syrup. That's what we do with it. Wait, you were at Fogo? And the cheese and honey was good? Wait a minute. I haven't done the cheese and honey before. I was wondering why you randomly said cheese and honey, and then I was like, oh, wait. That makes sense. Oh, my favorite thing at Fogo, they have Parmesan crusted steak. It's like a parm crusted filet mignon. And they also have a parm crusted pork. And so, oh, wait. They got Fogo out there? Oh, so you got like the real shit. Wait. Because, okay. So, it's a Brazilian steakhouse. And so you have, I believe it's the actual like churrasco it's called, right? Where they cook the meat over the skewers. So yours is like actually authentic. Is that the original Fogo over there? Fuck. Oh, I'm so jealous. Oh my god, dude. Is the original? No, I'm so jealous. All right, I have a new goal. I have a new goal in my life. I need to go to Brazil. I don't know why, but Brazil shows as much love to the stream as like America does. I have so many people that are Brazilian in the MMO world that have just found their way over here. I need to do like a Dusty Does Brazil tour, like some budget speed type shit, and just come and eat. I'll just go on a food tour. We have Fogo in Atlanta. I like it a lot. Dude, Fogo is so good. Fogo's so fucking good, Hank. Also, you're in Atlanta. How many extra rooms you got, and what are the odds you'd rob me? Because you have a gifted sub badge, so the odds would be pretty low. But still not zero. Because, like, I got invited to DreamHack with a +1 ticket. And we were thinking about going, but we were in the process of potentially closing on the house. So we didn't end up actually, like, following through on getting tickets or lodging or anything. Which was kind of sad, all things considered. Because we got free passes for DreamHack because content creator stuff. So, what if I come stay at your place? I saw the post and instantly came to the Twitch. Yeah, I haven't got through yet. People literally just break car windows for earbuds over here. You gotta watch your shit. Brother, oh my god. Carla and I went out to lunch. And she had her purse. And she, like, had it on the floor of the car and didn't want to bring it to lunch because she had her phone, which had all her stuff in it. Her purse is mostly makeup in the first place, right? She doesn't keep much important in there. But I have tints. But I have 35s in the front and 5s in the back because that's what's street legal in Maine. So if you get really up to the front, you can kind of see through. They might be 25s in the front. Either way. you can kind of see through the front if you get up really close. It's almost like silhouette-y, enough to tell there's a bag on the floor. We're getting out the car, and I'm like, are you bringing your bag? She's like, no. And I'm like, can you at least put it in the fucking back then so people can't see? And she's like, well, I don't have anything in it. And I go, yeah, but I don't want my windows broken. Bro, I was like, I don't want to have to retint this shit. I didn't want to have to pay for that, Brody. I know how this shit goes. I was a hoodlum once. I used to go around and witness tomfoolery. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, brother. I appreciate you. The Stephen lore drop. Okay, hold on. Maybe we should read this. From the Dominican Republic, I was in Bronx, New York. Wait, so from the Dominican Republic, then you went to the Bronx, and now you're in Brazil? What the hell is your life? That sounds like you have been on a journey, brother. Oh my god. Oh, you're in Dominican Republic right now? Okay, cool. Cool, interesting. I like to travel the world. Good for you. Good for you. I have been fortunate to travel a little bit in recent years with streaming taking off and being in, you know, a very good spot for me. I've been very blessed to go out to the West Coast. I live in Maine, so on the East Coast of the US. You know, just a little bit above New York, actually. And I've been out to San Diego for TwitchCon a couple of times. I have been to Phoenix, Vegas, New York a couple of times. Boston trips, of course, I love Boston. Iceland, just so many places. Gorgeous. Been to Boston, Italy, Colombia, Peru, and Brazil. Do you like coffee? Because that sounds like coffee heaven. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, yeah, I bet you do, you bastard. I do like coffee. All of those places, I instantly just said, oh, you're after the beans, aren't you? All right. I picked up on that instantly. That is a coffee trip of heaven. Oh my god. Brother, coffee and food in all of those places. Beautiful. Beautiful. You live a wonderful life, my friend, and I hope it continues. Goodness gracious. Oh, that is so cool. Turkey would be an awesome place for a coffee trip. I could also get, like, what's Turkey known for? Is it medical care? Just in general, or is it just hair? Because I'm kind of like, I'm chilling, I'm good. I'm vibing and everything. But I could bring stomps. If we went to Turkey for hair stuff. It's expensive going to Argentina? God damn, bro. That sounds so fun. Travel is expensive, though. Carla, my girlfriend, has been planning out our next trip for a few years down the road because we really want to save and try to buy a house instead of being in an apartment. And we're trying to save as much as we can and put some traveling off for a little bit. But we're planning a really big trip where we'd have to fly and take trains and boats and more trains and another flight, and it's fucking crazy. Crazy. She is a planner and a big traveler, and I like traveling, but I'm bad at planning. So she'll just come to me with these crazy ideas, and I'm like, all right, yeah, fuck it, whatever you say. I'm here for it. How about a cruise? I have heard cruises are disease-riddled, rodent-riddled, infested, disgusting boats. Which kind of sounds fun. Kind of sounds like a banger. Saving for an RV so I can do my old man traveling. Fuck yeah. When electric RVs start coming out, if they haven't already, that's going to be the play. That's absolutely going to be the play. Enjoy the journey, brother. That's what I've been doing every day, honestly. Streaming full time has made me appreciate everything that I have so much. And it's something where I am only able to live in the way that I do because of people's generosity towards me. And my entire life for the past 3 years since I went full time on stream is just enjoying the journey that I'm being brought on. I hop on every day. I yap about what I want to talk about, games I want to cover. I play what I want to play. And I'm so blessed to have a lot of people that, you know, follow the community and are a part of the community that come over and make it all possible. So everything else that's built on top of that is just, you know, bonuses, man. It's crazy the spot that we're in. Trying to die on a cruise? Like, not intentionally, but having a good time? Can I bring weed on a cruise? Probably a question for another time. Anyways. Okay, hold on. Restart this one. Probably not. Yeah, I'm out. In our public filings earlier this month, we showed that after Rob Dawson and Jason Karamanis coerced control of Intrepid in 2024 through threats of physical harm and financial ruin, Dawson and the board used that control to place nearly $100 million of debt back onto the company in 2025. This was the same debt that had already been converted to equity in 2024. So they basically, in 2024, converted the debt to equity, and then in 2025... allegedly did a take backsies when they had more equity. Are they I'm assuming they're allowed to do that or something. They kept the equity. Oh, yep, nope, that's where it comes in. Okay, yep, nope, that checks out. I was like, wait, can't you do that and convert it back and forth like that? Nope, that makes sense. That makes sense. Good pacing there, Steven. Really had me on the edge of my seat. Okay. They revived the debt. Right, that's bad. That's a double dip. This is the bad part. So you, chat, for those that do not know, you cannot convert equity to debt, but also not give up the equity. You do have to give up the equity in that scenario from what I have gathered. Granted, I am an amateur businessman myself. They then use that manufactured debt structure to set the stage for the unlawful January foreclosure, the shutdown of Intrepid, the termination of hundreds of employees, and the attempted transfer of Ashes of Creation into a Dawson-controlled entity, DFE. The record now shows a board that has falsified public records, hidden its own identity from regulators and the public, used threats and coercion to obtain signatures and concessions, attempted to redirect company funds, failed to notify a senior secured lender, carried out an unlawful foreclosure, exposed Intrepid to massive employee and creditor liabilities, and then waged a false public narrative campaign to deflect blame away from themselves and onto the people they harmed. And now, when offered the most basic safeguard imaginable, a neutral officer of the court with authority to inspect the validity of their claim foreclosure rights, they object. Why? Because sunlight is the one thing this board cannot survive. Do you call them vampires? If their debt is valid, let the receiver inspect it. If their foreclosure rights are legitimate, let the receiver verify them. If their board approvals exist, produce them. If their conduct was lawful, then they should welcome neutral review. Instead, they want the court, Intrepid's employees, creditors, vendors, investors, and community to simply trust the same people who already tried to take the company through an unlawful foreclosure once before. That will not happen. Intrepid cannot be left in the hands of conflicted fiduciaries whose own conduct is now the subject of sworn testimony, documentary evidence, and pending claims for breach of fiduciary duty, civil conspiracy, unlawful foreclosure, corporate waste, and trade secret misappropriation. The harm done to employees, shareholders, players, creditors, and vendors will be answered for. Accountability will be pursued until justice is done. We are now asking the court to do what the board refuses to do voluntarily. Place Intrepid under neutral supervision, preserve its assets, investigate the claimed debt and foreclosure rights, and protect the company while this litigation continues. The board's refusal to allow meaningful neutral inspection proves why it is necessary. They can keep hiding behind lawyers, shell entities, public smears, and carefully manufactured public confusion. Listen, I'm just confused because I'm a fucking idiot. This isn't manufactured at all. That's just because I'm dumb. The evidence is moving in one direction. Into court, into the record, and into the light. Divine! Divine, boys! Jesus fucking Christ. We got Paladin references. Oh my goodness gracious. Boys, we are up tremendous. Steven is trying to be the MMO Paladin out here. I'm fighting to protect 10 years of dedication, sacrifice, and belief in what Ashes of Creation was always meant to become. What was done to Intrepid was ruthless, but it will not be the final chapter. The truth is coming forward piece by piece, filing by filing, exhibit by exhibit, and they cannot hide from accountability forever. This process will take time, but my resolve has not changed. I am focused, determined, and committed today as I was when this... I am as focused, determined, and committed today as I was when this journey began. Ashes was built by people who believed in something larger than themselves, and I will continue fighting to protect that promise until justice is done. The joint status filing is linked below for anyone interested. The receiver hearing is currently scheduled in court for May 19th. All right, we'll check that out later. Now back to the good part. So what did the filing have? Was it effectively just like, were there more bombshells in the filing? Where are we at, chat? I need an update on this actual filing, because I don't want to get too deep into this without a dedicated deep dive time. And realistically, that's gonna be a little tough. Give Planetdorf control of the light, he'll illuminate everything. I don't think anybody will be able to see if we give Planetdorf control of the light. There's a new declaration that was filed tonight. And does it have, like, what is... what's it saying? Like, what's the TLDR on it? Oh, wait, is it just a few pages? Oh, okay, it's just a couple pages. All right, we'll read that real quick. Hold on. All right, last thing Ashes related, and then it's back to Scars, so people aren't confused as shit. Hold on. There we go. I don't want him seeing I'm on here. Gotta hide that shit. Got the incognito up. All right, so from the CEO of Tanglewood Games, who was a creditor. Steve Shreve, joint status report on parties meet and confer efforts regarding appointment of receiver. So was it this? Or was it something else? Not this one. What's this? This is just the joint filing? Word. So what was the other thing? I'll probably read that stuff when servers are down. If servers go down at any point. That'd be some good filler content. So it's a nice little lore bomb. I mean, that's a lot of the same stuff that he's been saying along the way, so that doesn't necessarily like surprise me with anything. But just sticking to the guns that, you know, they are trying to get a receiver that has more power in the scope. And playing on the, you know, why would they not want someone that has more power to see things? Kind of makes sense. It's a good play. I like that. So that's a lot of the same stuff that we've been following this entire time, I think. It's another one for you for when you want to use it full time. You're an absolute legend. An absolute legend and an absolute doll. I appreciate you, Lesh. So, boys, who is excited for tomorrow when servers are coming up? And honestly, I think my biggest thing is who's going to be on when servers come up. Because realistically, I should be going to bed in like an hour if I'm trying to be here when servers are up, bro. I'm gonna fucking die. I am actually going to die. Good news is I'm a little bit tired, but I'll be there. Bro, we're gonna be fucking zombies. Do we think that they actually go up on time? Hold on. I'm gonna run a poll. Pretty sure Zob's old ass passed out an hour ago. Well, he had to walk a mile today playing his little sticky ball game. Do servers go up on time tomorrow? Yes. Noon. Bulgaria. No way. They're late. Wait. We'll just say they're late. Start poll. Chat. Up at the top of chat. I started a poll just out of curiosity. For those that are not aware of what time the servers go up at tomorrow, noon Bulgarian, which is 5 a.m. EST, 2 a.m. PST, which is like 8 hours from now. We are under 8 hours until servers are supposed to go up right now. They are in their final crunches before Scars of Honor becomes a playable product. Still to get my key yet? You won't. Like, not you specifically, but hold on. So, keys will not go out until after the test starts. That is the most important thing. Keys will not go out until after the test actually begins. And once testing begins, they will send keys out. I got my key last Friday. I got your mom's key last Friday. Maybe I go to bed soon too. Wake up at 2 a.m. Bro, I don't know. I don't know, like, how I'm gonna wake up on time. I'm gonna sleep right through that shit. I guess gonna buy a key. What? No, you don't have to buy a key. They're still free, and they're going out. They're just not being sent out until after the servers start. So, like, nobody has their key right now. So, I would just wait. I would definitely wait. Servers are up that early? Yeah, they're an EU developer. So, a lot of their working day is going to be, like, you know, early as shit for us on the NA side, which is great because a lot of their patch times, as a result, are going to be during our, you know, our morning hours, like our waking hours. So, that's huge in the long term for a convenience standpoint, where we're not going to be getting midday patches like EU would be, if anything. But it's relatively non-invasive in terms of a time slot for their patching when we think about it in the long term. Only thing that's weird about it is, like, server resets in the long term, maybe super early in the morning, which isn't the end of the world. But other than that, servers going up, probably the clunkiest thing. May only release a few thousand at a time to slowly ramp it up. Sounds pretty smart to me. I agree. I think that is definitely an intelligent play if they're worried about server infrastructure whatsoever, or if they simply want to get data on when their servers go to shit and when they collapse. Any element of information that they can get.
Together.
Oh my god. Dude, we have so many long resubs today.
Nerd.
You're a fucking nerd. Nerd. Thank you for the 46 months, Skiberto. Absolutely insane, brother. That is what. Don't posture check me, you fuck. Let me shrimp. I hate you. I hate you. Your family hates you. Your mother fucking loves me. God damn it, Emu. Fuck. Stupid command. Alright. Still kind of shrimping. I hate you. Sit proper. Anyways, Skiberto, have you requested access yet? Because I could see this being a Skibby enjoyed game, I won't lie. I won't lie. I know you say you don't have time and you're too old, but she's free to play and it's just a temporary testington. And I think the best time to test is with the boys. So, what we have discerned, they may end up having some open world PvP after all. I'm not 1000% sure yet, but open world massacre between the factions, duels between members of the same faction, battlegrounds, and arenas. Open world massacre between the factions sounds real interesting to a Dusty like myself. And I'm sure we have a few people that are extremely excited to get out and make some heads roll. I'm just hoping the combat's good. I'm really hoping the combat's good. But yeah, Nabes, in terms of the ramp up, I do agree as well, though. I think slow rolling keys is a very good thing. Now, not everybody that gets a key is going to immediately hop into the playtest. That's also something important to remember. So there will be many people who do get keys that are going to be working, sleeping, not really paying attention, not wanting to play right off rip. So my personal ratios that I experience It's typically like 6 to 1-ish. Actually, more than that, streaming wise. But in terms of like your total players to like your peak concurrent, there's a ratio where you will have far fewer peak concurrents than you will total players, just naturally. Not everybody will be on at the same time. Yo, Tokyo, what up, dude? What classes are going to be at the test? Mage, Paladin, Druid, and Ranger. Those 4. So Druid, as far as we know, is going to be the only primary healer out of that. Paladin's going to have a tanky supporty type build. And then Mage has a Mage tank build. So that's going to be an intriguing build to get our hands on. But I'm going to be playing a Paladin myself. They do have 6 races as well. So 3 over on the Sacred Order side, 3 on Domination side. Human, Dwarf, Bear for Sacred Order, or like the blue side. And then red side is Infernal Demon, the Pig Race, Gronthar, and then Undead. So it's Mage. Yeah, I mean, Mage is looking really strong. I'm not gonna lie. Mage is looking very strong. There are I don't even want to say just a couple. There are multiple Mage builds that are looking A tier to potentially S tier, simply off of the Mage existing. It's a very strong class design. And I hope that the other classes are also lining up with this strong. What up, dude? Fire and Black Hole looks insane. I have an entire, like, write-up. Hold on. I'm over here. I have an entire write-up on different types of mage fuckery. ChatGPT told me to play mage and be a sun elf. I got bad news. Sun elves can't be mages, and sun elves don't exist for this playtest. Tokyo, thank you for following, dude. I appreciate you. Good news. Humans can be mages if you want to play on the Sacred Order side. And if you plan to play on the Sacred Order side and you want some people to play with, you can do Exclamation Guild. Hop into the guild Discord. Anybody that is going to be checking out the playtest definitely should be doing Exclamation Guild. Hopping over there, we have hundreds of players that are going to be active, and we are planning on recruiting hundreds more over the course of this. So there will be no guild system in game, but we are prepping everything on our end. We have all the organization possible coming over from other games. So discord.gg/catswithabs, Exclamation Guild, pop in there, get set up. But yeah, in terms of the mage builds, man, Telestomp looks stupid. The viability of Telestomping, the replicatability of it, it's fucking insane. It's actually insane. Where's a class that only trips mages? They need to make a class that only trips mages. Yeah, so I mean, hear me out. Depending on where they go with the Pally tree, I might be able to cook up an anti-mage build for 1v1s on the Pally tree that would just be really annoying with a lot of stuns and shit, but Q-Show Telestomp, a little quick over mage build. Yeah, I mean, we can't get our hands on anything to actually, like, playtest, but the big thing with Telestomp that facilitates it, Warp Strike, this is just a PvE build. Za's just theory crafting like a little mage tank PvE build type shit, so don't mind this. But effectively with Telestomp, you're going to be playing off of Warp Strike, and then your rules breaking Warp Strike, allowing Warp Strike to be cast again without triggering the cooldown. So going to Warp Strike, this is a targeted teleport on an enemy or ally. Brings you to them and then deals damage to your target if it's an enemy. So you can grab this and you can double cast it, which is insane. Once a minute. There's also another one that you can grab up here. You can no longer warp to allies, but you can now silence the enemy target for 2 seconds. So upon arriving, you get an optional silence if you want to throw that on. But in terms of your skills on a mage, shut up, bitch. In terms of your skills on a mage, when we go over here, looking at Warp Strike, right? Warps to a target, dealing damage on impact. You are going to throw yourself up a Stormbreaker, build up an electric explosion, unleashing it after a delay, dealing damage and stunning all enemies hit. So, oh, interesting. Stronger battle mage spells. In terms of Stormbreaker, that is going to be an immediate stun on impact. A little AoE as well. After your Stormbreaker hits, you go into Black Hole, insta drop a Black Hole, and you can dump damage into the Black Hole itself. And then this is where the tree gets really stinky. Really stinky. So, mage tree. You go into the Archon side. So, Planner Shift. Become immune to damage and regen 10% mana every second for 5 seconds. So 50% of your mana. You can't cast spells. Archon planar shift. Become one with the cosmos, shaping you into Archon form with its unique abilities. You can now cast those spells while you're in this ultimate form. So with Archon, you go immune for 5 seconds, and you gain additional super strong wombo combo abilities. So you get an arcane explosion, you get a laser, you get another mini black hole. So you have 2 black holes, you have a lot of AoE damage, you have single target damage, you have immunity, you have 3 blinks. So that is why I have this as S tier. Guaranteed stun, optional silence that you don't even have to take, black hole, 5-second immunity, 3 teleports, Archon mode with a second black hole. And that entire time, you're also doing a shitload of damage. Crazy. Is this playtest meal prep worthy? Oh, yeah, I already meal prepped. Yeah, you're fucking crazy if you think I didn't meal prep. Bro, look at my build. Yeah, link it. I'm not gonna lie. Last night after stream... Yo, Roxy's, what am I go? Last night after stream, I made a lemon garlic butter sauce that I put on some linguine with some shrimpies, and Carla and I had that as our late night chow. And I went to bed, and I was laying in bed, right? And I was like, why the fuck do I smell butter still? Brother, it was like on me because I slow melted and clarified the butter and everything. You know, fresh lemon juice and everything like that right in it. Just made lemon garlic haddock. Oh, it's so good, dude. So good. Yeah, so I did the butter, clarified it down, bunch of lemon juice in it, fresh garlic, chopped that shit myself. Didn't take the cheap route. I know, impressive. Salt, pepper, red pepper type shit. So very, very, very simple, but very aromatic. And apparently aromatic enough to make my entire body smell like butter. I was laying in bed, and anytime I would move, the sheets would come up, and that waft of air from under the sheets would just smell like the butter sauce. Now, it was fucking delicious, but like my clothes unironically smelled remarkably like butter. Remarkably like butter. It was ridiculous. Ridiculous. So, you know, I regret nothing. Butternuts, bro. I think it might have been my undies. I was stripped down to my undies. I didn't have anything else on, so it was either my skin or my undies. I'm not quite sure, but tanky lockdown build type shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta piss real quick, and then I'll peep the build. Let me go peep. You just what? You just what? Had a clump in your nose. What? Oh, of the butter. I thought you said I had a booger. I thought you were saying I had a booger when I took my headphones off. Like, I was self-conscious. I was like, shit, I usually check before I come back to stream. Do I really? I'll be trying to keep my shit clean, bro. My camera's too good. If I had a webcam, I'd get away with it. But like, you can see my mustache hairs if I go full screen. Like, that shit's too large. How do we know if we get a key? Tier 3 subs get the first keys. That's a joke, by the way. You'll get an email. You'll get an email. The forehead takes too much to read. No, my forehead's normal size. My forehead's 3.5 fingers. It's just that I have a very small head. So my normal forehead looks relatively foreheady because the rest of my head is also like 4.5 fingers. I have basically like an 8-finger face, realistically. If I do this and then this, it covers my entire face perfectly because that's my jaw. So I have an 8-finger face, 3.5 on the forehead, and then like 4.5 on the rest of the face, which I think is pretty well proportioned. It's not like it's halfway down or anything like that. I just have a very like small head overall. But yeah, that's not the point. Hold on, my balls are full, so I'm gonna go pee. returned. All right, sorry. I'm here. The Mage builds made so far public. I've just kind of been theory crafting a lot, honestly. Keep in mind, the tree isn't entirely filled out yet. So there's some parts of it that are filled out, yes. But there are also a lot of areas that are placeholdery. Oh wait, they've actually got a lot of this. Wait, they got imp barrier and everything in too. Oh shit. They put another update through. They actually have most of the mage tree in. When I put the builds together before, they didn't actually like... Oh, wait. The Phoenix upgrade is now Phoenix Comet. Phoenix Comet damage scales with 40% more of your spell power. Phoenix Comet does 100% more damage over time on the ground. Oh. Oh, wait, that's a nice update. I hadn't fucked around with it. Void Stare is your taunt. Taunts from a range. A target and forcing it to attack you. So that's your taunt. Oh, they've updated this a lot since I made the build yesterday. Overcharge Conduit's your AoE. Still some placeholder stuff in here overall. But they did really well updating this. Holy shit. Holy shit. Good for them. You wanna see my build? Do you have it made? You can throw it in chat. Huh, I might cook up a new Phoenix build off of this. Because Phoenix Comet's insane. So did they scrap the Phoenix going slowly across the battlefield type shit? Not gonna throw it in chat. Save here. First thing so you don't lose it. And then export. And then make a clickable link. Alright, so you're going Warp Strike and Surge. This is gonna be Arcane Surge, damage increase. Warp Strike for the blink. Magic resist reduction by 40%. Yes, very good. Double Warp Strike makes sense. Spectral Blade with the 200 barrier. And then Warp Strike spam for more insta barrier. Stormbreaker for an AoE. Little telly stomp type shit, right? Planner Shift. Cooldown of Planner Shift by 2 seconds. Planner Shift reduced to 50 mana. I would small nitpick. I'd go up this side instead for the 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Because Planner Shift is going to restore 50% of your mana anyways. So, like, not a huge thing there. And then I mean, it depends on how much you'd be casting Cosmic Orb. Because you don't have Sharper Cosmic Orb or anything. But depending on how frequently you'd be casting Cosmic Orb, I do think a good bit of the Mage AoE rotation is going to be Cosmic Orb on cooldown. So if we look at skills, I might have to look at this after. Or go back to it after. Cosmic Orb, what we know right now. Where's Cosmic Orb? Cosmic Orb. It's a 12-second coolie. And then you have all of these augments to it as well. So quicker Cosmic Orb reduces a cooldown by 2 seconds. By 2 seconds. So let's see. Oh, wait. Where's Link right here? Went back and forth with it. Yeah. So let's see. I would go down here. Would grab this. Quicker Cosmic Orb reduces the cooldown of Cosmic Orb by 5 seconds. Cosmic Orb cost reduced by 5. Powerful Cosmic Orb does 10% more damage, 10% more damage. Cost by 5. Cost by 5. Black Hole does more damage, right? Conjures Black Hole, cooldown of Black Hole, cooldown of Black Hole, cooldown of Black Hole, and 20% more damage received to all targets. I do like this combo for tanking because you can just blast the triple telly. Like you can Spectral Blade, Spectral Blade, get the 200, Warp Strike, Spectral Blade, 400, Warp Strike, Spectral Blade, so you can triple Spectral Blade off of it. I do like that. Stormbreaker is going to be really nice for the tanking side as well. Pair that with a Black Hole. This is going to be really solid as well for single target fights. For bosses, the Warp Strike magic resist reduction is going to be huge. Cosmic Orb cooldown reduction is good, and you can't really do too much else around that. So that's immediately going to make your Cosmic Orb a 7-second coolie, by the way. So every 7 seconds, you're going to be spamming a Cosmic Orb. And you could make that even faster. Like, there could be some validity. What is the cooldown supposed to be on our, or I say our, your planner shift? 90 seconds. So if you did get both of these Cosmic Orb Augs, and then you got this, I would definitely recommend Synergistic Cosmic Orb, because you're going to be Cosmic Orbing every 7 seconds right now. Because 12 second by default, and that's a 5. So you're going to be at 7 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds in terms of your coolie. And then you could Synergistic, and that would give you every 3 seconds, 1 second off of your cooldown. So that effectively takes a 90-second cooldown and makes it a 60-second cooldown, I believe is the math on that. So every 1 minute, you would have 5 seconds of uptime, which would be 5 out of 60, whatever that is. 1/12 or some bullshit. 1/12. I don't know what that is percentage-wise, but I think it's like 1/12 uptime. So do with that information what you will, probably like 8% or some bullshit. Around 10 hours remaining. 7-ish is what it's looking like at this point. So Venelin was in stream and said that their goal is noon Bulgarian. So I did not expect their goal to be that early. So I was kind of like, oh shit, I gotta get ready. And I took a nap earlier today because I thought that, like, I was really tired before stream, so I took a little nap. And I'm less tired now, of course. And so now I got to go to sleep for a few hours and get up and try to not be super duper tired. So should be, if everything goes well. Looking at, wait, what is this? Do you not have a second one? Did you only allocate one of these? Full black hole. Full big boom. So you're just basically Cosmic Orb Archon spamming? I mean, you're still going to be looking at a 60-second coolie. So, I mean, it's not that you'll have Perma Archon up. And then Black Hole's a 60-second, which Black Hole's going to get reduced by, what, 10 with your tree? I think 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds. Okay, so 45 seconds on Black Hole coolie. 60 seconds on your Archon coolie. So, I mean, that's reasonable. I don't know how much I buy into the no warp strike or anything. Are you just trying to basically like backline just send shit in? Because if you're trying to backline, like I drew up like a little team comp type shit. Full spam? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I drew up like a PvP structure here. And you'd basically be doing the Phoenix Mage, basically. So these are like your black holes and your rangers that are playing in duos. And then Paladin DPS goes in with their combo. Tanks are up front type shit. Oracles are healing. And then your Phoenix Mage is just in the back, just like dropping. Just absolutely insane. Warp Strike sounds bait. You can target allies with it too, which is really nice. I think a lot of people will misuse it though. Toto, what up, my friend? They're still keeping the Paladin sending out invites? Yes. Yeah, for a reason. So they're going to be starting the servers. Ideally for them is around noon their time. Because they're Bulgarian. So that's, you know, convenient for them to actually work, but also because they presumably want to stagger a little bit of the server load that's going in. And instead of having a bunch of people pounding at the doors waiting to break it down, they want to have the slow roll going out where there are people just calmly walking into the venue and there's plenty of space to accommodate everybody, you know what I mean? So it does make sense. It's a little bit of an inconvenience for some people, especially those that don't get the first wave. But I do think that this is going to lead to the servers being a little bit more stable. So, Pimon, I don't want PBers. I still think Phoenix is going to be stinky, by the way. Stinky. So if let me refresh real quick, because apparently my Mage tree is just wrong as shit. So if I myself were to cook a Phoenix build, I would probably... It depends on how big of an issue mana is, but you could either go up here, right, for more LE missile damage, or you could go here for mana. I'll just assume mana's a relative issue. The haste down here is absolutely insane to go to. I love the haste play. This is, keep in mind, 3% haste in itself, and then these are each 1%. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9% haste. 9% less cooldown time, 9% less cast speed, cast time, and global cooldown. 9% faster. Then I would personally look into Phoenix Comet, because I think Phoenix Comet is absolutely disgusting from a team play standpoint if you're just trying to sit on the back end. Phoenix Comet's damage scales with 40% more of your spell power, 10% more damage, reduce the cooldown of Phoenix Comet by 10 seconds, which if we look at our abilities, Phoenix Blast is an X second cooldown. Oh wait, Phoenix Comet. This is updated as well. 10 mana, 0.75 second, no cooldown on it that we can tell. Okay, awesome, super helpful, super beneficial. So let's see. We don't really know what the coolie is on it. We'll assume 10 seconds on something like that is going to be incredibly large. These are placeholders, so I'm not going to invest in placeholders. If this is more cooldown time, though, I'd prioritize this side of it. And then I would be looking immediately into... Would you watch a GTA San Andreas live action movie? Wouldn't that just be like Boys to Men? Or would it be substantially different type shit? Let's see. So you immediately go into... Yo, Dolphinius, what up, dude? How's the game so far? Came for this one, hoping it doesn't flop. I mean, we haven't been able to play it yet, but the prospects of it are looking great. In my personal opinion, I've seen my fair share of MMO successes and failures at this point over the course of my lifetime in MMOs, unfortunately. And my last couple MMOs have been home to some very violent occasions with their lives. So far, I mean, everything's looking good enough for my community and myself to be hanging out here yapping about everything before the game's even gone live. I have put in on stream about 100 hours of research and content into the back end of this game, their business side, probably more than 100 at this point. I stream usually around 8 hours a day, and I've done like 2 weeks-ish of coverage. So, you know, math, whatever that is. But all things considered, I've done pretty much enough digging to cover every single dev video that they have put out in recent time. You know, get as much research as I can into the entirety of the game, the business side behind it, because I streamed Ashes of Creation before this, and as we may or may not know, Ashes of Creation on the business side did not have the best luck. So, with all things considered, I had a lot of like question marks and red flags that I was navigating around coming into this, as I was with many other MMOs. Gameplay wise, looks solid. Class customization wise, as you can see, absolutely insane amounts of customization that's available. And then building on top of that, there is just so much that you can do literally all the time, no matter what, with just building your class. And if we extrapolate that to the actual game systems, we get open world PvP between the factions, a world boss to fight over, eventually procedurally generated dungeons, looks good to me, raids, you know, guild versus guild systems of some sort. I'm a big open world enjoyer, so I hope that things don't get too, you know, lineated into instancing, because I do feel like instancing can devalue a lot of your built out world, but you know, it's all personal preferences. Open up a jar with one sock on that'll get the invite at 6:23 a.m. The lucky sock type shit, Mozzie. It might actually be the play. Do you think they're going to be able to make enough just from cosmetics if they stick with a small studio? So they're from Bulgaria, so their development cost is very cheap, labor-wise. And it's about, from what we've gathered, about 20% of the cost of North American development. From there, you also factor in that their costs to run the servers are much cheaper because they've developed a lot of their software stuff themselves. So they don't have to actually rent the server software side of things. They just rent the hardware. When Venelin had 6 servers planned, he had told us in chat that it was about $1,000 to run those 6 servers for the entirety of the playtest, USD, which is much cheaper than many other servers that are at 2,000 concurrent players. So their costs are relatively low. So, I mean, that's encouraging for me at least. Venelin has said, just in terms of his projections, anywhere between 70 to 80% of their monetization is to come from skins. The rest is to come from the pay for convenience, and that's their necessary monetization. So on his end of things, he's the one that's more worried about the, do you think they'll be able to make enough from cosmetics? I don't know enough about what their projections are, all of the business side of things. I'm not a businessman that's looking at like the conversion rate of a player likely to buy cosmetics or not buy cosmetics and how much they're spending on average. They probably have all of the data surrounding that. I'm just a man. So pay for convenience is scary. I feel that, brother. I feel that shit. Pay for convenience can very quickly turn into pay to win. Very quickly. When's this coming out? Playtest starts tomorrow. If you're in Europe, today. But have you heard of any of the pay for convenience examples? I have not, in terms of the nailed down ones that they have. I can say that there was a... The fuck, Spotify? This is a Nelly instrumental? What is this? Anyways, hold on. Spotify got us in a weird place right now. I don't really know where we ended up. Anyways, in terms of a pay for convenience standpoint, they did a community poll and they shot down the concept of bag space because a portion of the community voted that that would be regarded as pay to win, and they do not want to bring in anything pay to win. So other than theorycrafted examples, Yossi, thank you for following. Much love, dude. Other than theorycrafted examples, we don't really have much. Bag space being out, in my opinion, is solid. If they're looking to maintain the integrity of, the payment is not giving you a better quality of life, not even just quality of life, but any advantage in game. Personally, I do like that approach to it. I think that is incredibly valuable. However, I think pay for convenience can very, very, very easily border on pay to win. Even to the point where if you do like, faction swaps and race swaps, if there are racials in the game and a meta changes and then a bunch of people race swap to a new racial or a new meta, whatever it may be, to chase that, it's pay to win. So many things are like, many things are right on the border with it, right? It's a little bit rough trying to monetize something from a free-to-play standpoint without it bordering the ethicality of the game and the progression of it. But I'm running that raid 2 times this week. However, if you're wanting to max out, you can buy X and get it 5 times. Yeah, that shit would be directly pay to win. That, I hope, would never go. So, you can cast spells with planar shift. Yeah, so it gives you a specific set of spells with the Archon form. Fupo, how are you, my friend? I hope you're having an absolutely splendid day, brother. Yeah, so when you're in Archon form, I don't know if you ever played like Diablo 3 Mage, but Diablo 3 Mage had an ability called Archon where you got granted a very specific set of spells. So they showed it in the Mage preview stream. You have like a single target laser that is brrr, and then you have an AoE explosion with a and then you have a mini black hole as well that you can put out. Real solid. Real fucking solid. 5-second immunity, you can spam spells. Yeah, it's part of why I think Telestomp is S+ tier. These are my ratings. So this is Telestomp build. This is Phoenix build. And this is the, like, Poke Kill Squad build that's built more around Spectral Blade 3 times on somebody to absolutely nuke a single target. But I also think this is more of a corny build with, like, an Ice Lance Spectral Throw type shit. I think Telestomp is S+ tier in every capacity, providing there is any form of team fighting whatsoever. Phoenix is honestly, if they're getting rid of the I cast a Phoenix and it comes at you and goes, ah, and moves slow as shit, and they're replacing it with something a little bit better that moves faster and just gets there and does damage, then that's huge. Because what we've seen about the Phoenix side so far is Phoenix Comet. Phoenix dives at a targeted area, dealing damage on impact to all enemies within a 5-meter radius and creates fire pool on the ground. Mosey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, Doc. So this does a damage over time effect. This does 100% more damage over time, doubles the damage over time on the ground. This scales with 40% more of your spell power, increases some damage that goes out to the Phoenix. Something tells me, just to be safe, we're going to allocate all of these points here. So keep in mind, this is going to be an AoE team fighty build. So you're also going to want to make sure that you have your Planner Shift and your Archon always. And we're going to try to make sure that you can eat just peachy. So the question here is if you want to Telestomp or not. Because honestly, with all the Phoenix augments and all the haste, kind of cutting yourself a little short here. But I don't want to cut out these. Realistically, you'll probably run the Phoenix tree, similar to this. What's Telestomp? I got you in just a sec. Let me work this out mentally. Because there's going to be a few points to get here to here. So we'll have to go up. And then Black Holington. And then we're going to need one more point. So we'll have to take... Honestly, might take out the dot. And then just bring it back there. And then have Weakening Black Hole as well for right now. Just as a safety measure. Weakening Black Hole is going to generate more damage than anything else would. And if you're running a mage build that's built around any form of like jumping people and not having that is going to be kind of rough. Now, the thing about this though is that you don't have the Telestomp to go into the black hole. You're just kind of like warp striking in or sitting in the back and following up with a black hole. What game? Scars of Honor, my friend. New MMO that's coming out. This is going to be tab target. Tab target base, yes. But no auto attack. It's all through abilities. So you have spam abilities and you have your cooldown abilities. Also a lot of skill shots and ground targets for most of the abilities. So let's see. What class would be closest to New World Bruiser? For this phase, probably Paladin. Hard to say later on, but Paladin's relatively bruisery. Peep. I want to peep your jank right now. Like, high key, if I'm just doing, I'm gonna be real, this is kind of hybridizing the build a little bit, which I also think is simultaneously bastardizing the build, I'm not gonna lie. If I am being realistic about a Phoenix build, Phoenix build is not about jumping in and telestomping. It's about playing your life from very far away and dumping exorbitant amounts of damage into the clump and making sure that you are always ready to fight. So I almost think we don't know what that placeholder's about to be. Because realistically, that opens up a lot of play if we're not trying to do too much and we're just trying to sit at range. You could theoretically just dump back into here. Oh wait, we're at 40. Where'd the rest of those just go? Something bad happened. Yep, knew it. Absolutely fucking knew it. We'll go there first. We'll go here. We'll go here. And then on this side, you just grab some throwaway generally. I don't really want to look through for a throwaway right now. And down here, there's probably armor pen. Yeah, armor pen or something like that. Armor pen, not the worst. So, I mean, I'd run something similar to this if I were Phoenix building right now. Hold on. I would run something similar to this probably. But again, Phoenix is entirely built in my mind, around one thing and one thing only. And it is dumping absurd amounts of damage out. So your goal with this build is not to go in. Your goal with this build, again, I cannot iterate enough, is to sit safely on the back line. You're a quarterback in the pocket, Tom Brady style. You are working the pocket, you are staying protected, and you are just dumping shit downfield for your receivers. Your receivers being the enemy team. This is all about being far away and absolutely nuking. Now, keep in mind, you still have Warp Strike. Warp Strike, as long as you don't take... I guess the Warp Strike range would be really good, huh? Instead of that last one that I grabbed for the armor pen. I don't know why I skipped over that. Oopsie daisy. Warp Strike 5-meter range is fucking huge. Alright, so yeah, I'm gonna say this is probably where I would go for a Phoenix build at this point in time. Just as a hypothetical. Now, of course, a lot of things could change. I also whip this up extremely quickly. If mana's not an issue, then theoretically you could even look to go Ellie missile damage for 20% more Ellie missile damage instead of like a cooldown on your Cosmic Orb or something. But I do think Yossing Cosmic Orbs in every 3 seconds, reducing your Planner Shift Coolie, is absolutely huge. Here you still have on your Warp Strike, double Warp Strike within 60 seconds. You have big armor pen there. Warp Strike cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction. Warp Strike reduces target magic resistance by 40% for 5 seconds. I want to bug test this to see if it applies to allies when you target an ally, because something tells me it's going to. The joys of testing. Cooldown reduction again, and then range. You're looking at cooldown reduction on Cosmic Orb, cooldown reduction on Cosmic Orb, cooldown reduction on Cosmic Orb, and then Cosmic Orb damage, Cosmic Orb damage. So the entire thing is wait for your Black Hole Mages to go in. Black Hole Mages go in, and then you just dump Phoenix in that area. Throw Cosmic Orbs in. Make sure that your Planner Shift is off cooldown. And in between your Phoenixes, you're just spamming. Literally just spamming. So I'll get you guys a link to this for anybody that might want it. Just be aware that this shit's going to change. I was asked to cook this up, therefore I cooked this up. How you liking this? I love the theory crafting element of it. If I'm being completely honest, that is more than many other games have provided in quite some time. You know, outside of course, like the PoE element, right? Which this tree is directly inspired by PoE. So, for me coming in and playing in my life a lot of MMOs, but also a lot of ARPGs, this is a really nice hybridization of the systems for me. I think I have Telestomp build lockdown. What are we looking at? Alright, let's see. You think you have Telestomp locked down. No silence. Go through here. Grab Battle Mage spells doing 25% more damage. Synergistic Warp Strike for this... Or, sorry, synergistic... Yeah, synergistic Warp Strike, that one. For the Spectral Blade, Stormbreaker. So, the thing about Spectral Blade that I think is interesting... What's the build you just linked? That's the Phoenix build. Which is this one. I guess I should probably save this, huh? Do I need to, like, sign in to save? Or no, can I just save? Dusty Phoenix build. Save build. Oh, word. Alright, we're up tremendous. So, that's the Phoenix build. For what's the order you should invest? Probably say, for leveling and stuff, go Phoenix first. Because Phoenix will just be a lot of damage. I would personally say if you're leveling, just a tank build and a battle mage build would be good, but you start at 16. Yeah, it's only 16 to 20. So you're going to start with most of these points anyways. I would go down the Phoenix side first and then work your way up to the Archon side after that. Get this and then just fill off of that. Those are basically your two main points. Looking in kind of hype. I'm very excited. I really want to get my hands on it, test a little bit, see what's up. Okay, so with Spectral Blade in, you started level 16? Yeah, just for the playtest. This is a temporary playtest, so everything will wipe and shit along the way, but... So with Spectral Blade in, right? Say I am here. And you are here. And somebody else on my team is back here. If you target me with Spectral Blade, it goes to me, and then it does damage. And then it blows up. If you target my ally with Spectral Blade, it goes through me, collides with me, hits me, and then blows up here from what we gathered in the dev stream. So one thing about this build is going to be telestomp in, move yourself out of the clump, turn back in, and then put your Spectral Blade through so you're cleaving everybody. Otherwise, it's only going to hit one target. That was a small thing I noticed with the dev stream that showcased the mage stuff. I actually thought that Spectral Blade was bugged until I thought about it more, because it's not just supposed to go a set distance. It's supposed to, you know, throw everybody. Warp strike the back of the tank. Yeah, either way. Either way. However you think about dropping it, because realistically, you should have a black hole in as soon as you warp strike as well, so that helps the cleave. But even at that point, if you have like 6 people in a black hole and one on the outside, you should honestly target the one on the outside and then throw it through everybody. But it's a peculiar ability. Hurls a spectral image of your sword towards the target, dealing damaging all enemies along its path as it travels and returns. Now, the important note to this is that it was supposed to return too. But in the dev stream, it was just blowing up when it hit the target. So that could be regarded as a bug, in my opinion. Seems very likely to be a bug. Warp Strike removes a cooldown on Spectral Blade. You can 3-cast it. The Battle Mage gains 200 barrier on using the spell. Yeah, that's solid. And it's just like a nice little byproduct. Stormbreaker, necessary for the Telestomp build. Planner Shift. Quicker Planner Shift. Cutting this out if it's absolutely necessary, not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. And I don't really think you have many points to burn unless you want to cut out the triple blade. So that's not bad at all. Let's see. So then you have Quicker Cosmic, and then you have Cosmic Orb Reduction. Kind of have to, huh? Can't get over it on that side. And then just up in a black hole. Yeah. Yeah, this is really solid for right now. There aren't many things that I think, if you're trying to pull off everything you're trying to pull off with Spectral Blade as well, that you can change with this. Now, the only thing that I would say, like, could potentially change with it is if you do take out Spectral Blade. Because, again, this is just giving barrier. This isn't stripping resist anymore. So, you could theoretically cut out Spectral Blade. And then you could go Quicker Cosmic. And then off of that, that could also potentially free you up. I guess that's just cost. Reduce the cooldown. I think you should get all the cooldowns on your planner shift that you can. Without Spectral Throw, of course. And then theoretically, like, if you really want to telestomp somebody, you could go that route. Let's see. Go Cosmic Orb for the last 2. The black hole is 20% more. Yeah, the black hole is 20% more. Yeah, absolutely. You could go black hole 25% more damage too. So theoretically, if you wanted to take this out, you could work towards here. And then you could take, I think Cosmic Orb will be more consistent damage. But I mean, you could maybe do something like this and then play around the black hole damage if that's actually doing enough damage. Wait, what? and maybe do this. Black hole's gonna be CC. Yeah, it doesn't look like it does a ton of damage, but also this is 40% increased damage on black hole. So like if this is fully upgraded and somebody takes 20% increased and then also has 40% increased, then that's gonna be a little bit of a potential nuke. So I mean, I don't think this is terrible either. This would basically be like beach ball telly stomp. So this is all around. Yo, Daytona, what up, dude? Keys will be going out tomorrow morning, and I should have something to give away tomorrow morning as well. It's just a matter of time when they actually go out. Do I drop 20% cosmic damage for silence? Not if you're going cosmic, no. Because your cosmic damage is also going to work into your Archon. So you want to have that for your Archon shit. Black hole is impacted by the cosmic damage. Archon abilities are impacted by the cosmic damage. Silence mid. Yeah, I mean, because I don't want to let you cast on your allies. Yeah, you lose ally cast on silence. Also, the thing with silence, hello, Brooke. I hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. The thing about silence is like, yes, you silence the enemy for 2 seconds, but the entire part of Telestomp that makes it good is it's a combo that requires a little bit of timing and forethought. So Stormbreaker built up an electric explosion, unleashing it after a delay, dealing lightning damage and stunning all enemies hit. So you effectively put up your Stormbreaker and then you telly right when it goes off, and then you stun everybody, and then you beach ball, and then you black hole, and then you beach ball, and then you beach ball, and then you Archon, and then you second black hole, and you explode, 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 and then everything dies. Realistically. Save. Beach ball telly stop. Save build. All right. Oh wait, I can save 3 builds, I think. That's fucking huge. All right, we're up so tremendous. All right, so this, for anybody that may want it, Nin has his build as well. Nin's build is the one that has Spectral Blade. So if you want Spectral Blade, then you can run Nin's. If you want something that is literally just go in black hole, dump damage into the black hole type beat over and over again, then that's going to be a little bit more like black hole based. So my opinion is stun, warp in, black hole, spectral, planar Archon leave. I just don't know how much spectral is gonna throw out in terms of damage. I hope it throws out a lot of damage. That's one thing as well that we need to see. We just don't know what the damage output of all these abilities are going to be at this point, you know? Where'd Steven post something? It was in the Discord. Oh, it was in the Ashes Discord. Can be adjusted. That's the biggest thing. I mean, just simply what we showed here, right? I took your build and I effectively changed it slightly, and it still serves a very similar function with different outputs. Instead of having to line up a Spectral Blade on the right target, now you're looking at black hole and your orb doing a lion's share of the damage instead of playing around that spectral. It's just small differences, right? And we don't even know which of these are going to be better, if one of them is going to be better, if they're both going to be viable. It could just be a matter of personal preference, because this is also going to be getting more orbs out more frequently, playing off of the orb side of it as well, where it's flying faster and the cost is reduced. So that's going to get more of those cosmic orbs out, which is kind of sick. And if they fix spectral to return, yeah, that's another interesting route with it as well. Yeah, we will have lots of testing. On the PVX game, this is just an early playtest of it, so this is effectively a technical test. The test is going to go from the 30th, which is tomorrow, today if you're in Europe, until the 11th of May. So, during that testing time, we will primarily be testing open world functions on the PvE side, gathering, crafting, a world boss that I have been told fucking slaps. We'll start at level 16. We'll level to max of level 20 for right now. We'll acquire gear, level our crafting. We'll acquire scars, which are permanent forms of character progression as you level up. We'll check out the talents and the class building. You will have access to 4 different classes: Mage, Ranger, Paladin, and Druid. And then we'll also have some battlegrounds and some arenas that we can check out. So in the long term, they plan to, of course, bring in more than just this. Their planned early access launch is Q1 of 2027. And their planned release, from what I've heard, at least a year after early access. But anything could change there. So all things considered, we could be looking at a relatively solid set of systems. Alchemist Exclamation Guild for the guild Discord if you're not in there. Blue side is gimped. Only one Necro and Mage choice. Yeah, they've also said that everything is definitely going to change before launch. Like, it's not even a matter of, oh, this might change before launch. It's just straight up like, hey, this is going to change. Expect it to change. Expect everything to change. Which, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. I would rather go in with that mentality and have anything. Have everyone going with that mentality than have people thinking that it's going to be completely locked in, that this is going to be the final form of it. Because, I mean, we don't have to worry about necro-sided things. Also, I don't think racials are coming in right now. So, at least blue side has War Burst instead of War Race. The Gronthar look a little smelly, I'm not going to lie. Like, just a smidge on the smelly side. I wish there was cap in my app, but there unfortunately is not. They look like some sweaty, stinky, smelly boys. But I think it's gonna be fun. Now, the PvP is supposedly gear match as well, like gear equalization. The battleground is gonna have a little bit more variance to it, where you're gonna have like a battle royale aspect to it. I'm really excited to get my hands on just like the baseline combat movement shit like that. I'm fucking thrilled to get my hands on it, actually. And you guys are probably gonna get a very long stream from me tomorrow. I want to try to wake up early, brew some coffee. It's good that I'm getting tired. I'm letting myself get tired. I'm gonna eat a big ass meal after stream to put myself to bed. And then I'm gonna brew coffee early in the morning. And then we're gonna cook. Take your ass to bed now? Well, I wanted to do a 6-hour stream, which is like 25 more minutes. I don't like streaming less than 6 hours. Are you streaming at launch? Oh, I'm gonna try to. Like, I'm gonna attempt to, but it's gonna be not the easiest. If I do say so myself, definitely not the easiest. But we shall see. We shall see. I like a challenge, if I'm being completely real. And this might be the grandest challenge that I've taken on as a streamer yet. Fuck a 24-hour stream. Can I wake up after all these years of not at 5 a.m. and not want to kill other people or me? To be determined. Now, my hope is that since I took a little nap when I go home today, and I'll sleep more, that I wake up tomorrow feeling as though I slept in abundance. 5 a.m. nothing, 3 a.m. I'm fucked. Oh yeah, the last time I was waking up at 3 a.m. regularly, I was running my Starbucks store, and I used to wake up, drive to work, throw up, and then start my day. It was awful. You want to do crime? I have my shiesty. Does anyone have a license yet? No, nobody has access yet. They have not sent anything out. They'll send them out tomorrow once servers actually go back up. Or not when they go back up, but once servers actually go up in the first place. Oh, like 8 hours? Yeah, like 7 hours-ish. Excuse me. Oh, whenever the servers do go up, have Goon lock up the shiesty. No. The shiesty finds its way out. It's like the Annabelle doll. Can't stop that shit. I got warm Dr. Pepper. I got my shiesty. Brother, I'm fucking ready for tomorrow. I'm meal prepped and shit. I got pasta. I got a whole lot of like everything. Nin, you heading off for the night? Brother, I hope you sleep well. I wish you luck. A lot of people I recognize in Scar's Discord. Realize I hadn't joined there yet. Do you plan to play Fupo, or are you just gonna quietly observe? I hope you've had a good day, friend. What you been up to? He's over here yawning, and I instantly started falling asleep and following him. It's not a bad idea to sleep early. I'm gonna be completely real. Like, after stream, I am going to heat up leftovers. I am going to eat an exorbitant amount, tire myself out. I'm gonna go to bed, wake up fat and full in the morning, and hop on stream early. So, Jinso, what up, dude? Miss you as well. Are you coming over to check out Scars? Because if you're not, you should be. Is there gonna be open world PvP? They have gone back and forth on it for this playtest. So, originally they were saying yes. Then they said no, and it was just going to be open world PvP. And then they said yes, open world massacre between the factions, duels between members of the same faction, battlegrounds, and arenas. So I'm not certain, if I'm being honest. I have to decide what to do. Do I get up at 5 a.m. CDT in the hope that I get my key sent to me? Bro, I'll be real. Keys are going to go out after the servers go up. So it's going to be servers go up, and then keys go out, and then people get in. So I'd just wake up like half an hour after servers go up and check, and then if you don't have an email, go back to bed. Oh, excuse me. That's what I would personally fucking say. I think tomorrow is going to be a big day for a lot of people. So I might be waking up early covering it. I hope that I get my key early, bro. If I don't get my key early, I'll be so incredibly sad. I'll be snoozing at 3 a.m. PST. Bro, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. A reasonable person would definitely also be snoozing at 3 a.m. PST. I'm not here to lie to you. I'm not here to bullshit you. I'm not reasonable, though. So I might be here. I might be here. Wait. I just saw stonk news. Did Nokia pop today? Random question. Kaiser, you sleeping, my dog? I hope you have a beautiful night as well, brother. Wait, why'd Nokia go up 10% today? The fuckington? Huh. I'll take that. That's not too shabby. I'm very happy about that. Nokia's at $12.48. I have Nokia at $5. They brought back the brick phone. They probably announced that they were doing AI. It's a 1-year high. So I have a pretty solid cost basis on it. It's kind of solid. So, yeah, but what if in 30 years it goes up? What if they announce that they're going to AI? I honestly haven't researched enough. I pretty much long-term everything. I'm terrible. I know. I don't swing trade. I'm lazy. I should swing trade. Blah, 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 blah. I don't do enough due diligence to swing trade, nor do I want to put in that much, like, constant time to it, because it would impede the streaming process and shit. Just let it ride. That's literally what I do most of the time, yeah. I have sold a few of my positions and shit like that over time, but most of it is if I see another position that I really want to pick up, then I'll pick that up, and then other than that, I just slowly dollar cost average things that look promising. So I was DCAing my weed like crazy, and then anytime weed's mentioned, weed bumps up a little bit. We love to see that shit. Hopefully that'll help out as well. LiDAR. I love myself some LiDAR. It's not looking the worst. What's the Discord link? The command one says invalid. Exclamation Guild. That one is the one that you're going to want. That is where the entire guild is hosted out of. Can I have to, Jinso, make sure you request access, by the way, if you're trying to get in. Not everybody's going to get access. I will have some keys available for people, from what I've gathered. So as soon as I'm up tomorrow, I'm gonna see if I can get my hands on keys for the comm. And then once that happens, brothers, it's the Marble Shoutcast to start the day. Guess you'll be up early, Fupo. I'm not excited. I'm not excited. When Venny came in stream, I asked him what time they were trying to have servers up with the hope that he would say like 6, maybe 7 p.m. their time. We're in Europe now, baby. We're in Europe now. In Bulgaria, you wake up early to play the MMOs. Early bird gets the worm and early Dusty gets the dope-ass Paladin build. Sewer! Good day, my friend. I hope you're having an absolutely exquisite one, if I do say so myself. What you getting up to on this fine day? Are you excited for what's to come tomorrow? We have a new MMO ready for testing. I get to play Melee once again. I get to live out my best life. I get to be up in a clump, smacking and whacking and casting at the same time. Oh! Can't wait. I can't wait. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so fucking excited. Smacking and whacking? Did you say you want smacking sunflower seeds? Exclamation seeds? Greatest goddamn sunflower seeds in the world, and you can save 10% off using code DustyWhy? Holy shit. Bulgaria, the MMOs play you? Listen, I'm fine. I'm fine with it. Hyper Scars and Mask gets key early. Are you about to be up early for it? Because I too hope you get a key if that's the case. Bro, I think the play is set an alarm and then wake up and check. I'm pretty sure everybody interested in Scars right now that's sensible is going to be sleeping. We probably got hella lurkers up in this bitch right now that are just passed out. Got a way to get back into an MMO and heard it's ideally monthly playtests. Yes. Best case scenario, monthly playtests. They have said they want to do at minimum bi-monthly. And they're trying to keep their weekly dev streams going as many Sundays as they possibly can. So that's huge. In terms of notification, I have sent my email notification to ping hella loud and wake me up. That's tech. That's tech. I didn't get access. No one has. They haven't gone out yet. And they're also going to be doing multiple waves. Keep that in mind. So, in terms of your access, if you don't get it in the first wave of invites that go out, they'll be doing multiple waves every day. And they will be doing invites every single day. So, wave 1 is not just everybody that's getting it. They're going to be slow rolling the invites for people to try to stop the servers from crashing like fucking mad. Guildy's got the emails already. Is it a different email? Because they're not sending out codes confirmed until it starts. Other people got baited. One got 2-day head start to this test. I would be very careful believing your guildies. They're lying to you, brother. I have terrible news. The servers aren't even active yet. In terms of a testing standpoint for people to get in. Nobody got 2-day early access. And emails are not out yet. Straight from the devs literally in this chat. Yeah, no, nobody has access. No, but I can promise you your guildies are lying to you. So I'd bring it up with your guildies that they're probably looking at the wrong emails. But you definitely got some cappers. No keys have gone out at all? Yeah, no keys have gone out at all. They aren't playing yet? No invites have gone out. Like, they don't have their key invites. So there were invites that went out. Not invites, sorry. Emails that went out the other day. But those were just, like, hype building emails. And those were not actual, like, invites that went out. Per all of the resources that we have, the content creator channels in the Discord, the devs themselves, nobody's got an invite. I can definitely say that. Because there are definitely people that will be receiving invites, but even those people have not had invites go out yet. I'm going to have keys to give away and I don't even have my invite yet. So I would trust very, very, very little that people are saying in terms of like, oh, I have an invite, I got an invite. They're looking at the wrong email or they're capping you. Unfortunately, but he's confusing with Diablo. I did get a Diablo key from Blizzard, so that's cool. Thank you to Blizzard for that. Huge shout out. Hashtag WoW partner. But greatly appreciative. I'll probably stream that at some point when servers are down or something. You already talked about the Ashes news. Yeah, I mean, it was a lot of like what we already saw, if I'm being honest. I didn't look at the declaration just because I was covering Scar stuff, but I read the actual, like, the message that Steven posted, and the message itself was just basically stuff that we already knew was happening. Steven had already alleged that they had transferred a lot of debt back onto Intrepid. I didn't know that it was 100 million worth. That would mean a lot. But effectively the double dip was a big bombshell where they kept the equity and didn't like get rid of their equity when they executed it back into debt, all that stuff. So a lot of it was stuff that, you know, we already knew through Steven's allegations. It was more of just like a catch up for people that weren't already there. Yo, Coco, what up, dog? 6 a.m. EST, you lying? Nah, I'm not lying. We got European devs. So, holy... Yeah, so keep in mind, it's not even a guarantee that they're up at that point. That's their goal. So they're trying to get it launched by noon Bulgaria time, which I believe is technically 5 EST. I think. It's either 5 or 6. So like, bro, I gotta sleep soonish, and then I gotta get up like hella early tomorrow type shit. Earliest morning for me, for real. Yeah, some people are like, I get up that time every morning for work. Well, I appreciate your service, sir. /gift5. I do not get up that early every morning for work because I'm here late night entertaining you goobers. So somebody's got to do it. The servers European, or will there be different regions? They're giving us 9 servers. Last we heard. Sorry, I'm trying to flip my slipper off of my foot back onto my foot in a clean way, like somebody throwing their hat up and catching it on their head. Anyways, they're giving us 6 NA and 3 EU servers to start. From what we have gathered, each of those should hold roughly 2,000 concurrent. Roughly. I sent screenshot of the email they have. I shall peep. Brother. Miscreant, can I ask you a question? Don't dox yourself. Don't dox yourself. How old are you? Like, just over 50 or under 50? This is a very important question. Over. Oh no. Brother. Reach out to your nephews immediately. This is AI. Look. Just zoom in on this shit. Bro, you got Nigerian Prince. Scare of Honor playtest. Playtest at scareofhonor.com. This shit's cooked. Also, keep in mind, Phase 1, April 28th, 2026. They're not calling this Phase 1. 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. EST daily. Which, just by the way, hear me out. 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. would mean that servers are only up half the day. So that would mean these servers are only up for the latter half of the day. And then... yeah. Discount. Vissel our website. Brother, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, you got. Are they scamming? No, somebody in Miscreants Guild told him that they got in. And they made an AI fucking email to try to tell people they got in. Bro, the amount of cap and discarded the email thought they would. No, dude, that's why I'm saying, like, we have talked directly to the developers. We have the most up-to-date information from the community team as well. Like, I and anybody else in the content creator Discord have, or the content creator Discord server, have community mods that answer every question along the way in terms of, like, are things going out? You know, has anything been delivered? And we get pings and updates as soon as things actually happen. So as soon as invites do go out, we will definitely be able to... Does that say begins April 7th in the paragraph?
Apes together.
Yep. That does. Big?
Shall we be taking this game over?
Brother, you gotta get the Hellington over here. You gotta get the Hellington over here. Have you requested access on Steam yet or no? Because this is your last chance to request access on Steam before invites go out. Servers are going up early morning tomorrow. And we are coming over here in full force, brother. I did a while ago. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, servers are going up as early as 6 hours from now. So I'm getting ready to wrap up for the night. No condom. And then we're gonna be getting up early to get on that shit. So make sure you get roles in the Discord as well for the Scar stuff as well. Yo, Snow, what up, dog? Someone hook me up with those kitty cat perms in the Discord. Oh, posted. It should be like public chat or something for Scar's perms. I don't know if we have a bot up for it or anything, or just like yell at zombie or something. I don't really fucking know how they're doing it. I tell them to make the Discord and then they make it. So they've been working on a rebrand. I don't fucking know how you get your perms. I don't run the shit out of his work here. I'm Zombie's father. We'll yell at your son to get some onboarding. They're not. How are we getting the perms to people? Because I don't really fucking know how we're getting the perms to people. I should not have my kitten tag anymore. I have the Scars one that you can choose the rule sub. Oh, so just for the actual, like, the kitten tag for the kitten rule. All right, I'll put a complaint in with HR. Strag. People want kitten rules. Might have to bring Strag back in and stuff. Just bother Nin. Yeah, bother Nin. Let's see, Zombie, but Zombie will ignore you. Don't look at me. Listen, I'm gonna give you rolls back just so you can give people kitten rolls. I'm just saying. Official kitten deliverer. Pig Zob. Zob's old and asleep. He's almost 40. Like, Zob's actually old as fuck, dog. Don't ping Zob. He's probably cooked at this point, so I'd be a little cautious about that side of things, my boys. See you in the early morning. I fucking hate it here. I genuinely fucking hate it here, brother. This is the worst case scenario that could have ever happened. The second that Venny said it was supposed to come up at like 7 a.m. or sorry, 5 a.m. for me, I was like, oh no, this is awful. He said noon their time, and my heart sunk, bro. If they said noon my time, would have been a game changer. Unfortunately, my trap card has been activated in the worst possible way. Like, the worst, singular worst possible way. I am incredibly sad about the current state of affairs, my boy. I'm fucking sad as hell. But soon, we're in, boys. Chat, this is your final reminder. Final reminder. Everybody has requested their access, right? If you have not requested your access, it is on you. I will not give you a code if you did not request access. Been requested for days. Bro, I swear to God, I'm gonna get at least one DM that's like, yo, Dusty, I didn't get a code because I didn't request access. Let me come up on one. And I'm gonna say, let me come up on your credit card information. I swear to God. I swear on my family, brother. I swear. Let's go to the server uptime for what's convenient for them, the nerve of the devs. It's fucking ridiculous. How dare the Europeans work on a European schedule when America exists? The fuck are they thinking, brother? They realize that America is still here, right? Like right here. Freedom Eagle, type shit. What is this 5 a.m. fucking commie bullshit? Gonna get in trouble. Yes, Dusty, it appears you called the developers commies because they made you wake up early. Is this true? Just took 100 milligram gummy. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, that's actually disgusting. Do you know the specs of the game? Like how much RAM and graphic do I need to play it? Min specs are on Steam. So in terms of system requirements, hold on. You're going to be looking at, honestly, pretty low requirements to run. A 970 and 8 gigs of RAM are the system recs. Now, part of that is likely due to the heavily stylized like nature of the graphics, right? Just makes it very, very, very setting off a bomb to wake up. Brothers hired a construction company and a mariachi band to come serenade him for a smooth awakening. Someone's gonna break into his fucking house, kick the shit out of him with a fucking pillow sack filled with pennies, and he's not even gonna feel it. He'll just sleep right through it. Mild inconvenience. He'll just roll over. Jesus Christ. But yeah, specs are actually looking really, 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 really player friendly, if I do say so myself. Shouldn't be too much now. It's also come a long way from this way back in the day. That was a 2021 prototype that we see in one of the old Steam builds. So, Skullsel, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. There has been a lot of progress made along the way, so I'm excited to get my hands on it tomorrow. I'm excited to actually see what Scars is all about. I have 8 gigs of RAM and a 1050. You're making fun of some horror? No. It's okay to be poor. It's okay to be poor. I'm making fun of you because you're going to have to crack 2 windows, or you might have a sauna and a computer room at the same time. That's why I'm making fun of you. You should be fine with a 1050 though. A 1050 is better than a 970. So like effectively, you should be fine. I would, like I said, crack open a window. If you have a fan, put the fan in the window, probably blowing some cool air in, and then lower all of your settings as much as you possibly can. Like, possibly can. That will probably run surprisingly smooth if I do say so myself. Iron for the mines. Bruh, I'm getting in and I'm immediately finding a spot to smack the shit out of some mobs where I can level to 20, and then I'm gathering and I'm making a set of gear. And then I'm trying to see scaling. I'll be real, that's my immediate goal. I just want to smack mobs. I need to find a healer that's going to run around with me and pocket me, and a couple of mages, maybe a mage tank, and then we just blast, because I think I want to do AoE damage out the wazoo. Boys! Tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow is actually the fucking day. And I cannot wait. I genuinely cannot wait. I'm so incredibly excited. If you guys are excited as well, make sure you check your Twitch primes. Helps keep me here streaming full time and all that good stuff. I need to get a little bit of sleep before servers go up, or I'm going to absolutely die tomorrow. I will be here apparently really fucking early tomorrow. I thought that I was going to be here early tomorrow. I did not plan on being here that early. So I'm going to do my best to wake up at a reasonable time, hop on stream, and we will be blasting. If I'm choosing domination, am I going to spawn in Domination City or what? I think they're going to have spawns on both sides because it's only one zone in the world. So I'm assuming they're setting up some makeshift spawns for it. So we'll see from there. But boys, we'll be able to see it all tomorrow. If you don't get keys, I'm here. If you do get keys, I am here. How do you get access? Request access on Steam. They'll be sending out invites in waves, so you're not guaranteed to get access the first wave or anything. Good luck. If you don't get access, I will have keys to give away. I will have keys to give away. It is just a matter of when I get my keys and when I decide to give them away, which it'll be throughout the day. Just make sure you request access as always. And as soon as we get set up tomorrow, I'll see where my community keys are at. We'll get some people going. Boys, if you are new to the channel, please do me a favor real quick. Make sure you drop the follow so you know when I go live every single day. I have streamed for well over 1,000 days in a row. I'm at 1,034, some bullshit like that. Hard claws, thank you for the follow. Much love. So, just watch someone do a 185 bar back race. I want to see you do head spins on your little bald, shiny head. So anyways, we were talking about Turkey earlier, Stomps. You want to go to Turkey and get hair implants? So, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you drop a follow. I do stream every single day, typically 8+ hours a day, a little short stream so I can get some sleep and get up early for the servers tomorrow. But I am quite literally always around. How many hours are left to the game's release? In terms of the early access servers, they might come up in 6 hours, but it might be longer than that. The earliest is 6 hours from now. So, we'll see. Boys, I will be back tomorrow morning. Servers will be up. I'm going to do my best to get here as soon as those bad boys do come up in the morning. I will be here. I will be blasting. So make sure that you leave a tab on the stream so it auto refreshes when you guys get in tomorrow. You would not want to miss the stream. You would not want to lose the streaks. Logic, just got here. That's why I'm leaving, bitch. So, boys, I'll be here bright and squirrely tomorrow. Honestly, probably too early. And we will be fucking blasting. I am very thankful for each and every single one of you for showing up every single day and making it possible for me to do this. Quite literally couldn't stream full time without y'all. So I will catch you guys all very, very, very early tomorrow. We will have a full day of it. We'll be deep diving every single bit of information that we finally can. And gameplay. I can't wait. We're getting up in the world. We're getting immersed, boys. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. See you tomorrow for Scars of Honor gameplay. Peace.